Chapter 1643, Let the Heavens Decide. How dare you? Yang Su roared with fury, and he vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. However, a blood puppet immediately charged at him. Bang! Yang Su was pushed over 300 m away, but the blood puppet was pushed back too. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's sword had cut fully into Yang Yan's throat. However, Yang Yi didn't cut further in, so Yang Yan was still alive. Lu Ligay glanced at Yang Yi, and then he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. At this moment, he realized that Yang Yi had no intention to make peace. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Jian's mouth. He's a man, but it isn't very wise. The black-robed old man behind him asked, "Young master, do you think he's a threat to you?" Yang Jian chuckled. He has no intention to be the successor of the clan. The black-robed old man asked, "Why?" "He has quite the temper." Yang Jian smiled. If he wanted to become the successor, he wouldn't do that. His gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and there was a strange glow in them as he continued, "He really has quite the temper." However, the discipline hall and Yang Su aren't so easy to deal with. What a temper! Gu Xiu had a slight smile on the corners of his mouth, just as the information provided. He really is a fellow who disregards the consequences. Qian who spoke indifferently, that's exactly what we want, isn't it? The smile on Gu Xiu's face still remained as he replied, "Of course." Yang Xian glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Damn it! A man on the walls of Fecta City cursed with fury, so the blood puppets were in his possession. It was the seventh young master of the Yang clan, Yang Xing. At this moment, Yang Xing was staring at Yang Yi, while the desire to kill in his eyes seemed almost material. However, he didn't do anything. As far as he was concerned, the best choice right now was to stay and watch them fight. Meanwhile, at the moment Yang Yi had cut open Yang Yan's throat, the face of the elder from the discipline hall had turned gloomy. He said, "Do you realize what you're doing?" "What I'm doing?" Yang Yi laughed fiercely. "Of course I do." As he spoke, he moved his wrist slightly, and a string of blood sprayed from Yang Yan's throat again. However, Yang Yan was still alive. After all, he was a rebirth realm expert. So long as Yang Yi didn't completely obliterate the vitality within Yang Yan or chop off Yang Yan's head, then Yang Yan wouldn't die. The eyes of the elder from the discipline hall narrowed slightly. The fight for succession hasn't begun. The disciples of the Yang clan are prohibited from fighting against each other. Aren't you aware of that rule? Or perhaps you don't take my discipline hall seriously? The discipline hall? Yang Yi chuckled, and then he pulled out his sword and stabbed it into Yang Yan's head. Hiss! A torrent of blood instantly surged out along Yang Ye's sword. The elder's eyes instantly turned icy cold at the sight of this. As for Yang Su, his figure charged at Yang Yi. But it didn't take long for him to stop because Yang Yi had extracted Yang Yan's soul. At this moment, Yang Yan's eyes were filled with terror. He was just a soul right now, so it would only take an instant for Yang Yi to obliterate him. Yang Yi held Yang Yan's soul in his left hand as he gazed at the elder from the discipline hall. The discipline hall? Are you kidding me? What was the discipline hall doing when Yang Yan acted against my friend? What was the discipline hall doing when I was almost killed by this pair of grandfather and grandson just now? But you've shown yourself when I'm about to kill them? Fucking old bastard. Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I have no fucking backing? Huh. The elder's face became extremely unsightly from being cursed at in public. He was about to attack, but Yang Su stopped him and said, "Brother Yang Lin, he still has my grandson." The elder called Yang Lin glanced at Yang Yi. "Release his soul or I guarantee that you'll suffer a horrible death." Yang Yi suddenly pointed his sword at Yang Lin. "Old bastard. Let's fight one-on-one. Let the heavens decide who lives and dies. Do you dare?" Clamorous noise resounded from the surroundings. Presently, many guards of the Yang clan had gathered on the city walls. After all, a battle had broken out outside the city, and the commotion created by the advance of Yang Ye's slaughter intent had been so huge. So, the entire Yang clan had been alarmed by it. So, when they saw that Yang Yi actually dared to challenge an elder of the discipline hall to a one-on-one battle, all the guards were utterly shocked. The guards weren't the only ones. Even the other young masters and experts hiding in the surroundings were shocked by Yang Ye's words. Head challenged an elder of the Discipline Hall to a one-on-one battle. The Discipline Hall had quite a supreme status in the Yang clan. After all, it managed the rules and punishment in the Yang clan. Besides a few people, everyone else was subject to the rules of the Discipline Hall. So, not to mention the young masters who had no authority, even those who had great authority would give the Discipline Hall some face. Yet now, someone was actually openly challenging it. Moreover, it was even a young master of the Yang clan who they didn't know. Lu Ligay gulped while cold sweat flowed down his face. He spoke softly. I think I've gotten into big trouble. In the sky far above Fecta City, there were two old men in cloud-white robes there. They were standing side by side, and their gazes were on Yang Yi. The old man on the left spoke indifferently. Yang Gu, aren't you going to stop them? Stop them? The old man on the right, Yang Gu, chuckled. Why would I? That kid's temper is good, very good. Ha ha ha. The old man on the left asked, aren't you afraid that he won't be able to deal with the situation? Yang Gu spoke indifferently. If he can, then it's because he's capable. If he can't, then he deserves to die. The old man on the left nodded. I understand. Obviously, he wanted Yang Yi to fight the Discipline Hall on his own. Yang Lin stared at Yang Yi. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually challenge him in public. Should he accept or not? He definitely had to. If he didn't, how would he hold his head up high in the Yang clan? How would he be able to deter others in the future? Moreover, if he refused, then an inner demon would definitely be formed within him. After all, even he would look down on himself if he didn't dare to accept a challenge coming from a rebirth realm expert. After all, it was impossible for him to swallow such an insult. Most importantly, did he have to fear a cultivator at the rebirth realm? Yang Lin glanced coldly at Yang Yi. Let the heavens decide who lives and dies? Are you sure? Of course. Yang Yi laughed coldly, and then he walked over to Little Sky's soul while holding Yang Yan's soul in his grasp. At this moment, Little Sky was extremely weak, and her body was almost completely translucent. Yang Yi took a deep breath, suppressed the raging desire to kill in his heart, and waved his right hand. He placed Little Sky's soul within the primordial pagoda, and then he pressed Yang Yan's soul against the wall before hanging Yang Yan by the neck with the same black rope which had been used to bind Little Sky just now. How dare you? Yang Zu's expression changed, and he was about to attack. However, Yang Yi suddenly looked at him. Old bastard. Make another sound and I'll obliterate him right now. You. Yang Su was livid. However, he didn't dare to threaten or curse at Yang Yi, because he was very well aware that Yang Yi wasn't joking. Yang Yi glanced coldly at Yang Su, and then he turned to look at Lu Ligay. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a blood puppet appeared by Lu Ligay's side. As for the other, it went over to Yang Yan's side. So long as he gave the command, it would instantly obliterate Yang Yan. Lu Ligay said, Be careful. Yang Yi nodded, and then he turned around and walked towards Yang Lin. If I'm not wrong, the reason Yang Su dared to openly draw me out and kill me is because he notified your Discipline Hall in advance, and your Discipline Hall tacitly approved of it. Am right, aren't I? He was no fool. He was a young master of the Yang clan as well. So, logically speaking, Yang Su and Yang Yin couldn't act against him before the fight for succession. However, they'd done so. Obviously, they'd obtained the tacit approval of the Discipline Hall. Yang Lin spoke indifferently. Does that make a difference? Yang Yi nodded. True, it doesn't. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished on the spot. Yang Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. A moment later, a spear appeared in his grasp, and then he swiftly stabbed it forward. A cold glimmer of light flashed. In an instant, a ray of light surged out from the tip of it like a bolt of lightning, and the space around it started cracking apart. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's figure suddenly stopped when he was about to arrive before Yang Lin, and then he swiftly waved his sword successively. As he waved it, wave after wave of blood-red sword energy sprayed forth like a storm. Rumble. In an instant, numerous explosions resounded, and the space in a huge area throughout the surroundings had completely cracked open. Moreover, the cracks were spreading at a visible rate. Yang Su frowned, and then he seemed to have thought of something, causing his expression to change. "Watch out! Don't let space shatter." As he spoke, he was about to repair the space there. However, a sword howl suddenly resounded. Boom! Along with that sword howl, the cracked-up space in a huge area rumbled and collapsed. As soon as space collapsed, the black hole there strangely started to shrink. At the same time, a blood-red ray of light and a strand of sword energy flashed through the black hole. A shrill cry suddenly resounded from within the black hole. Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from within the city. "Stop!" A moment later, a palm suddenly flashed down from the sky and slammed its way into the black hole. Bang! An explosion resounded from within the black hole, and then the space there was gradually restored to normal. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Yang Lin's figures had appeared once more before the eyes of everyone here. At this moment, Yang Lin was lying flat on the ground. His arms were gone, and Yang Ye's foot was on his head. However, there was a palm print on Yang Ye's chest, and it was caused by the attack launched by the expert Hood shouted from within the city. The palm print on his chest was very deep, and it had almost pierced through his entire body. Yang Yi looked towards the distance, and he saw an old man with white eyebrows. It was the vice hall master of the discipline hall, Yang Wuyin. Yang Wuyin gazed coldly at Yang Yi. "Let him go. I don't want to repeat myself. Understand?" Suddenly, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down. Bang! Yang Lin's head instantly exploded apart, and blood sprayed in all directions. Chapter 1644. What do you want? Silent. Deathly silent. If Yang Yi had just been challenging and offending the discipline hall earlier, then now Head slapped it on the face, and Head slapped it hard. Interesting. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Jian's mouth. This cousin brother of mine isn't ordinary. He isn't ordinary at all. The black-robed old man behind Yang Jian spoke indifferently. "Foolish?" Yang Jian shook his head. "He isn't foolish. If he can win in this battle, then those fellows in the Council of Elders will definitely pay attention to him and even foster him. Because while he isn't suited to be the patriarch, he's absolutely suitable to be a pioneer. If our Yang clan wants to gain even more worlds, then it needs someone who dares to fight and charge forward in battle." He paused for a moment and continued. "Our clan never entrusts all its hopes onto a single person, and a single person can't support the entire clan either. So, the clan normally has one person who's in charge of the clan's internal affairs, the patriarch, and the other is in charge of the external affairs." The black-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi. "I understand. He's suitable for leading the clan on the outside." Yang Jian nodded, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "He may be a candidate to assist the next successor." The old man asked, "What about the eldest young miss?" "Yang Lianshuang." Yang Jian's eyes narrowed slightly. He fell silent for a long time before he said, "That eldest young miss of ours will probably not be willing to just assist." The old man fell silent for a short while, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "Should we help him?" Yang Jian shook his head. "Let's continue watching. Let's see if he has the right to be the pioneer for our Yang clan." Meanwhile, at the moment Qian Hu and Gu Xiu saw Yang Yi stomp apart the elder's head, their expressions simultaneously became solemn. At this moment, they felt a trace of fear. As for Yang Xian, her eyes drooped while she remained silent. No one knew what she was thinking. "He's got balls." Yang Gu smiled. "Yang Tsung, that kid is really brave." The old man by his side, Yang Tsung, nodded. "He is. I just wonder if his strength can keep up with it." Yang Gu chuckled and gazed at Yang Yi. "Won't we know soon?" Meanwhile, at the moment Yang Yi stomped open the old man's head, Yang Huayan's face had instantly turned gloomy, and a violent aura seeped out from him. Everywhere it passed, space rippled in its wake. Yang Yi suddenly raised his leg and kicked the old man's corpse, causing the latter to transform into a shadow that flew over to Yang Wuyin. After that, Yang Yi pointed his sword at Yang Wuyin and asked, "What do you want?" "It'll keep you company to the end of it." Countless people gazed at Yang Wuyin. What did he want? He naturally wanted to kill Yang Yi. If Yang Wuyin didn't act against Yang Yi, it was obvious that from today onward, the Discipline Hall's influence would be completely destroyed. It was obvious that more and more would try to resist the Discipline Hall, and it would be especially so for the unruly young masters of the clan. So, such a precedent couldn't be made. Yang Yi had to be killed and made an example of. Yang Wuyin took a step forward and looked at Yang Yi in the end. You think that you're very strong? Yang Yi shook his head. I've never thought of myself like that, and I've never thought of overturning the Discipline Hall. But Yang Yi's expression became ferocious. Why didn't you act when Yang Su and Yang Yin tried to kill me, but you came to stop me when I was about to kill them? Why? Do I look like I'm easy to bully? Huh. As he spoke, he pointed his sword at Yang Su, but he was looking at Yang Wuyin. Since the Discipline Hall didn't interfere from the very beginning, then don't interfere now. Allow me and Yang Zu's family to deal with the enmity between us. Yang Wuyin spoke coldly. The honor of the Discipline Hall tolerates no offense. If he agreed to not interfere now, then it was obvious that he would be admitting defeat, and the power and influence that the Discipline Hall had accumulated over countless years would vanish in an instant. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Then let's fight. To the death." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a blood-red ray of light that vanished on the spot, and space rippled in its wake. Yang Wuyin's eyes narrowed slightly. A moment later, he pushed his right hand forward. Bang! The space before him surged up like a tsunami, and then it instantly enveloped the ray of light that Yang Yi had transformed into. Boom! An explosion resounded. The space in front of Yang Wuyin shook violently, and then a ray of blood-red light was blasted backwards from there. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi flew around 10K back before he finally dispersed the force from Yang Wuyin's attack. As soon as he stopped, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Yang Wuyin took a step forward, and then he gently waved his right palm down. Hiss! An energy palm suddenly tore its way out of the space before him, and then it shot off in Yang Yi's direction. As it traveled, it tore space into bits, and the powerful energy it contained caused the space in a huge area to tremble incessantly. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though it was impossible to determine the expression he had in his blood-red eyes, everyone could still sense that he had a solemn expression on his face. Lu Ligay spoke solemnly. Watch out! That old man may be a half-step true realm expert. Yang Yi nodded slightly. He fell silent for a moment, and then he closed his eyes slowly. At the instant his eyes were shut completely, a strand of slaughter intent surged out from him, and then it was instantly poured into his sword. When the energy palm arrived less than 10 m away from him, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then he vanished on the spot. A ray of blood-red sword energy flashed forward from where he had been standing. The Sword of Rebirth. The Sword of Rebirth could be said to be the strongest sword technique he had right now. The sword energy and energy palm slammed against each other in midair. Boom! A moment of silence ensued before both shook violently. The energy palm cracked open, but the sword energy was obliterated. At the same time, a figure was blasted away while the energy palm slammed against his chest. Bang! The figure was instantly blasted far away. It was Yang Yi's figure. As soon as he stopped himself, a strand of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The blood flowed incessantly and instantly arrived before his chest. However, it only took an instant for the blood to be absorbed by the heart of slaughter within him. Hey, why don't we flee? Lu Ligay said. That old man is definitely a half-step true realm expert. Flee? Yang Yi shook his head. I can't flee. Who will avenge Little Sky if I flee? Moreover, he couldn't escape. After all, this was the Yang clan's headquarters, so the Discipline Hall definitely had many experts here. The Discipline Hall couldn't use numbers against him right now because it wanted to save face. But once he fled, it would be able to openly gang up on him. Besides that, the Yang clan was a clan that loved battle. So if he shrunk back right now, everyone in the Yang clan would definitely look down on him. In short, he couldn't flee. Moreover, he didn't want to. Meanwhile, Yang Wuyin suddenly took a step forward. You're not bad if compared with the other young masters. and you may have had a slight chance to become the successor if you didn't offend my discipline hall. But now, he slowly raised his right hand. It'll cripple you today so that the disciples of the Yang clan understand a principle. Rules can't be broken, and then discipline hall's dignity tolerates no offense. As soon as he finished speaking, he twisted his right hand and slammed it forward in Yang Yes' direction. Boom! The space before him rippled like waves, and it didn't take long for those waves to overlap and slam down in Yang Yes' direction. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly. He fell silent for a moment before a wisp of resolve flashed through his eyes. A moment later, he took a step forward. In an instant, a mysterious wave of energy appeared here. The sword domain. As soon as the sword domain appeared, the waves in space seemed like they'd been slowed down and became very slow. Meanwhile, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. In an instant, countless rays of sword energy crisscrossed throughout the sword domain. Hiss, 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 hiss. Yang Yes' sword energy instantly slices open the space that was suppressed by his sword domain. In just an instant, a huge black hole had been torn open within the scope of his sword domain. Once the black hole was formed, another mysterious wave of energy appeared within the sword domain. The laws of darkness. After he activated the laws of darkness, the black hole beneath his sword domain instantly started to shrink. Yang Zu's expression changed drastically at the sight of this. Watch out! Meanwhile, the black hole suddenly exploded apart, and thunderous rumbling resounded incessantly. At this moment, everyone was staring at that expanse of pitch-black space without blinking. Who won or lost? Or perhaps, who's alive and who's dead? Time trickled by. It didn't take long for the black hole to gradually return to normal. Yang Yi and Yang Wuyan appeared before their eyes again. At this moment, Yang Yes' right arm was gone. Moreover, his chest had caved in completely, and it looked extremely horrifying. Yang Yi lost? Such a thought appeared in the minds of countless, because Yang Wuyan seemed to be completely fine. However, it only took a while for their expressions to change. Because Yang Wuyan's body was ethereal, only his soul remained. In other words, his body had been destroyed. Moreover, there was a red glow around Yang Wuyan's body. Slaughter intent. Yang Yi had restrained Yang Wuyan's soul. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked towards the city, discipline hall. What do you want? A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice came from within the city. What do you want? Me. A ferocious smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yes' mouth, and then he clenched his right fist in Yang Wuyan's direction. Boom. The slaughter intent which surrounded Yang Wuyan exploded apart, and Yang Wuyan's soul was obliterated with it. Yang Yi looked straight into the city. That's what I want. Chapter 1645, The More Useful One Lives. Silence. Deathly silence. This time, Yang Yi hadn't just slapped the discipline hall on the face. Head stomped on its face. Head killed 2 members of the discipline hall in succession, and they were an elder and vice hall master. This time, the discipline hall had really bitten off more than it could chew. However, it was what many people in the Yang clan hoped to see. Or it should be said that many took pleasure in the discipline hall's misfortune. After all, it was extremely arrogant, and it specialized in doing things that offended others. So, seeing the discipline hall suffer made many people cry out with happiness in their hearts. If the discipline hall couldn't deal with Yang Yi today, then it was obvious that its influence and prestige in the Yang clan would vanish completely. In the future, more and more would stop giving it face. Why isn't the Council of Elders doing anything? The old man behind Yang Jian spoke abruptly in a low voice. A senior Zenith Realm expert and a half-step True Realm expert were lost just like that. Yang Jian shook his head slightly. They can't. The old man was puzzled. Why? Yang Jian gazed at Yang Yi. This time, it's the discipline hall that's in the wrong. Because they should have stepped forward and stopped Yang Su and Yang Yin from trying to kill Yang Yi. However, they didn't, and they even allowed Yang Su to continue. If Yang Yi was weak and killed, then it wouldn't be a problem. But they didn't expect him to be so strong. Besides that, when Yang Lin took Yang Zu's side, the discipline hall was bound to have no way to back down anymore. Yang Jian paused for a moment at this point, and then he continued, if the Council of Elders helps the Discipline Hall and takes its side, then it would represent that they're abandoning Yang Yi. Just think about it. If the Council of Elders took the Discipline Hall side, then based on Yang Ye's character, his heart would definitely not be with the clan anymore, and he may even leave the clan. Even if he doesn't leave the clan, he would definitely hold a grudge against the Discipline Hall and Council of Elders. He may not have the strength to take revenge now, but what about in the future? The old man nodded. Obviously, the Council of Elders doesn't want to abandon him. Of course. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Jian's mouth. Yang Yi is just at the rebirth realm now, but he killed a half-step true realm expert. So what would happen when he attains the zenith realm and half-step true realm? The black-robed old man fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Jian added, in the Yang clan, the more useful person gains the clan's support. If irreconcilable enmity arises between our eldest young miss and Yang Yi, then I believe the Council of Elders will abandon Yang Yi and allow her to kill him. He paused for a moment and continued, there's no familial love in the Yang clan. The more useful one lives. The old man fell silent and didn't dare say anything. Meanwhile, the city gates of Fecta City creaked open slowly, and then an old man in a violet robe walked out from within the city. The expressions of everyone here changed when they saw the old man. Yang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly while her fists were clenched tightly. As for Gu Xiao and Qian Hu, they frowned. Meanwhile, the eldest young master, Yang Jian's, expression had turned extremely solemn as well. At this moment, everyone had solemn expressions on their faces, because they hadn't expected this old man to step forward himself. Because the old man was the Discipline Hall's master, Yang Lu, the master of the Discipline Hall. Just like the Patriarch and Council of Elders, the master of the Discipline Hall was a legendary figure as well, because even most of the Yang clan's members had never seen him. Yet now, they hadn't expected that he actually came himself. Lu Legay's expression had turned solemn as well. A true realm expert. The true realm. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Lu in silence, and his gaze was absolutely calm. However, the divine flame in the tuned level of the primordial pagoda had started to flicker. Yang Lu stopped around 1.5 m away from Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi and nodded. Rare, truly rare. You were able to grow to such an extent without relying on the help and resources of the clan. You're really not bad. Yang Yi looked up at Yang Lu. Shall we fight? Shall we fight? Countless people were stunned by this. Shall we fight? Yang Yi had challenged the Discipline Hall's master. Has he gone mad? Everyone had this question in their minds. After all, the master of the Discipline Hall was a true realm expert. Even though the true realm wasn't the limit of the medium universe in Milky Way system, they were absolutely rare. At the very least, the Yang clan didn't have more than 5 that were known to the public. Yet now, Yang Yi had actually challenged a true realm expert. But he was only at the rebirth realm. As far as many were concerned, it wasn't courage but madness and conceit. Lu Legay was stunned when he heard Yang Yi, and then he gulped while cold sweat flowed down his head. Yang Yi had challenged a true realm expert. Not to mention a true realm expert, Lu Legay didn't even dare to challenge a half-step true realm expert, but Yang Yi had dared to do so. Moreover, Yang Yi was only at the rebirth realm. In the sky above Fecta City, Yang Gu suddenly chuckled. Interesting. This little fellow is getting more and more interesting. Yang Tsang nodded. It is getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, Yang Lu stared at Yang Yi, because he too had never expected Yang Yi to actually dare to challenge him. A rebirth realm cultivator challenging a true realm expert? It wasn't unheard of in history, but such monstrous geniuses had rarely existed. They could be counted with just 2 hands. A moment of silence ensued before Yang Lu replied, Actually, I'm quite curious. I'm curious about what makes you so confident. Yang Yi shrugged. There's no reason. I just don't have a way out, right? Yang Lu nodded slightly. Neither does my Discipline Hall. However, he gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Just killing you is quite a pity, and my subordinates were in the wrong. So, how about we do this? You resist an attack of mine. If you succeed, then my Discipline Hall will let bygones be bygones. What do you think? Lu Legay suddenly asked. What if he fails? Yang Lu spoke indifferently. Then he deserves death. Lu Ligay gazed at Yang Yi, and then shook his head while speaking via voice transmission. True realm experts are unfathomably strong. You definitely won't be able to withstand his full strength. Yang Yi gazed at Lu Ligay and chuckled. I can't back down now, and I don't want to. As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Lu. If I succeed, then we can let bygones be bygones. However, there's one more thing that I want. I want you to stop interfering in the enmity between me and Yang Zu's family. Yang Lu fell silent for a moment before he said, You refuse to compromise? Yang Yi looked Yang Lu in the eyes. I know that if your discipline hall wants to protect them, then it'll definitely be unable to kill them today. But what about in the future? I'm quite a petty and vengeful person. If you stop me today, then it'll make the discipline hall vanish from the Yang clan in the future. Yang Zu's face became gloomy, but he remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Yang Lu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, Aren't you afraid that it'll kill you? Yang Yi replied, You won't hold back anyway, right? Yang Lu nodded, True. Then, are you ready? Yang Yi turned to look at Lu Ligay. Leave? Lu Life was slightly stunned. What are you trying to say? Yang Yi replied, I was very surprised that you came, but this is my own business. So, don't interfere. Leave now. Otherwise, if anything happens to me, then you'll be buried with me. Lu Ligay shook his head. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if I leave now. To be honest, I don't really want to have anything to do with you. Because you're too sneaky sometimes. But you're really loyal too. For example, the rebirth fruit. If it wasn't for you, I would probably still be at the dualism realm. So, since you're a good friend, I, Lu Ligay, have to be one too. He turned to look at Yang Su and Yang Lu, and then he continued, Even though I'm quite afraid right now, it can't be helped. I can't afford to suffer the insult and humiliation from leaving right now. Yang Yi gazed at Lu Ligay for a long time before he said, Why don't you help me to the end and help me withstand that attack? Fuck off. Lu Ligay cursed. However, it didn't take long for him to pause for a moment and say, Be careful. Yang Yi smiled, and then he turned to look at Yang Lu. I'm ready. Bring it on. Yang Lu asked, Are you sure? Yang Yi nodded, and then he vanished on the spot. At the same time, the shadow behind Yang Lu trembled slightly. The best defense was offense. Yang Yi would never foolishly stand there and defend himself. Attacking was his style. Yang Yi's sword pierced through the back of Yang Lu's head. However, there was no blood because it was just an afterimage. At this moment, Yang Lu was where Yang Yi had been a moment ago. Yang Yi glanced at Yang Lu, and his face became solemn, extremely solemn. Yang Lu glanced indifferently at Yang Yi. The laws of darkness that's comparable to the zenith rank. Not bad. It's the first time I'm seeing it. Unfortunately, you don't understand what the true realm represents. Otherwise, you wouldn't challenge me. Now, it's my turn. He took a step forward while he spoke, and then he tapped his finger forward in Yang Yi's direction. Everything here seemed to have stopped at this moment, and then everyone watched as the space in front of Yang Lu started to vanish bit by bit. It seemed like paper that had been lit up in flames, and it was vanishing bit by bit. The space there hadn't collapsed, it had vanished. Truly vanished. Yang Tsung asked, Should we take action? Yang Gu fell silent for an instant before he shook his head. It's a bet between them. Even if we interfere and save him, Old Man Lu will definitely stop at nothing to kill him. Even though the discipline hall is below us in authority, we can't slap their faces for no reason. After all, it's a fair fight. Yang Tsung nodded and didn't speak again. Meanwhile, at the moment the space there started to vanish, Yang Yi instantly started clenching his fists. It was impossible to withstand. That was what he felt. Suddenly, a ray of white light flashed, and then Snowy appeared in front of Yang Yi. She blinked as she gazed at Yang Yi, and then cracked a smile. After that, she raised her claws, and a wooden sword appeared in her claws. Chapter 1646, I didn't expect him to be so weak. The wooden sword. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy and the wooden sword, and he was stunned. After that, he took the wooden sword in his left hand, and quickly sent Snowy back into the primordial pagoda, because the space that was 10 m away from him had vanished completely. It naturally didn't vanish for no reason, and it had vanished because a mysterious wave of energy was stretching towards him. Meanwhile, that mysterious energy had arrived before him. Yang Yi looked down at the wooden sword in his grasp. He didn't know why it wasn't rejecting him, but he knew that it was definitely because of Snowy. He was really curious about how Snowy had convinced it to help him. Of course, he didn't have the time to think about that right now. Yang Yi closed his eyes while slaughter intent surged madly towards the wooden sword. However, the wooden sword suddenly shook violently, and then a ray of light rippled out from it. In an instant, Yang Yi's slaughter intent was obliterated. It rejected it. The wooden sword rejected slaughter intent. Yang Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected it to reject slaughter intent. Moreover, he could sense that it was actually very angry. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he issued a command in his heart. The slaughter intent surged completely back into his body, and then sword intent appeared around him. Once the sword intent appeared, he didn't even have to issue a command before the wooden sword trembled and absorbed all the sword intent. Yang Yi glanced at the wooden sword, and then he slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, the mysterious energy was just less than 2 m away from him. A moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The Sword of Rebirth. The same technique, but with a different sword. At the moment Yang Yi vanished, the space around him suddenly collapsed, and then a ray of light surged in Yang Lu's direction. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed and was obliterated, and the destruction was swiftly spreading in all directions. In just an instant, the space in an area of over 10,000 kilometers had been completely obliterated. Moreover, the mysterious energy Yang Lu created had suddenly stopped on the spot when the ray of light appeared, and then it started to disperse slowly like ice melting beneath the scorching sun. Actually, many hadn't even been able to witness all of this, because at the moment Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot, it has been absolutely too swift. Only some comparatively stronger experts here could see Yang Yi's movements. As for the rest, all they saw was the ray of light appear. Space collapsed, and then a ray of light appeared in front of Yang Lu. At the moment Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light and vanished on the spot, Yang Lu's face had instantly become solemn, and there was a trace of shock in his eyes. A moment later, he pushed her right palm forward, and he struck Yang Yi's wooden sword with his palm. Bang! As soon as they collided, the space in a huge area instantly cracked apart. At the same time, Yang Lu's feet scraped against the ground as his figure was pushed backwards by the impact. Something worth mentioning was that after Yang Lu's figure moved around 300 m back, the ground in a huge area around him had suddenly started to collapse and cave down. In just an instant, a huge abyss had appeared on the ground, and the ground at its bottom was still collapsing incessantly. It was because Yang Lu had diverted the force to the ground. At this moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. Did he take something to enhance his strength? Everyone here was wondering the same thing, because Yang Yi had actually pushed a true realm expert back. But it didn't take long for some with sharp gazes to notice the wooden sword that Yang Yi was holding. Far above in the sky, Yang Gu and Yang Tsang's gazes descended onto the wooden sword in Yang Yi's grasp. At this moment, there was quite a solemn expression in their eyes. A few breaths of time passed before Yang Tsang said, "Is it that sword?" Yang Gu nodded. "It should be." Yang Tsang asked, "What's it doing in his possession?" Yang Gu shook his head. "That isn't the main point. The main point is why it chose him. That sword is one that seeks the absolute truth, absolute kindness, absolute pride, and absolute benevolence. All of its past owners were kind and just people. But Yang Yi is... This doesn't make sense." Yang Tsang shook his head slightly. "Stop guessing. We'll know once we ask him." Yang Gu nodded. "True." Meanwhile, Gu Xiao and Qian, who were staring at the sword in Yang Yi's hand. A moment of silence ensued before Gu Xiao spoke in a low voice. "What sword is that?" Qian, who shook her head. "I've never seen it in my life." Gu Xiao fell silent for a moment and said, "It's so powerful." Qian, who fell silent while her face was very gloomy. Meanwhile, Yang Xian glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. On the battlefield, Yang Yi had stopped. He didn't follow up with another attack because he was almost exhausted. No, it wasn't almost. He was exhausted. That attack had exhausted all his profound energy and physical strength. Moreover, he felt that both his mind and soul were extraordinarily tired. This sword is quite extraordinary, Yang Yi thought to himself. Actually, he was very well aware that his current strength was insufficient to use the sword, because he could sense that the strength it just revealed was far from its true strength. However, his strength wasn't sufficient, so he couldn't bring out that strength. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the wooden sword. Meanwhile, the wooden sword shook abruptly, and then it transformed into a ray of light that entered his body. Yang Yi was rendered speechless by the sight of this. Meanwhile, Yang Lu glanced at his palm. At this moment, it had cracked open. It had cracked open completely, and the cracks extended all the way to his wrist. He fell silent for a moment, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. I didn't expect that sword to be in your possession. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. You know its origins? Yang Lu replied with a question. You don't? Yang Yi shook his head. Yang Lu glanced at Yang Yi. That's interesting. Yang Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? Yang Lu shook his head slightly. You'll find out in the future. He glanced at the surroundings and continued. My discipline hall didn't act fairly today and was in the wrong. We admit our mistakes. However, if you think my discipline hall is easy to bully, then feel free to try. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Yang Yi. You can try it too. His figure vanished on the spot. Once Yang Lu vanished, Lu Legay's expression suddenly changed. Watch out. At the same moment, Yang Yi turned to look towards the distance. At this moment, a figure was flashing rapidly towards him. It was Yang Su. Once Yang Lu failed to kill Yang Yi, Yang Su knew that if he and his grandson wanted to survive, they had to kill Yang Yi, and this was the best opportunity to do that. Because even an idiot could discern that Yang Yi was exhausted, and he didn't have much strength left. At this moment, not to mention a Zenith Realm expert, even a Rebirth Realm expert would be able to kill Yang Yi with ease. Yang Yi's face fell. He had no profound energy left within him, and his body was completely exhausted. In his current state, he couldn't resist a single attack from Yang Su. However, he refused to just wait for death to arrive. Right when he was about to risk everything to defend himself, a golden spear suddenly shot down like a bolt of lightning from the sky. It was extremely swift and instantly collided with Yang Su. Bang! Yang Su was blasted around 3 kilometers away. In an instant, everyone looked towards the area in front of Yang Yi. A woman had appeared there. It was none other than An Nanjing. She's strong. Yang Gu gazed at An Nanjing and spoke solemnly. Just a casual attack from her repulsed a Zenith Realm expert that truly reached the Zenith. Who is she? Yang Gu's question was the same question that many people had in their minds, and all of their gazes descended upon An Nanjing. However, An Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi. Are you all right? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I wouldn't be if you didn't get here in time. She turned to look at Yang Su and asked, Do you want him dead or alive? The countless spectators were stunned once more when they heard her. Do you want him dead or alive? Isn't she a little too arrogant? Yang Yi was slightly stunned as well. He glanced at An Nanjing and replied, Alive. An Nanjing nodded slightly. 10 moves. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Bang! At the exact same moment, an explosion resounded abruptly in the distance. After that, everyone watched with shock as Yang Zu's figure was blasted 3 kilometers away. Everyone was astounded. Suddenly, An Nanjing vanished on the spot again. Bang! Yang Su was blasted away again, and he flew over 6 kilometers away this time. Yang Gu and Yang Tsang exchanged glances, and both of them saw a serious and shocked expression in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, An Nanjing tapped her right foot down, and then her figure vanished on the spot again. Bang! Yang Su was blasted backwards again. This time, he flew for almost 10 kilometers before he finally stopped himself. As soon as his figure stopped, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He wiped off the blood and looked up at An Nanjing. Who are you? And Nanjing didn't speak. She just raised Sky Split and pointed it at Yang Su. A moment later, her figure spun around on the spot, and then she tossed Sky Split in Yang Zu's direction. A ray of golden light flashed. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded abruptly, and everyone immediately moved their gazes towards Yang Su. Yang Zu's expression had changed drastically as he quickly slapped his palm forward. Hiss! The spear pierced through Yang Zu's palm, and the powerful force within it carried Yang Zu's figure along as it continued forward. Bang! In the end, Yang Su was nailed to the city wall. He didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. Had been utterly crushed. All the spectators were rendered speechless by this scene. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing. You said 10 moves, but you only used 4. Nanjing glanced at Yang Su, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. I didn't expect him to be so weak. She paused for a moment and continued. I only used 40% of my strength. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chapter 1647, Didn't you want to fight? 40%. She had only used 40% of her strength to render a Zenith Realm expert, like Yang Su, completely powerless before her. The expressions of everyone here became quite unsightly when they heard her. Of course, their faces were mostly covered in shock. Yang Su was no ordinary Zenith Realm expert. He was a true senior Zenith Realm expert, and he wasn't an existence that ordinary Zenith Realm experts could compare to. If Yang Yi took his opponent by surprise, then he was usually able to instantly annihilate Zenith Realm experts. However, he couldn't do that to Yang Su, and that was the difference between Yang Su and those other Zenith Realm experts. Actually, instantly killing them wasn't terrifying. The truly terrifying thing was suppressing Yang Su like how Nanjing had. She had merely used 40% of her strength to completely suppress Yang Su and render him completely powerless to fight back. How terrifying was that? Not to mention the people here. Even Yang Yi felt that it was quite terrifying. Nanjing's strength was so powerful that even he felt it was quite unusual. However, Nanjing paid no attention to the gazes coming from the surroundings. She just went over to Yang Yi's side and stood there with her hands behind her back. She seemed like a god of war. Yang Yi was extremely weak right now, so he needed her protection. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, sat down cross-legged, and then swallowed an energy pearl to recover. Yang Zu's family weren't the only ones in the Yang clan who wanted to kill him. There were many others. An hour later, and after swallowing 2 energy pearls in succession, his profound energy had been completely recovered, and even his physical strength had recovered fully. Besides that, had regrown the right arm had lost in battle earlier. The primordial violet energy's speed of recovery was terrifying as always. Yang Yi stood up and went over to the city walls. Yang Su and Yang Yin were there. One was hung there, and the other was nailed there. What would Yang Yi do? Countless people wondered about the same thing. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto Yang Yin. At this moment, Yang Yin wasn't proud anymore, and he was terrified and in a sorry state. His body had been destroyed, and only his soul remained. So, if Yang Yi acted against him, he wouldn't even have the chance to be reincarnated. Besides that, he didn't want to be reincarnated. Or to be more precise, he didn't want to die. However, he did have some backbone and didn't beg for mercy. Suddenly, Yang Yi slapped his palm in Yang Zu's direction. Bang! Yang Zu's body exploded apart in an instant, but his soul still remained. Now, both Yang Su and Yang Yin only had their souls left. Yang Su stared at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, what do you want? What do I want? Yang Yi smiled fiercely. Why don't you guess? Yang Su spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi, we admit defeat. You admit defeat? Yang Yi chuckled. Do you have a choice? Yang Su stared at Yang Yi. Do you really intend to leave no room for maneuver? That's exactly what I want. Yang Yi's face was ferocious. He waved his right hand, and the pieces of the soul whip which had blasted apart had instantly flown over to him. After that, he swung it at Yang Su. Crack! Yang Zu's soul shuddered while his face warped. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swung the whip again, but it descended upon Yang Yin this time. Yang Yin wasn't as strong as Yang Su, and he immediately let out a shrill cry. However, Yang Yi didn't stop. He just swung it repeatedly, and then numerous cracks of the whip resounded along with Yang Yan's shrill cries. It was horrible, extremely horrible. Souls were extremely weak things, so the pain from being struck by that soul whip was at least 10 times greater than being physically whipped. Yang Yan and Yang Zu's souls gradually became ethereal. At this moment, everyone realized that Yang Yi intended to whip them to death. Suddenly, Yang Su looked up into the sky and roared with fury. Even if my family hasn't contributed any meritorious service over the years, we've still contributed hard work. Is the clan that ruthless to the point of refusing to save us? No reply came from the sky. Yang Yi didn't stop as well, and he just continued swinging the whip. Yang Su suddenly smiled miserably and glanced at the surroundings. See that? Do you see that? This is how the clan treats us. When you're less useful than someone, it can abandon you at any moment. Regardless of how much you've done for the clan. This is the Yang clan. This is our Yang clan. Silence filled the surroundings. Meanwhile, an old man in luxurious robes appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. And Nanjing instantly appeared by Yang Ye's side when she saw the old man. While there was a trace of solemnness in her eyes, there was no fear in them at all. A half-step true realm expert. Yang Yi paid no attention to the old man, and he just continued whipping them. Meanwhile, Yang Su became excited when he saw the old man, Marshal Lang. Out of consideration for the fact that I've followed you for a few hundred years, please save my grandson. The old man was one of the 72 marshals, Marshal Yang Lang. He was ranked at the 3rd position amongst them. Yang Lang gazed at Yang Su and shook his head. I told you to never act rashly before gaining a full understanding of your enemy's ability, because the enemy's strength might far surpass your expectations. Yang Su shook his head slightly. It's too late to say that. He had underestimated Yang Ye's strength. In the beginning, he felt that no matter how monstrous Yang Yi was just a rebirth realm cultivator. But he was a senior Zenith realm expert, and he had 10 other Zenith realm experts under his command. As far as he was concerned, such a force was absolutely sufficient to annihilate Yang Yi if Yang Yi showed himself. But he was wrong. A single mistake caused him to lose the battle. Yang Lang nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Can you let them go? Yang Yi stopped, turned to look at Yang Lang and said, No. Yang Lang nodded slightly. You're an extraordinary genius, so I don't want to become enemies with you as well. However, Yang Su is my subordinate, so I can't just watch without doing anything. But if I do something, it'll stop at nothing to kill you. He looked up into the sky while he spoke. Obviously, he was saying that for Yang Gu and Yang Tsang to hear. A moment of silence ensued before the sky trembled slightly, and then Yang Gu and Yang Tsang appeared here. Yang Gu glanced at Yang Lang. I didn't expect you to come yourself. Yang Lang spoke indifferently. This subordinate of mine would be dead if I didn't. Yang Gu glanced at Yang Su and Yang Yin. They brought this upon themselves. If Yang Yi had tried to kill them first, then the discipline hall would have acted against Yang Yi. Unfortunately, Yang Yi wasn't the one who launched the first attack, and it was Yang Su and Yang Yin. However, they'd underestimated Yang Ye's strength and were taken captive instead. They'd brought it upon themselves. They'd courted death. Yang Lang nodded slightly. I know. However, I'm sure you're aware that I can't just watch as they die. So? Yang Gu fell silent for an instant and gazed at Yang Yi. Stop it here, all right? Yang Yi shook his head. No. The atmosphere here instantly became tense. Yang Gu remained silent for a moment before he said, It's time to put it to an end. Yang Yi stopped swinging the whip and gazed at Yang Gu. Why didn't anyone step forward and ask Yang Su and Yang Yin to stop when they were torturing my friend? Why didn't anyone step forward and tell Yang Su and Yang Yin to stop when they wanted to torture and kill me? Why? Yang Gu fell silent for a long time before he said, Stopping is for your own good. Understand? Yang Yi gazed at Yang Gu. Seniors, are you from the Council of Elders? Yang Gu nodded. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, Why don't you just don't interfere like the discipline hall? All right? Yang Gu's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you want to do? Yang Yi turned to look at Yang Su and Yang Yin. I want to kill them. Anyone who stops me is my enemy. Even if I can't kill that person now, I guarantee you'll definitely kill that person in the future. I definitely will. Meanwhile, Yanggu suddenly asked, "What if we insist on stopping you?" Yang Yi chuckled, and then he gazed at Nanjing. "Let's go." As he spoke, he tossed the whip to the ground, turned around, and walked away. And Nanjing and Lu Ligay immediately followed him as well. Just like that, they started walking off towards the distance. Yang Gu and Yang Tsung exchanged glances, and then Yang Gu gazed at Yang Yi. "We won't interfere anymore." They were compromising. They had to, because if they didn't, then Yang Yi would leave the Yang clan. Even if he didn't leave, based on his character, he would definitely hold a grudge towards the Council of Elders. Even though Yang Yi couldn't fight the Council of Elders now, what about in the future? Once he attained the Zenith Realm, there would probably be no one in the Council of Elders who would be a match for him. Simply speaking, the Council of Elders didn't want to incur this enmity. Yang Yi stopped, and then he turned to look at Yang Gu. Meanwhile, Yang Gu said, "Since you want to deal with it on your own, then do it. However, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself." He gazed at Yang Lang and said, "You too?" Yang Gu and Yang Tsung vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Yang Lang nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. A moment later, he withdrew a golden talisman and crushed it. In an instant, a ray of golden light shot up into the air. In an instant, 10 rays of golden light shot up into the air from within the city, and then 10 spear-wielding men in golden armor appeared behind him. All of them were at the Zenith Realm. They bowed slightly to Yang Lang and spoke in unison, "Marshal, the Golden Spear unit is ready for your orders." At the same time, 10 green armored men with bows on their backs appeared on the city walls. They were all at the Zenith Realm too. They bowed to Yang Lang and spoke in unison, "Marshal, the green armor unit awaits your orders." Clip-clop. Meanwhile, the sound of horse hooves resounded abruptly, and then 3 men in black armor who rode demon beasts which looked like horses had leaped out from the city. In the end, they stopped behind Yang Lang. They bowed to Yang Lang, "Marshal, the mounted unit is ready to execute your orders." 23 warriors. The top 3 of the 7 marshals had the authority to use the 72 warriors, but they could only use a third at once. Yang Lang gazed at Yang Yi. "Didn't you want to fight?" Yang Yi glanced at Nanjing. "Are you afraid?" A moment of silence ensued, and then Nanjing gestured with her right hand. Swish! Skyplet shot out of the city wall and entered her grasp. Nanjing placed her left hand behind her back and held Skysplit in her right grasp. She glanced at Yang Lang's group, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "Do you want them dead or alive?" Chapter 1648, I'll write my name in reverse. Dead or alive? Everyone here was shocked by Nanjing again. My God, those are 23 Zenith Realm experts. 23 Zenith Realm experts. They aren't ordinary Zenith Realm experts either. They are the 72 warriors of the Yang clan. They are the Yang clan's elites. None of them had attained the Zenith Realm through the help of external forces. It could be said that every single one of them wasn't weaker than Yang Su. Besides that, there was a half-step true realm expert here as well. A half-step true realm expert and 23 Zenith Realm experts. Such a force was sufficient to sweep through numerous large worlds. Not to mention large worlds, they could even besiege and kill a true realm expert. But Nanjing was just at the rebirth realm. Just the rebirth realm. Lu Ligay glanced at her, and his eyelids twitched. She's a little heaven-defying. Even though he seemed quite composed, he was actually filled with despair. After all, 23 Zenith Realm experts and a half-step true realm expert would instill despair in anyone. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing for a long time and said, "Dead?" Nanjing nodded slightly, and then she gazed at Yang Lang. Her figure immediately vanished on the spot, and she was in front of Yang Lang when she appeared once more. After that, Skysplit swiftly stabbed forward. Her spear was like a thunderbolt that flashed forward. Yang Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. He clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then both of them were pushed backwards. It didn't take long for Nanjing to stop herself, but Yang Lang was still moving backwards, and he only stopped after moving almost 150 m back. Shocked. Everyone was shocked. Their gazes had descended onto Nanjing, and they felt beyond shocked at this moment. When she completely crushed young Su, they knew that she was very strong, but they hadn't expected her to be this strong. After all, Yang Lang was a half-step true realm expert. However, had been at a disadvantage in their collision. Yang Lang's face gradually became solemn because Nanjing's strength had exceeded his expectations. Once she stopped herself, and Nanjing's right leg moved back slightly, and she pressed her toes against the ground while slowly lifting Sky Split in her right hand. After that, she said, "Moon Piercer." She pushed against the ground with her right foot and instantly transformed into a ray of golden light. Everywhere she passed, space was instantly torn open. Yang Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he clenched his right fist tightly. As soon as his fist was fully clenched, the space around him warped, and then he slammed it forward. Crack! The space around him cracked open. Meanwhile, Nanjing had arrived before him. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then a terrifying wave of energy swept out from where Yang Lang had been standing. However, it took just an instant for the golden light to tear it into pieces. The surroundings instantly became calm once more. At this moment, Nanjing was standing where Yang Lang had been, and Yang Lang was over 300 m away. Moreover, his entire right arm had cracked open, and blood was seeping out incessantly. In an instant, his entire arm was covered in blood. In their second clash, Yang Lang had once again fallen to a disadvantage. Suddenly, Nanjing tapped her foot against the ground. In an instant, she seemed like a butterfly that floated off in Yang Lang's direction. When she arrived around 3 m above him, she took Sky Split in both hands and swung it down at him. Space Slasher. Crack! As soon as her voice resounded, the space in a huge area cracked apart in an instant. Yang Lang's eyes narrowed slightly while seriousness filled them. He immediately flipped his palm, and a round black shield appeared in his grasp. After that, he raised it above him. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded, and then Yang Lang was blasted back along with his shield, and he only stopped after being pushed almost 2 kilometers away. Sky Split! Suddenly, Nanjing's voice resounded again. Everyone looked over towards her. They saw her body moved slightly to the side, and she held Sky Split tightly in her right grasp as she spun on the ground using the tip of her foot. After spinning an entire 360 degrees, she tossed Sky Split at Yang Lang. Hiss! Sky Split transformed into a ray of golden light as it shot forward, and space was torn into bits in its wake. Yang Lang's pupils constricted slightly. He didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. A terrifying, imposing aura swept out from his body, while the black shield in his grasp instantly flew towards Sky Split. After that, he overlapped his palms and pushed them forward. The space before him overlapped like waves and surged forward. Bang! The black shield immediately shattered upon coming into contact with Sky Split, and Sky Split itself didn't slow down at all as it shot towards Yang Lang. Hiss! When it entered the rippling expanse of space, the collision caused that area of space to explode apart. However, Sky Split still hadn't slowed down at all. Bang! Meanwhile, that expanse of space shattered into bits, and then a figure was blasted out of the area. It was Yang Lang. Yang Lang's figure stopped after flying over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he fell to the ground beneath his feet collapsed. At the same time, his figure continued backwards while scraping against the ground. He finally stopped after being pushed around another 1 kilometer back, and then a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. Silent. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone gazed at Nanjing. This time, it wasn't shock that was in their eyes, it was astonishment. Rebirth Realm experts fighting Zenith Realm experts wasn't new in the medium world of Milky Way system, and this included Rebirth Realm experts killing Zenith Realm experts. However, it was extremely rare for a Rebirth Realm expert to defeat a half-step True Realm expert. Moreover, Nanjing hadn't just defeated one, she was completely crushing him in battle. A Rebirth Realm expert was suppressing a half-step True Realm expert in battle. At this moment, everyone was curious about Nanjing's identity, because it was the first time that they'd ever seen her, and they'd never heard of her as well. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Yang Gu and Yang Tsang's gazes were on Nanjing. A short moment of silence ensued before Yang Gu spoke solemnly. I'm afraid even we wouldn't be able to defeat her with certainty. Yang Tsang nodded. This is probably not her true strength. Her true strength. Both of their faces grew solemn. At the same time, the black-robed old man behind Yang Jiang spoke solemnly. She's strong. Yang Jian gazed at Nanjing for a long time and said, very strong. On the other side, Gu Xiu gazed at Yang Xian and asked, who's she? Yang Xian glanced at Nanjing before shaking her head. Gu Xiu glanced at Yang Xian and didn't speak another word. Meanwhile, Yang Lang wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and gazed at Nanjing, the rebirth realm. Haha, I never imagined that I would one day be suppressed by a rebirth realm cultivator. Good. Very good. Each new generation really does excel above the last. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and then a faint blood-red glow appeared around him. At the same time, blood-red lines appeared abruptly on his face. Blood vessels. At this moment, the blood vessels throughout his body had swelled up, and then his aura immediately started to rise madly. At the same time, his eyes started to gradually turn blood-red. Bloodline energy. The mad demon bloodline. He's using his bloodline. Yang Gu spoke solemnly. Yang Lang is going to fight with his life on the line. Of course he is. Yang Tsang spoke indifferently. He'll die if he doesn't. That little girl is so strong without even using her full strength. If she does use her full strengths. SK. He paused for a moment and continued. Are we really not going to stop them? Yang Gu shook his head slightly. We can't stop them under such circumstances. At the very least, we aren't able to. Yang Tsang shook his head and didn't say another word. Meanwhile, once he activated his bloodline, Yang Lang's strength had instantly risen tremendously. A powerful aura surged out from him and made the space around him ripple. Yang Lang looked up at Nanjing while madness filled his eyes. Come on. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Nanjing's eyes narrowed slightly as she stabbed her spear forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Nanjing was blasted almost 1 kilometer away. As soon as she stopped herself, a few kilometers of the ground behind her cracked apart, and the cracks were still expanding rapidly. Meanwhile, Yang Lang vanished once more, and the space in a huge area trembled violently at the same time. They were ripples in space caused by Yang Lang's extreme speed. At the same time, Nanjing was blasted another 1 kilometer away. Weren't you very strong? Yang Lang started walking slowly in Nanjing's direction. Every step he took caused space to tremble intensely. Yang Yi was about to lend her a hand when Nanjing shook her head. I'll do it myself. As she spoke, she stretched out her right hand, grabbed her ponytail, and wrapped it around her neck. After that, she started walking towards Yang Lang while holding Sky Split in her grasp. If I can't kill you in 3 moves, then I will write my name in reverse. All the spectators were stunned speechless. Chapter 1649. Kill them. 3 moves? Everyone here was stunned. She intends to kill Yang Lang in 3 moves after he activated his bloodline? Needless to say, countless people felt that Nanjing was exaggerating. If she was at the Zenith realm, then perhaps they would believe it. However, she wasn't. She was just at the rebirth realm. As far as they were concerned, besides the top monstrous geniuses throughout the medium universe of Milky Way system, only true realm experts could use just 3 moves to kill Yang Lang in his current state. Kill me in 3 moves? Yang Lang was stunned, and then he roared madly with laughter. He laughed for a while before he said, Kill me in 3 moves? How truly laughable. Little girl, I admit you're very strong, but killing me in 3 moves? Not to mention you. Even a true realm expert can't accomplish that. Are you telling me that you're stronger than a true realm expert? And Nanjing didn't waste her breath, and she just took a step forward. Bang! As soon as her foot hit the ground, a wave of terrifying intent surged out from within her. Fist intent. Returnal rank fist intent. Everyone here was stunned, and then they shook their heads. Even though returnal rank fist intent was strong, They felt she was dreaming if she thought she could kill Yang Lang with 3 moves by relying on that. Not to mention Returnal rank Fist Intent, even Zenith rank Fist Intent couldn't accomplish that. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Lang's mouth. That's your trump card? And Nanjing didn't say a word. She just took a second step forward. Bang! Another wave of intent surged out from her. Battle Intent. Returnal rank Battle Intent. 2 Returnal rank Intents. At this moment, the expressions of countless people had turned slightly solemn. 2 types of intents at the Returnal rank did make her a genius amongst geniuses. However, they didn't think favorably of her chances. Because Yang Yi had 2 intents too, and one of them was even at the Zenith rank. However, Yang Yi couldn't use just 3 moves to kill a half-step True Realm expert who had activated his bloodline. Yang Lang laughed coldly. 2 types of intents. That's rare. Do you have more? Bang. Meanwhile, another intent surged out from a Nanjing. Spear Intent. Returnal rank Spear Intent. At this moment, countless were visibly moved. While possessing 2 types of intents was rare, it wasn't very rare. Because there were many in the medium universe that had comprehended 2 types of intent. However, 3 types of intent was quite rare. After all, countless people couldn't even comprehend a single intent throughout their lifetimes. Moreover, even if they comprehended them, it was extremely difficult to improve them. Improving 2 intents was even more difficult. As for 3, the difficulty of that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But at this moment, and Nanjing had 3 intents at the Returnal rank. The smile on the corners of Yang Lang's face had stiffened. However, that wasn't the end of it. Another wave of intent had surged out from a Nanjing. Palm Intent. Returnal rank Palm Intent. At this moment, everyone was stunned. However, 2 more intents suddenly surged out of her again. Speed Intent. Strength Intent. Both were Returnal rank intents. 6 types of Returnal rank intents. At this moment, everyone was flabbergasted. As for Yang Lang, his smile had stiffened completely, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. 6 types of intents. 6 types of Returnal rank intents. If 3 made her a genius amongst geniuses, then 6 wasn't something that could be described with just that. It made her a matchlessly monstrous genius. A truly matchlessly monstrous genius. From today onwards, 1 more person would be added to the ranks of the top monstrous geniuses in the medium universe of Milky Way system. However, that wasn't the end of it. Suddenly, the 6 intents around her started to merge. In the end, they merged into a completely new intent. They merged. At this moment, all the spectators were absolutely shocked. It was extremely difficult to merge different types of intents, and it was much more difficult than comprehending and improving them. Because every single intent was unique, so it was obvious how difficult it would be to merge 2 completely different intents. As for merging 6 types, it wasn't just difficult, it was extremely heaven-defying. Yet now, a Nanjing had merged them together. Suddenly, a Nanjing stopped moving, and then she turned to look at Yang Yi. Remember that I told you I hadn't finished learning a move? Yang Yi nodded. I do. Why? You've succeeded? She nodded slightly. I have. As she spoke, she took another step forward. Bang! The aura of the intent and Nanjing emanated suddenly rose rapidly, and it started growing stronger and stronger. Crack! Suddenly, the space in a huge area around her cracked apart. At this moment, the eyes of everyone here was wide open. It wasn't just them. Even Yang Yi's eyes were opened wide. The Zenith rank. It had risen to the Zenith rank. High above in the sky, Yang Gu gazed at a Nanjing for a long time before he said, her natural talent may not be inferior to Lian Shuang. Yang Tsing nodded, indeed. Meanwhile, Yang Lang had an absolutely unsightly expression on his face. He knew that had encountered a monstrous genius that he usually only heard of. In this world, there was a type of people that couldn't be judged by convention. Obviously, a Nanjing was such a person. Suddenly, a Nanjing tapped the tip of her foot against the ground, and then her figure instantly shot forward like an arrow. Crack! Everywhere she passed, space cracked open in an instant. and the powerful aura of the intent she emanated pushed Yang Lang backwards repeatedly. A vicious gaze flashed through Yang Lang's eyes as the blood-red glow around him grew stronger and stronger. A moment later, he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a blood-red bolt of lightning. Bang! Space suddenly shook violently as a rumbling explosion resounded through the area, and then a figure was blasted away. It was Yang Lang's figure. Suddenly, a Nanjing tossed skysplit in Yang Lang's direction. The spear was like a golden ray of light that flashed through the area. Hiss! It stabbed straight into Yang Lang's right shoulder, and then the powerful force it carried took Yang Lang along with it as it flew. In the end, it nailed Yang Lang's figure on the walls of Fecta City. Meanwhile, Nanjing tapped her right foot lightly against the space below her, and her figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. However, right when she approached the city, a green arrow suddenly tore through the air and arrived before her. Nanjing's eyes narrowed slightly, and she slammed her fist forward. Bang! The arrow shattered into bits. However, another arrow had appeared in front of her. Moreover, there were 8 more arrows behind it. 9 arrows in a straight light. They were like a bolt of green lightning that was striking in Nanjing's direction. Nanjing didn't try to dodge, and she just stretched her right hand forward before slamming her palm against the area before her. A powerful wave of energy sprayed out from her palm. Bang! A loud explosion resounded. All 9 green arrows exploded into bits, but the powerful force of the collision blasted Nanjing an entire 3 kilometers backwards. 9 arrows that carried the combined strength of 9 Zenith Realm experts. The strength of that attack had surpassed even Yang Lang's strength. As soon as Nanjing stopped herself, a spear tore through the air towards her. However, Nanjing's expression didn't change at all as she slammed her fist forward. Bang! The spear was blasted flying. Meanwhile, another spear arrived before her. A cold glow flashed through her eyes as her body moved slightly sideways, and then she stretched her right hand forward. Just like that, she caught the spear in her right grasp, and the powerful force within it pushed her backwards repeatedly. However, she stopped herself after being pushed less than 3 back, and then she spun on the spot before tossing the spear off into the distance. Over 1 kilometer away, the expression of a man in golden armor changed, and he quickly stretched his right hand out. Just like Nanjing had done, he grabbed the spear in midair. However, as soon as he did that, his expression changed drastically because the powerful force within it caused his arm to instantly crack open. The spear continued forward and stabbed into his chest, but it merely went less than 5 centimeters into him before it stopped, because Head grabbed tightly onto the spear with his other hand. However, the powerful force it carried still blasted him away. He flew for over 3 kilometers before he finally stopped himself, but even then, his figure was still being pushed backwards repeatedly, and he only stopped when he collided with the city walls. But at this moment, the spear had pierced through his body and nailed him on the wall. After she tossed that spear, Nanjing leaped forward and charged towards Yang Lang. However, it only took a moment for 9 men in gold armor to obstruct her path, and then 9 spears stabbed forward in unison. Bang! The joint forces of those 9 men blasted Nanjing around 3 kilometers backwards again. Meanwhile, they were about to attack again, but a sword howl suddenly resounded, and then a ray of light entered the group of 9. Boom! As soon as the ray of light descended to the ground, it instantly transformed into a ray of blood-red light, and then a wave of powerful slaughter intent blasted them an entire 300 back. And Nanjing walked over to Yang Ye's side, and then she waved her hand. Swish! Sky Split shot out of the city wall and transformed into a ray of golden light that flew into Nanjing's grasp. After that, she gazed at Yang Yi. What shall we do? Yang Yi looked up at those 23 warriors of the Yang clan and said, Kill them. Chapter 1650 The Soul Nurturing Tree. Presently, everyone was looking towards the city, and so were Yang Yi and Nanjing. Meanwhile, the gates to Fecta City opened abruptly, and then a middle-aged man walked out from within the city. Those 23 warriors immediately took a knee when they saw the middle-aged man, and then they spoke in unison, Commander, Commander. The commander of the 72 warriors, Yang Zhen. A solemn expression appeared on Yang Ye's face because Yang Zhen was at the True Realm, another True Realm expert. Yang Zhen glanced at the 23 warriors and nodded slightly. Rise. They immediately stood up and stood respectfully behind Yang Zhen. Yang Zhen gazed at Nanjing, sized her up and said, "You don't seem to be a member of the Yang clan." And Nanjing asked, "Does that make a difference?" "Of course." Yang Zhen continued, "No matter what Yang Yi, Yang Su, Yang Yin, Marshal Yang Lan, and these warriors of mine do, it's an internal affair of my Yang clan. But you're an outsider. The Yang clan won't treat outsiders the same way it treats its own members. Understand? She's my wife." Suddenly, Yang Yi said, "Is she considered to be a member of the Yang clan?" And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Yang Zhen glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. "The daughters-in-law of the Yang clan are part of the clan, of course." He paused for a moment and continued, "Let's put an end to it here, all right? Because if this continues, even our Yang clan can't afford to suffer such losses." Even Zenith Realm experts were quite scarce in the Yang clan, let alone half-step True Realm experts. If Yang Yi and Nanjing continued their slaughter, then all 23 warriors here may be annihilated. Even if they aren't annihilated, at least 90% of them would die. Even the Yang clan couldn't afford to lose over 20 of its warriors. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and replied, "How do you intend to put an end to this?" Yang Zhen fell silent for a moment, and then he raised his right hand and slapped his palm forward. Bang! Yang Yin and Yang Ze's souls on the city walls shattered apart and were obliterated. Yang Zhen looked up at Yang Yi. "Is that enough?" Yang Yi turned to look at Yang Lang, whom Nanjing had heavily injured. Meanwhile, Yang Zhen shook his head. "He's out of the scope of my authority. I don't have the authority to kill him. However, I won't stop you if you want to kill him, but I suggest that you don't." He paused for a moment and continued, "After all, you're very weak right now." Yang Yi asked, "Do you think he'll try to take revenge in the future?" Yang Zhen nodded. "He will." Everyone knew that he would. Yang Lang was a marshal who possessed control over a huge amount of the Yang clan's forces. Once Yang Yi became the successor, or it should be said that once he became the patriarch, what would happen to Yang Lang? So, Yang Lang would definitely stop at nothing to eliminate Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded. "I know that too." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword and waved it in Yang Lang's direction. Hiss! A ray of sword energy tore through the air and shot at Yang Lang. However, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared in front of Yang Lang when it was about to strike its target, and then the old man waved his right hand. Bang! Yang Ye's sword energy exploded apart and was instantly obliterated. A True Realm expert. Another True Realm expert. The old man glanced coldly at Yang Yi, Yang Shun, and ranked the second amongst the 7 marshals. "If you want to take revenge, feel free to come at me in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and Yang Lang vanished along with him. Yang Shin. Yang Yi nodded. "They'll remember that." He gazed at Nanjing and continued, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi started walking towards the city. But right when he was about to enter it, he suddenly looked up at the sky and asked, "Am a young master of the Yang clan too, so I should have my own abode, right?" A moment of silence ensued before a voice came from above, "Of course." Yang Yi nodded, and then he entered the city with Nanjing and Lu Ligay. Once they left, Yang Zhen shot his gaze towards the distance. "Young masters, I presume you're done watching?" "Not yet." Yang Jin and the black-robed old man suddenly appeared not too far away from Yang Zhen, and he smiled. It was very interesting, wasn't it? Yang Zhen spoke indifferently. "Now that he's joining the competition, I believe the competition will be even more interesting, won't it?" Yang Jin nodded. "Isn't that even better?" Yang Zhen said, "It's very good for the Yang clan, but I'm afraid it isn't very good for all of you." Yang Jin shook his head slightly and smiled. "The fight for succession has always been brutal. Commander Yang Zhen, farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with the old man. Meanwhile, Yang Xing and another old man walked over. Yang Xing cupped his fists to Yang Zhen and was about to leave. However, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Seventh brother." Why are you keeping such a low profile today? Yang Xing turned around and saw a white-robed man walking slowly in his direction while holding a folding fan. Yang Ru, the Yang clan's fourth young master. Yang Ru walked over to Yang Xing and smiled. According to my knowledge, you lost two things, and those things seem to be in the possession of that new 10th brother of ours. I was planning to watch you attack and display your strength. Unfortunately, you suddenly acted like this. Could it be that you're afraid of him? Yang Xing glanced coldly at Yang Ru. Fourth brother, want to spar? Yang Ru shook his head. Seventh brother, I have no intention to ridicule you on purpose. I'm not that bored. I'm here to discuss something with you. I'm sure you've realized that Yang Yi is extremely strong, and he has that mysterious woman by his side. TSK. Yang Xing remained silent. Meanwhile, Yang Ru continued. Shall we go talk somewhere else? Yang Xing remained silent for a moment before he turned around and started walking into the city. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ru's mouth, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Zhen looked off into the distance, glanced coldly at a spot there, and then made a grabbing motion with his right hand. Bang! The space there warped, and then Yang Xian's group of three shot out from there. Yang Zhen's gaze descended onto Yang Xian and said, Why did you bring him back here? Yang Xian remained silent. Yang Zhen gazed coldly at her. I would kill you right now if you weren't his younger sister. He immediately vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. The 23 warriors vanished on the spot as well. Yang Xian remained silent for a long time before vanishing on the spot as well. Who was that woman? Gu Xiu spoke in a low voice. Her natural talent is absolutely extraordinary. If she's at Yang Ye's side, Qianhu remained silent. The strength and potential in Nanjing had revealed was truly too terrifying, and they weren't the only ones. Even the entire Yang clan was shocked by it. It didn't take long for the name and Nanjing to swiftly spread throughout the medium universe of Milky Way system. As for Yang Yi, had been completely outdone by her. Actually, Yang Yi would definitely be the one who became famous if a Nanjing hadn't joined the fight. Unfortunately, it was in Nanjing now. The Yi Mansion. This time, Yang Yi gained a mansion of his own in Fecta City. However, he had no guards. The Yang clan would absolutely not send guards to protect him. He wasn't the only one. Even the other young masters didn't get such treatment. They had their own subordinates instead, and most of them were building up a power of their own, or had experts that they'd drawn over to their side. But Yang Yi had nothing. Once they entered the mansion, and Nanjing shot up into the sky above the mansion, and then she sat cross-legged there with Sky Split at her side. Lu Ligay stood on guard at the entrance of the mansion instead. As for Yang Yi, he immediately entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi was stunned when he entered the primordial pagoda. It was because a huge amount of white mist was floating throughout the surroundings. The mist was extremely dense and could be seen clearly with the eye. Spirit energy. The white mist was completely made out of spirit energy. Snowy. It was definitely Snowy's work. Yang Ye's figure vanished on the spot, and it didn't take long for him to find Snowy. Little Sky's ethereal figure was in front of Snowy, and Snowy was holding her and crying incessantly, causing countless strands of spirit energy to speed out from her eyes. Zier, on the other hand, was standing beside them with a helpless expression on her face. Yang Yi walked over to Snowy. Snowy looked up at him and blinked. A moment later, she flew over to Yang Yi, wrapped her claws around his neck and started crying. In an instant, Yang Yi was enveloped in a white mist. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. It took quite some time for Yang Yi to console Snowy to the point she gradually calmed down. Yang Yi held Snowy in his arms as he gazed at Little Sky. At this moment, she was unconscious. It couldn't be helped. The injuries she suffered had truly been too severe. It could be said that if it wasn't for the primordial violet energy here, Little Sky may have vanished completely from this world. Unfortunately, Little Sky was a soul that was injured. So, while primordial violet energy worked on souls, its effects weren't that great. Otherwise, he would have been able to awaken Shao-Chi by now. A moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda with Snowy, and then he vanished from Yi Mansion, and Nanjing and Lu Ligay hurriedly followed after him. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive before Yang Xian in the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion. Yang Yi looked Yang Xian in the eyes. You know how to wake her up and heal her completely, right? Yang Xian fell silent for a moment and replied, Soul Nurturing Wood. Soul Nurturing Wood at the Zenith rank. It can store souls, strengthen souls, and nourish souls. Yang Yi asked, Where can I find it? The Ku clan. Yang Xian spoke in a low voice. They have a soul-nurturing tree. It's the one and only one that's known to exist. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Yang Xian said, Where are you going? The Ku clan. Yang Yi didn't even turn around as he answered her. Yang Xian hurriedly said, The Ku clan isn't weak. Don't be rash. I'm going to reason with them. Yang Yi's figure vanished on the spot. Chapter 1651 Snowy. Lend me your sword. Reason with them? Yang Xian was slightly stunned, and then her figure vanished on the spot. Outside the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion, Yang Xian obstructed Yang Yi's path again. She looked him in the eyes. I know you're very strong, and you have that woman by your side. However, the Ku clan is powerful. Understand? Yang Yi nodded. All the large clans are powerful. I understand. Yang Xian asked, You understand yet still intend to go? Yang Yi glanced at Yang Xian and said, I'm not going to take it from them. I'm merely going to borrow some from them. Yang Xian asked, What if they refuse? Yang Yi replied, Then I'll steal. Yang Xian asked, What if you fail? Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. Then I'll take it by force. The corners of Yang Xian's eyes twitched slightly. She gazed at him for a long time before she said, The Ku clan only has a single main line, so it has very few members. However, she paused for a moment and continued. The Ying clan is the strongest amongst the 8 clans, and then it's our Yang clan and the Wu clan. However, do you know that even the Ying clan wouldn't rashly offend the Ku clan? It isn't just the Ying clan. Even the disciples of our Yang clan wouldn't rashly offend the Ku clan. Yang Yi asked, Why? Yang Xian shook her head. I don't know the true reason. However, their disciples are very strong. Yang Yi nodded. He didn't say another word and just left. Regardless of how mysterious it was or how strong it was, he still intended to try. Yang Xian was about to obstruct Yang Yi again, but a Nanjing suddenly appeared in front of her. A Nanjing glanced coldly at her before turning around and leaving. Yang Xian felt speechless. It didn't take long for Yang Yi, a Nanjing, and Lu Ligay to leave Fekta City. Yang Yi gazed at Lu Ligay and said, Brother Lu, I want to try to thank you. If you need something, just tell me, and I'll definitely rush over regardless of how far or how severe it is. He owed Lu Ligay too much for coming to help him. After all, it was the Yang clan, and the slightest mistake would result in Lu Ligay's death. However, Lu Ligay had still come. Moreover, it was all thanks to Lu Ligay's arrival at the critical moment, or Little Sky would be dead. Lu Ligay chuckled. I'm all alone, so what could possibly happen? But you, on the other hand, have to be careful because the Yang clan's fight for succession is no ordinary competition. Yang Yi nodded, Brother Lu. It's best if you don't come with us to the Ku clan. Let us go ourselves. Lu Ligay replied, I wouldn't be able to go even if you asked, because I have to go home. I'm at the rebirth realm now, so I can head back home and do some things I couldn't do in the past. Yang Yi asked, Do you need help? Lu Ligay shook his head. I want to do it myself. Take care of yourself. Yang Yi nodded. You too. Farewell. Lu Ligay cupped his fist. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Once Lu Ligay left, Yang Yi turned to look at Nanjing. Let's go as well. Their figures vanished on the spot. Yang Yi suddenly asked as they traveled, All 6 of your intents are at the zenith rank? Nanjing shook her head slightly, no. Yang Yi was puzzled. Then how? She replied, A secret technique. It raises my merged intents into the zenith rank for a short while. So that's why. Yang Yi nodded. If Nanjing had attained the zenith rank with all 6 intents, then it would truly be too terrifying. After all, she was only at the rebirth realm. Moreover, her intents had just risen to the returnal rank not too long ago. If she had improved them to the zenith rank already, then others could just give up on cultivating. Even though she hadn't truly attained the zenith rank with her intents, it was still extremely terrifying. It could be said that if true realm experts don't show themselves, practically no one can harm her. Of course, there were countless geniuses and experts in this world, so no one dared to say they were really invincible in the same realm of cultivation. And Nanjing didn't dare, and Yang Yi didn't dare either. It didn't take long for them to leave Heaven Void Continent and arrive in the boundless starry sky. The Ku clan. Their destination was the mysterious Ku clan. However, not long after they left the Yang clan's territory, they suddenly stopped, exchanged glances, and a wisp of solemnness flashed through their eyes. "I've been detected?" Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a black-robed figure suddenly walked out from an expanse of space not too far away from them. A true realm expert. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and a sword appeared in his grasp. At the same time, his profound energy started to circulate. The black-robed figure started walking slowly in Yang Yi and in Nanjing's direction. "I thought about it for a while, and I decided I can't let both of you live. Otherwise, once you attain the zenith realm, even I would probably be no match for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched his right hand forward and grasped. Bang! In an instant, the space around Yang Yi and in Nanjing warped while a mysterious wave of energy slammed down with the intention to obliterate them completely. Suddenly, a ray of sword energy flashed, and then a ray of golden light flashed off right behind it. Bang! In an instant, the space around them collapsed and shattered. Meanwhile, a black shadow appeared behind the black-robed man, and then a sword stabbed towards the black-robed man's nape. At the exact same moment, the black-robed man twisted his right palm slightly. Bang! A wave of energy suddenly rippled out from his back, and it blasted Yang Yi almost 10 kilometers away. Meanwhile, a Nanjing had appeared in front of the black-robed man, and her spear stabbed forward swiftly. At the instant a Nanjing attacked, the black-robed man suddenly stretched out his right hand and tapped the tip of a Nanjing spear. Clang! Sky Split shook violently, and then the powerful force acting upon it blasted a Nanjing backwards. However, a ray of sword energy suddenly appeared behind the black-robed man at the same time, and the black-robed man swiftly turned around and slammed his fist forward. Bang! The sword energy was obliterated while Yang Yi was blasted almost 10 kilometers away again. After blasting Yang Yi away, the black-robed man took a step forward. Just that step allowed him to instantly appear before Yang Yi, and then he slammed his fist forward again. His punch was extremely ordinary and didn't even carry any signs of profound energy. As for the space around it, the space here was completely calm and didn't ripple at all. However, it was exactly such an attack which made Yang Yi's expression change drastically. This time, he didn't dare act carelessly at all. His slaughter intent surged madly out of him and flowed into his sword, and then he raised the sword with both hands before swinging it down. Bang! The sword energy dispersed while Yang Yi was blasted flying. The black-robed man was about to follow up with another attack, but a Nanjing suddenly appeared behind him and swung her spear horizontally at his back. Bang! The space around the black-robed man was instantly blasted into pieces, and the space further away from him had cracked apart. Meanwhile, a ray of sword energy shot over from afar like a bolt of lightning, and the space here couldn't endure the force of these attacks anymore, causing it to collapse completely. In an instant, an area of around 10 kilometers from where the black-robed man was standing had been transformed into a black hole. Suddenly, the black hole shrunk, and then explosions resounded incessantly. The explosions within the black hole caused the space around it to tremble violently. Boom! Over a dozen breaths of time later, the black hole suddenly exploded apart, and then two figures were blasted out of it. It was a Nanjing and Yang Yi. They flew for almost 10 kilometers before they finally stopped themselves, and a wisp of scarlet red seeped out from the corner of their mouths once they stopped moving. Meanwhile, the space there had started to be repaired, and it didn't take long for a wave of mysterious energy to repair it completely. At the same time, the black-robed old man appeared within their fields of vision again. Yang Yi's face fell when he witnessed this scene. He knew that had underestimated a true realm expert's strength. Not bad. Not bad. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man spoke abruptly. Not bad indeed. It's the first time I've seen such a powerful version of the laws of darkness. I presume your laws of darkness have arrived at the zenith rank. Unfortunately, it's far from enough to kill me. Yang Yi suddenly said, You're Yang Shin. The black-robed old man shook his head slightly. Who I am isn't important. Don't you think so too? As he spoke, he took a step forward and raised his palm. A moment later, he slowly pressed it downwards. At the moment his palm started to descend, the space above Yang Yi and in Nanjing suddenly started to overlap and press down towards them. The powerful force within it even caused their figures to ceaselessly descend at a gradual pace. And Nanjing and Yang Yi exchanged glances, and then they simultaneously stomped their right feet down. After that, Yang Yi and in Nanjing transformed into rays of light that shot up into the sky. Bang! Bang! Their joint forces tore apart the space above them, but it didn't take long for them to stop. At this moment, their faces were quite pale, and more blood was seeping out of the corner of their mouths. Needless to say, both of you are truly formidable. Suddenly, the black-robed old man spoke again. Your natural talent and strength are so formidable that even I feel embarrassed of my own ability. I was far inferior to you at your age. Unfortunately, you're too young. As he spoke, he was about to continue. However, Yang Yi suddenly took a step forward and stretched out his right hand. Snowy, lend me your sword. 3 breaths of time later, he received no reply. Yang Yi blinked and spoke again. Snowy, lend me your sword. Another 3 breaths of time passed, but he still received no reply. Yang Yi's face became quite unsightly. He hurriedly immersed his consciousness into his body, and his expression became even more unsightly when he saw her. At this moment, Snowy was snoring on the ground beside Little Sky, and the wooden sword was right under her butt. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 1652 Snowy with a Sword. The black-robed old man didn't give Yang Yi any time. At the same time that Yang Yi's consciousness had been immersed into his body, the old man's figure had transformed into a pillar of black light that charged towards Yang Yi and in Nanjing. And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi, and then she stomped her right foot down and transformed into a ray of golden light that shot towards the old man. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi's clone hurriedly woke up Snowy. Once she woke up, Yang Yi was about to speak, but Snowy suddenly flew over to him, wrapped her claws around his neck, and then her head tilted to the side as she fell asleep again. Yang Yi didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. He patted her light on the butt and said, Snowy, stop sleeping. Hurry, lend me your sword. Snowy rubbed her head against his chest and started snoring again. Yang Yi had no choice but to look at the wooden sword, and he said, Can you let me use you? OM. Meanwhile, the wooden sword shook violently, and then it transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. He was about to defend himself when Snowy woke up. She shuddered when she saw the wooden sword shooting towards Yang Yi, and then she flashed over to the wooden sword and held tightly onto its hilt. In the end, it stopped just 3 m away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi's face twitched. It really doesn't like me. Yang Yi didn't want to waste more time and gazed at Snowy. Snowy, quickly lend me your sword. Even though both in Nanjing and him were very strong, they weren't able to fight a true realm expert. So, he had to ask Snowy to lend him the wooden sword. Because if he used the wooden sword, then in Nanjing and him would have a chance against the old man. However, up until now, the wooden sword only acknowledged Snowy, and it only played with Snowy. It immediately attacked when others tried to touch it. Snowy blinked when she heard him, and then she gazed at the wooden sword and started conversing with it. A short while later, the wooden sword gradually calmed down. However, Snowy looked up at Yang Yi and shook her head. Yang Yi's face fell because the wooden sword had refused. A moment of silence later, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. In the outside world, bang! Yang Yi had just returned to the outside world when in Nanjing was pushed back by the black-robed old man, and her arm had cracked open. A ferocious expression covered his face when he witnessed this scene. He was about to attack when Snowy suddenly appeared in front of him, and she was holding the wooden sword in her claws. Yang Yi was slightly stunned by this, and then he felt delighted. It agreed? Snowy shook her head, and then she held the wooden sword in her arms as she turned to look at the black-robed man. A moment later, she pointed her right claw at the old man. Swish! Yang Yi watched with astonishment as the wooden sword transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the black-robed old man. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the old man was pushed over 30 m back. However, the old man had slapped the wooden sword back to Snowy. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. A wisp of surprise flashed through Nanjing's eyes, and then she glanced at the wooden sword with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Snowy definitely didn't have such strength. It was entirely the wooden sword's own strength that had pushed the old man back. The wooden sword was actually able to push a true realm expert back on its own. What sword is that? Not to mention in Nanjing, even Yang Yi was quite shocked. Where is that sword from? Yang Yi was really quite curious. Excitement instantly flashed through Snowy's eyes when she saw the old man being pushed back, and then she hurriedly drew a circle with her claw. The wooden sword immediately transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. But this time, it was quite strange because it was spinning in a circle as it shot towards the old man. It was a circling ray of light. The black-robed old man stood there silently for a moment, and then he suddenly took a step forward before stretching his palm forward. In an instant, the space before him started to condense in layers, and it didn't take long for the wooden sword to be trapped by those layers of space. Yang Yi's face fell at the sight of this, and he was about to act. However, Snowy suddenly raised her right claw and started drawing circles swiftly. Meanwhile, the wooden sword suddenly started spinning on the spot. As it spun, rays of light surged out incessantly from it, and it only took an instant for it to tear open the layers of space around it. Yang Yi was stunned speechless by the sight of this. After it tore the space open, Snowy's eyes opened wide as she pointed at the black-robed old man again. Swish! A ray of light instantly shot forward like a bolt of lightning, and it arrived before the old man in an instant. Meanwhile, the old man clenched his right fist and punched the ray of light. Boom! The space in a huge area trembled violently, and then the wooden sword was blasted flying. However, the old man was pushed over 30 m back as well. Snowy blinked, and then she pointed at the old man again. However, the wooden sword didn't fly towards the old man, and it flew back to her instead. After that, it shook slightly and seemed to be talking to her. It didn't take long for Snowy to look up at Yang Yi and start waving her claws. A short while later, Yang Yi figured out what she meant. Snowy was telling him to attack because there was no more spirit energy within the wooden sword, so she had to replenish its reserves. Once she finished telling him that, Snowy took the wooden sword in her arms and went behind Yang Yi, and then she opened her mouth in the wooden sword's direction. In an instant, countless strands of milk-white spirit energy surged out from her mouth, and they were immediately absorbed by the wooden sword. Yang Yi was stunned speechless by the sight of this. So it's that sword. Suddenly, the black-robed old man spoke abruptly. I'm really surprised. I didn't expect it to be in your possession. Yang Yi gazed at the old man. You know what it is? The old man replied with a question. You don't? Yang Yi shook his head. I still don't know. The old man nodded. It isn't important. Since it's in your possession, even I would probably not be a match for you once you grow a little stronger. So, you should just die right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his right foot against the space beneath him, and then his figure instantly transformed into a pillar of black light that shot forward. Everywhere he passed, space collapsed and was obliterated in an instant. Meanwhile, Nanjing appeared by Yang Yi's side. Both of them fell silent for an instant, and then Yang Yi suddenly stomped his foot down and transformed into a ray of light that surged forward like a bolt of lightning. The Sword of Rebirth. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly grabbed Skysplit and tossed it at the old man. Skysplit tore through space and shot ahead, and then she suddenly appeared behind it and kicked its base. Hiss! Skysplit's speed rose explosively, and it shot past Yang Yi and slammed against the black pillar of light. Bang! An explosion resounded as soon as they came into contact. Sky Split was blasted flying by the powerful energy within the black pillar of light. But at the same time, the ray of light which Yang Yi had transformed into had arrived before the black pillar of light. Bang! Another rumbling explosion resounded, and then a huge expanse of the starry sky around them shook violently. Meanwhile, Nanjing charged over once more with Sky Split in her grasp. After that, countless rays of golden light and sword energy flashed. Bang! 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 Explosions rumbled incessantly, and the space here started to tremble violently as if it was on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Snowy had stopped pouring spirit energy into the wooden sword. She turned to look towards Yang Yi and the others, and then she blinked before quickly hugging the wooden sword in front of her. At this moment, she had the slight desire to run. However, Yang Yi was still there. So, she was quite conflicted, because she was quite afraid, but she didn't want to abandon Yang Yi and run. After feeling conflicted for a while, she pouted while a trace of anger arose in her eyes. After that, she looked down at the wooden sword, and then she pointed at the pitch-black expanse of space in the distance. Swish! The wooden sword instantly shot forward like a bolt of lightning, and then it transformed into a ray of light that entered that expanse of space. Bang! A loud explosion instantly resounded from within the black hole. After that, the black hole started to tremble violently. At the same time, the space in the surroundings actually started to crack apart, while countless spatial rifts started expanding madly in all directions. Snowy blinked at the sight of this, and she started to move backwards. Suddenly, a rumbling explosion resounded from within the black hole, and then a sword was blasted out of it and shot over to Snowy. It was the wooden sword. Over a dozen breaths of time later, that expanse of space started to recover slowly. In next to no time, that expanse of space had been completely repaired, and Yang Yi and the others appeared there. A moment of silence ensued before the black-robed old man spoke abruptly. I underestimated both of you a little. Needless to say, you're really strong. If both of you attain the Zenith realm, no, if both of you get half a step away from the Zenith realm, then even I would have to fear your joint strength. Yet now, both of you are still too weak. As he spoke, he charged towards Yang Yi and Nanjing. Yang Yi and Nanjing were about to attack again when the black-robed old man's figure suddenly changed direction and shot towards Snowy. Snowy's eyes instantly opened wide when she witnessed this scene. She just held tightly to the wooden sword in her arms, and she was at a loss for what to do. Chapter 1653 will take it from the Ku clan. The opponent that the black-robed old man feared the most wasn't Yang Yi or Nanjing, and it was the sword. Or to be more precise, he was afraid that the sword would join forces with Yang Yi. Even though it was strong right now, its strength was limited, because it wasn't being wielded by anyone. However, once someone like Yang Yi wielded it, then its strength would multiply. At that time, Yang Yi and Nanjing would be able to pose a threat to him. So, for safety's sake, Head decided to seize the sword first. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically when he saw the old man charge at Snowy. He stomped his right foot down, and his figure transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the old man. However, how could his speed compare to a true realm expert? At this moment, the old man was in front of Snowy, and he slapped his palm at Snowy. Snowy blinked, and then she let go of the wooden sword and covered her eyes with her claws. At this moment, her body was trembling incessantly. She was absolutely terrified. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's eyes had almost split apart with rage. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a linen robe appeared before Snowy, and the mysterious figure's right hand stretched out and shook slightly. Bang! A wave of energy sprayed out from it. In an instant, the black-robed old man was pushed around 300 m back, and the mysterious figure was similarly pushed around 300 m back. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had arrived before Snowy, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Snowy was fine. Snowy seemed to have noticed something, so she moved her fingers, and she saw Yang Yi through the cracks. As soon as she saw Yang Yi, she immediately jumped into his arms and started wailing. In an instant, Yang Yi was covered in a white mist. Yang Yi patted Snowy gently and sent her into the primordial pagoda, and the wooden sword quickly followed after her. Yang Yi turned to look at the mysterious figure in linen robes. The mysterious figure was completely covered beneath the robe, and Yang Yi's divine sense would automatically vanish upon arriving 3 m away from him. So, Yang Yi couldn't find out who it was. Suddenly, the black-robed old man asked, "Who are you?" The mysterious figure replied with a question, "And who are you?" The black-robed old man fell silent for a long time, and then he turned around and vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at the mysterious figure. "Thank you." The mysterious figure fell silent for a moment before he said, "He's a member of the Yang clan." Yang Yi asked, "You're from the Yang clan too, right?" The mysterious figure didn't answer him and just fell silent for a while before speaking again. "If I were you, I would get far away from the Yang clan and never come back." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" The mysterious figure replied, "Your father had many subordinates all those years ago, and most of them hold important posts in the Yang clan. However, do you know why no one has come to you since you got back?" Yang Yi asked, "Why?" The mysterious figure replied, "Some are afraid of getting in trouble, and some want to protect you." Yang Yi asked, "What do you mean?" The mysterious figure replied, "Your father was one of the numerous young masters from that time. He was certain to be selected as patriarch. Unfortunately, something happened to him, and his cultivation vanished. So, someone else is the patriarch now. Do you understand what I mean?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "The Yang clan's patriarch wants to kill me?" The mysterious figure shook his head. "No one can stop him if he wants to kill you. But you have to realize that your father offended many as well. They similarly hold important posts in the Yang clan. Moreover, some of them are much stronger than they had been. For example, that fellow from before." Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure continued, "They are worried that you're back to take revenge, because they took everything your father gained for the clan. Besides that, they even secretly attempted to kill your father all those years ago. Now that you're back, you're participating in the fight for succession, and your natural talent is so extraordinary, how could they avoid feeling worried?" He paused for a moment and continued, "Do you know why they aren't openly attacking and killing you? Or why both the Discipline Hall and Council of Elders had made a compromise earlier?" Yang Yi shook his head. "It's because of your father." The mysterious figure spoke in a low voice, "Because no one knows if your father is still alive. They dare not openly attack and kill you when they haven't confirmed that." Yang Yi asked, "Was he very strong in the past?" The mysterious figure fell silent for a short while and replied, "In the history of the Yang clan, there have been 3 with the best natural talent. The first is the ancestor of the Yang clan. He attained a certain level of cultivation, allowing his bloodline to undergo a transformation, and then he created the Yang clan. The second is your father. Had overcome the shackles of the clan's bloodline, and he was about to obtain his own new bloodline. Unfortunately, that mishap occurred before he could succeed." Yang Yi asked, "What about the third?" "Yang Lianshuang." The mysterious figure spoke in a low voice, "The most monstrous genius in the Yang clan right now." Yang Yi glanced at Nanjing and asked, "What if Shed compared to both of us?" "She's superior to you." The mysterious figure hadn't even hesitated to give him this answer. Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure gazed at Nanjing, fell silent for a long time, and said, "You're very formidable as well, if compared with her. Even I dare not say for certain which one of you possesses a superior natural talent. However, you're no match for her right now." Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "Why?" The mysterious figure spoke in a low voice, "Because she's at the Zenith realm at least, right now." The Zenith realm? Yang Yi fell silent. Once such geniuses attained the Zenith realm, they would be absolutely terrifying. Not to mention Yang Lianshuang. Even if he attained the Zenith realm, his combat strength would definitely become extremely terrifying. At the very least, he wouldn't have to fear true realm experts. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure said, "Leave. You've saved your friend. You can take your friend and get far away from Milky Way system. The further the better." Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and shook his head. "I can't leave." The mysterious figure asked, "Why?" Yang Yi replied, I once thought that if I didn't return to the Yang clan and participate in the fight for succession, then the Yang clan wouldn't come looking for trouble with me. But I was wrong. They know I'm alive and know I have potential, so even if I leave, they still won't let me live. Only a dead person is the safest, right? The mysterious figure fell silent for a moment and replied, "You can go far away." Far away? Yang Yi shook his head. "It won't make a difference. Because my loved ones are in Merak's system. If I flee, they'll definitely act against my loved ones and force me to return. So, I can't leave. I don't want to care about the enmity between the previous generation, but since they aren't willing to let me live, then I have to care about it even if I don't want to. We're all human. I'm not afraid of them." The mysterious figure gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "The situation in the Yang clan is very complicated." Yang Yi replied, "I have to do it no matter what, because I'm a member of the Yang clan while I reside in the Yang clan. So, just as you've said, they wouldn't dare to openly kill me. However, if I leave the Yang clan, then I won't be a member of the Yang clan anymore. At that time, they won't have to fear anything. At that time, they'll be in a worse situation." Presently, Head realized that there were things he couldn't avoid. Just as Head said, he would be a member of the Yang clan while he stayed in it, and he could rely on many things and resources in the Yang clan. Moreover, he can make them abide by the rules of the Yang clan. At the very least, they have to abide by it on the surface. However, once he leaves the Yang clan, they won't care about the rules anymore. So, he couldn't leave the Yang clan. The mysterious figure fell silent for a long time, and then nodded. "That does make sense. But if you enter the Yang clan without any support, it'll probably be very difficult for you to survive in the fight for succession, because many young masters will target you. Even though they can't openly kill you, they can use the fight for succession as a platform to kill you. At that time, even if your father comes back alive, he won't be able to blame anyone for your death." Yang Yi smiled. "If I really do die during the competition, then it's because my strength was lacking, and no one else can be blamed for that." The mysterious figure said, "Fine. It's your decision." The mysterious figure was about to turn around and leave, but Yang Yi suddenly said, "Do you know about the Ku clan?" The mysterious figure stopped and gazed at Yang Yi. "You're going to the Ku clan?" Yang Yi nodded. "I want to ask for a piece of soul-nurturing wood." The mysterious figure shook his head. "Don't go." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" The mysterious figure replied, "It's a precious treasure to them. Every single piece of soul-nurturing wood is extremely precious to them. Even the disciples of the Ku clan find it very difficult to obtain a single piece. So, do you think they will give one to you?" Yang Yi frowned. "It's that precious?" "It isn't just precious." The mysterious figure continued, "Up until now, it's the only known soul-nurturing tree in our universe. Moreover, it isn't even a complete soul-nurturing tree. It seems to have been injured years ago, and I heard that it's gradually drying up. So, do you think it's just precious now?" Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, "Is the Ku clan easy to negotiate with?" The mysterious figure replied, "It depends on the topic. If it's the soul-nurturing tree, then it'll definitely be very difficult. If our patriarch goes to them, then perhaps they may give him face. But if you go, if him to be honest, they may not even be willing to meet with you." Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he gazed at the mysterious figure. "Can you lend me a hand?" The latter replied, "With what?" Yang Yi answered, "Let's go take it from the Ku clan. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious figure vanished on the spot. Yang Yi felt speechless from the sight of this. Chapter 1654 Swordswoman from the Ku clan. The mysterious figure had left without the slightest hesitation. Yang Yi was left speechless on the spot. Quite some time passed before Yang Yi shook his head. "I guess I can only rely on myself." However, he knew that he couldn't act rashly, because based on the mysterious figure's attitude, he could sense that the Ku clan was definitely not ordinary. Of course, he intended to try no matter how extraordinary it was. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly asked, "Who was that?" Yang Yi shook his head. Actually, he was curious about that as well. The mysterious figure had been a true realm expert, so his status in the Yang clan was definitely not low. However, Yang Yi knew that his father was definitely the reason why that mysterious figure had been willing to help him. The Yang clan. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he shook his head. He was in the heart of a storm right now. All he could do wasn't to avoid it, but to charge out of it. There were only two ways to accomplish that. The first was to die. Once he was dead, everything would be over, and he would have naturally escaped it. The second was to charge out with his own strength. He had to be so strong that others would dare not look for trouble with him. As for death, he would naturally not choose such an option. So, he had to grow strong. Grow stronger incessantly. That was his current goal. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed at in Nanjing, enter the primordial pagoda. After experiencing this incident, Yang Yi knew that many people in the Yang clan wanted to take his life. So, he couldn't just travel out in the open anymore. He didn't want to constantly encounter true realm experts who wanted to kill him. And Nanjing pondered deeply for a moment, and then she nodded before entering the primordial pagoda. Once Shed entered the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi's figure trembled and was concealed. Presently, his laws of darkness had attained the zenith realm. Coupled with his laws of space and sword domain, it could be said that so long as someone didn't lock onto him beforehand, even a true realm expert would find it difficult to locate him. Once Yang Yi vanished, a gray-robed old man appeared where Yang Yi had been just moments ago. A true realm expert. Once the gray-robed old man appeared here, the mysterious figure from before appeared here once more. The gray-robed old man gazed at the mysterious figure. I hold no ill intent towards them. The mysterious figure nodded slightly, and then he gazed at the old man's left chest. There was a small character there. The mysterious figure asked, "You're from the Wu clan?" The gray-robed old man nodded slightly. "I've been entrusted with protecting that little girl." The mysterious figure asked another question. "She's from your Wu clan?" The gray-robed old man replied, "Yes." The mysterious figure fell silent for a long time before he asked, "Your Wu clan intends to participate in my Yang clan's fight for succession as well?" The old man shook his head slightly. "We have no interest in that. But she's very close to that kid, so my Wu clan can't stop her. Thus, we have no choice but to protect her in secret. Yet now, you've stopped me here, and based on that kid's ability when it comes to concealment, even I will probably be unable to find him again." The mysterious figure said, "It's fine. Based on his character, it won't take long for him to cause a huge commotion. At that time, you'll know where he is." The old man shook his head and smiled. "True. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious figure vanished on the spot. The gray-robed old man pondered deeply for a moment, and then he vanished on the spot. There were less than 10 days before the Yang clan's fight for succession. But as far as Yang Yi was concerned, all he desired was to save Little Sky. Little Sky's soul was heavily injured. Even though the primordial violet energy was keeping her soul from dispersing, it couldn't heal her soul. So, Little Sky's soul may gradually vanish as time passes, because the injuries it had suffered were truly too severe. Thus, Yang Yi was determined to obtain a piece of soul-nurturing wood. Qian system. It wasn't called Qian system in the past, but it had been changed in remembrance of the Ku clan's ancestor. Because the Ku clan's ancestor's name was Ku Yin. Qian system wasn't huge, and it should be described as being very small. The entire system only had a single large world, Qian continent. Moreover, there was only a single clan on that continent, the Ku clan. The Ku clan was unlike the other clans, because they never ventured out to plunder from others or launch expeditions to other places. And it was even to the extent that very few of its disciples would ever make an appearance in the outside world. So, the Ku clan seemed rather mysterious because no one knew what its true strength was like. The unknown was the most terrifying. It took Yang Yi less than 2 days to arrive at Qian system while traveling at full speed. Of course, it was mainly because Heaven Void system wasn't very far from Qian system. However, when he was about to enter Qian system, the space around him trembled. Crap! Yang Yi cried out inwardly. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a woman to appear in front of him. She was a little over 20 years of age, had long black hair that flowed down like a waterfall that reached her waist, and she wore a light green dress. Her dress was studded with numerous fine bamboo leaves, and she was holding a fine bamboo splint. She glanced at the position that Yang Yi resided at, and she said, "Go back to where you came from." A moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi walked out from that expanse of space. He knew that it was impossible for him to steal from them. Yang Yi cupped his fist towards her and said, "The Yang clan's Yang Yi." She glanced at him and said, "Why are you here?" Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he said, "I'm here to ask for a piece of soul-nurturing wood." She gazed at him for a long time before she said, "Go back to where you came from." Yang Yi shook his head. "I refuse." She looked him in the eyes and said, "Then die." Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't want to die either." Suddenly, she vanished on the spot, and then a ray of green sword energy instantly arrived before Yang Yi. A sword cultivator. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected her to actually be a sword cultivator. Moreover, she was a formidable sword cultivator. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. He clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! An explosion resounded as Yang Yi's figure was pushed around 300 m back. However, the green sword energy hadn't vanished, and it shot towards him in a very strange manner. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then a sword appeared in his grasp. He stabbed it forward. Hiss! A ray of light flashed, and the sword energy vanished. The woman's beautiful brows were pressed slightly together. A sword cultivator? Yang Yi chuckled. "We're both sword cultivators, so help me. I just want a piece of soul-nurturing wood. I want to take it for free. I can give you other things in exchange. Or perhaps you have a request, you can tell me about that too." "I'll definitely." "No." Meanwhile, the woman interrupted Yang Yi. "Leave or don't blame my Ku clan for showing no mercy." Yang Yi fell silent for an instant and said, "I want leave until you give me one." Actually, he knew that he was in the wrong, and he was unreasonably causing trouble for them. However, it couldn't be helped because the soul-nurturing wood was related to Little Sky's fate. Not to mention being in the wrong. No matter how shameless he had to act, he was willing to do it. The woman gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then she suddenly took a step forward. A moment later, Shed appeared in front of Yang Yi. The bamboo splint stabbed forward like a bolt of lightning, and its target was the center of Yang Yi's forehead. Yang Yi didn't just stand there and wait for death to arrive. He immediately twisted his wrist and flicked his sword upwards. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of collision resounded, and then both Yang Yi and the woman were pushed back repeatedly. Meanwhile, she suddenly flicked the bamboo splint at Yang Yi. Hiss! A ray of green sword energy flashed. Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it. Bang! The green sword energy was blasted into bits. Meanwhile, the woman had appeared in front of Yang Yi. At the same time, the bamboo split glowed as it stabbed towards Yang Yi's face. Right when Yang Yi was about to raise his sword to defend himself, his expression suddenly changed. Because the bamboo splint had suddenly sped up, and the strength within it had multiplied. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, Shed appeared in front of him again, and then a wave of powerful sword intent enveloped him. Returnal rank sword intent. Countless rays of green sword energy followed closely behind the sword intent. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly, and Yang Yi was pushed back repeatedly along with the explosions. In just a short while, Shed pushed him over 10 kilometers back, and he was still being pushed back rapidly. Bang! Around 10 breaths of time later, a ray of green sword energy flashed, and then Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away. Meanwhile, the woman was about to attack again, but Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. Her expression had changed drastically when he vanished, and she was about to move away from where she stood. But it was too late. A sword was pressed against her nape. As for Yang Yi, who had been over 3 kilometers away from her, head suddenly appeared behind her, and the sword on her nape was his sword. The laws of darkness. The reason Head displayed weakness and allowed her to push him back repeatedly was so that he could execute this move. Yang Yi didn't kill her. He was here to seek their help and not to cause trouble. He immediately removed his sword and moved 300 m away, See, I have no ill intent. Am a good person. Am telling the truth. She glanced at him. Come, take another attack of mine. As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes, and then her soul flashed out from her body. After that, a ray of light flashed. A sword soul technique. Yang Ye's expression instantly changed. He hadn't expected her to be skilled in a sword soul technique. He didn't dare act carelessly and hurriedly released his returnal rank sword intent, and then he swiftly raised his sword and swung it. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted around 10 kilometers away. As soon as Yang Yi had stopped his figure, the woman's soul had arrived before him with the bamboo splint in her grasp, and then she swung it again. Bang! Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he vanished on the spot. The Sword of Rebirth. This time, he didn't dare to hold back, and head executed the Sword of Rebirth. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then countless rays of sword energy shot off in all directions. Yang Yi had been blasted around 3 kilometers away again, while the woman's soul had returned to her body. However, it only took a moment for her soul to flash out again, and then a ray of light instantly arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene, and then he hurriedly raised his hands. I surrender. Her soul instantly stopped 3 away from him when she heard him. Suddenly, Yang Ye's figure vanished on the spot, while the shadow behind the woman's body wriggled, and then a sword was pressed against her bodice throat. Yang Yi held his sword against her bodice throat while looking at her soul, and he said, I was just joking. Chapter 1655 Sword Soul Technique. A joke. The expression on the woman's soul had become icy cold. If one's gaze could kill, then Yang Yi would have been dead over 100 times. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly moved backwards. As soon as he did that, the woman's soul instantly transformed into a ray of black light that entered her body, and then she turned to look at Yang Yi and spoke coldly, shameless. As far as she was concerned, a battle between sword cultivators should be carried out in an upright and fair manner. At the very least, that was how the sword cultivators she'd encountered in the past had fought. However, she hadn't expected the sword cultivator before her to play tricks on her. As far as she was concerned, it was shameless, extremely shameless. Yang Yi shook his head. You're wrong. I'm wrong. She spoke coldly. Sword cultivators should be upright and open. But how do you act? You aren't worthy of being a sword cultivator. Yang Yi replied, I really agree with what you said in the beginning, because that's your Tao of the sword, but what you said at the end, I dare not agree with that. Every single sword cultivator has their own sword Tao, and mine is to follow my heart. If I want to be upright, then I will. And if I want to be open, then I will. Similarly, if I want to be shameless, then I will. Understand? Ill-founded reasoning. She spoke coldly. If you're shameless, then you're shameless. Yet you try to make excuses for yourself? Hypocrite. Yang Yi shrugged. I admitted that I'm shameless. Yang Yi paused for a moment and continued, let's make a bet. We'll fight fairly. If I lose, you can do as you please. All right? She asked, what if I lose? Yang Yi thought for a moment. He was about to speak when she suddenly spoke. I don't have any soul-nurturing wood. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched. She's not stupid. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, I know you don't have soul-nurturing wood. So, how about we do this? If you lose, bring me to the Ku clan, and I'll find my own way to obtain soul-nurturing wood. All right? Don't worry, I won't be able to do anything. Just look at me. No matter how strong I am, it's impossible for me to steal a piece of soul-nurturing wood from the Ku clan, right? She remained silent for a long time, and then she said, Then why do you want me to take you there? Suddenly, Yang Yi said, There's a problem with your heart towards the sword. She frowned. What do you mean? Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. As a sword cultivator, you should advance forward courageously, and you should hold no fear in your heart. But what have you done? You're considering your loss even before you fought me. Isn't that a problem? The woman's brows were still pressed together. She wanted to say something, and her lips moved, but she didn't say anything in the end. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, as a sword cultivator, even if your strength is inferior, you must believe in yourself and hold no fear in your heart. Only then can you truly bring forth your true strength. If there's fear in your heart, you won't be able to fight to your true potential, and you'll be limiting yourself. Is a bound sword still a sword? Her brows were pressed tightly together. What you said does make some sense, but why do I feel like there's something wrong? Of course there was something wrong. It wasn't wrong to say that a sword cultivator should hold no fear in their hearts. However, asking about what would happen if she lost had nothing to do with that. If she didn't inquire about everything before agreeing to compete with Yang Yi, then she wouldn't be fearless but dumb. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he heard her, and then he quickly said, "Look at me. The Ku clan's strength is countless times greater than my own. But why do I dare to come here and ask for a piece of soul-nurturing wood? Why?" She glanced at him and replied, "I think it's because you're stupid." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. She continued, "While your strength isn't bad, you're courting death if you try to steal soul-nurturing wood." Yang Yi shook his head. "No, I'm just fearless. The Ku clan is much stronger than me, but I'm not afraid of it. There's no fear in my heart, only confidence." She sized up Yang Yi and said, "You are a little fearless, but I still think you're stupid." Yang Yi's face darkened. "So we can't talk properly anymore?" She spoke indifferently. "Didn't you want to compete in the sword with me?" Yang Yi nodded. "Then bring it on. Let's fight fairly." "As you wish." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure transformed into a ray of green light that vanished on the spot. At the same time, Yang Yi vanished on the spot as well. It didn't take long for two rays of light to slam against each other in midair. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both of them were pushed backwards. Meanwhile, countless rays of sword energy crisscrossed incessantly through the area between them. In just a short while, that expanse of space was sliced into pieces. They exchanged glances, and then they vanished on the spot. They were a little over a meter away from each other when they appeared once more. The woman twisted her wrist slightly, and the bamboo splint in her grasp immediately moved like an agile serpent and stabbed towards Yang Yi's throat at a tricky angle. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He moved his right leg slightly to the side, and then he stabbed his sword forward. His sword was extremely swift, and it struck against the top of the bamboo splint. Clang! Yang Yi's sword and her bamboo splint shook violently at the same time, and then both of them moved backwards repeatedly. Meanwhile, the space in front of them cracked apart, and it only took an instant for it to rumble and collapse. Once that expanse of space collapsed, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that entered the black hole. The woman's expression changed when Yang Yi entered the black hole. It was because the black hole actually started to expand swiftly in her direction. The woman didn't dare act carelessly, and she immediately shot almost 10 kilometers away. At the same time, her eyes closed slightly. A moment later, her soul left her body, and then her soul raised the bamboo splint and swung it at the black hole. Hiss! A ray of green sword energy flashed out from the bamboo splint. This time, it was unlike the previous rays of green sword energy, because everywhere it passed, space didn't ripple at all, and it was slightly ethereal like it was a soul. But once the sword energy entered the expanse of pitch-black space, the black hole instantly exploded apart, and then a figure was blasted out of it. It was Yang Yi's figure. Yang Yi's figure flew over 3 kilometers before he finally stopped himself, and the expanse of pitch-black space had been repaired. Yang Yi glanced at his chest. There was an injury there, and it was extremely deep. It had pierced through his body. If he hadn't moved a little at the critical moment, her attack would have struck his heart. It was her sword soul technique. Yang Yi looked up at the woman. He hadn't expected that her sword soul technique would actually be so formidable. After all, he had been within a black hole and had controlled a huge amount of dark energy and dark matter within it. At that time, he was entirely capable of resisting the attack of a true realm expert. However, he hadn't been able to defend himself against her attack. She's strong. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face. He finally knew why she had dared to leave her body and move in soul form. It was because it would have been impossible for him to get close to her body if he hadn't tricked her. Presently, he was curious about her status in the Ku clan. If just anyone in the Ku clan was this strong, then the Ku clan would be absolutely abnormal. Meanwhile, she suddenly said, "Your attainments in the sword Dao aren't bad. Unfortunately, your sword techniques are too weak. Of course, even if you had a good sword technique, you would still be no match for me. As a fellow sword cultivator, while you are a little shameless, what you said earlier wasn't wrong. It is your own sword Dao. So, you can leave." Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he shook his head and smiled. "I haven't even gotten serious. Come, let's try again." As he spoke, he started walking slowly in her direction. Her face instantly became icy cold when she saw that he intended to continue fighting. "You brought this upon yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, she shook her wrist slightly, and then a ray of light flashed out from the bamboo splint in her grasp. The ray of light flashed through space and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. However, when the sword energy arrived around 3 m away from Yang Yi, it suddenly slowed down, and then it grew slower and slower. When it arrived before Yang Yi, it had stopped completely, and it grew more and more ethereal. The sword domain. The sword domain could suppress all sword intent. The green ray of sword energy contained her sword intent, and sword intent was exactly why it was so strong. But the sword domain innately countered all sword intent. It could be said that Yang Yi was the bane or counter to all sword cultivators. Of course, his opponent's strength couldn't be too much greater than his. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to use the sword domain to suppress his opponent, because the slightest mistake may completely exhaust his lifespan. Of course, there was another type of sword cultivator that could overcome this. It was the type of sword cultivator which didn't utilize sword intent. For example, the one-armed woman had fought on Sky continent. She didn't possess sword intent, so the sword domain couldn't suppress her at all. As for this woman before him, she clearly didn't conform to any one of those examples. Her eyes had instantly opened wide at the sight of this, and they were filled with shock and disbelief. That's the sword domain. Impossible. How could someone like you possibly comprehend the sword domain? Yang Yi's face instantly darkened when he heard her. Meanwhile, she suddenly shook her head. "Impossible. I'm definitely seeing things." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her sword at Yang Yi again. Hiss! A ray of green sword energy flashed. Yang Yi felt speechless. Chapter 1656, Learning the Technique. Just like before, her attack stopped around 1 m away from Yang Yi, and then it gradually vanished. The sword domain suppressed sword intent. Unless she abandoned her sword intent, she couldn't fight him at all. However, she would be no match for him if she abandoned her sword intent. Her sword intent was half the reason why her sword soul technique had been that strong. Yang Yi had absolutely no need to fear a sword soul technique without sword intent. Meanwhile, she stared at Yang Yi. This time, she knew that she wasn't mistaken. A long time passed before she spoke in a low voice. "How did you comprehend the sword domain?" A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. "You want to know?" She nodded. Yang Yi smiled. "We can study it together in the future. All right?" She gazed at him while a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. "Really?" Yang Yi spoke seriously, of course. She was about to speak when she suddenly seemed to have thought of something, so she thought for quite some time before she replied, "I don't have soul-nurturing wood." Yang Yi waved his hand and spoke seriously. "What are you talking about? Meeting you felt like meeting an old friend. Talking like that hurts. So, how about we find a place to study the sword Dao together? I'm very curious about your sword soul technique as well." She thought for a moment and said, "I can take you to the Ku clan, but you better not act rashly, or you'll die." Yang Yi was delighted in his heart, and he quickly replied, "I'm no fool, so how could I possibly do that? Moreover, do you think I'm capable of doing that?" She nodded. "Let's go." She turned around and vanished off into the distance. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief inwardly, and then he quickly got on his sword and followed after her. During his conversation with her, Yang Yi found out that her name was Ku Zhui, and she was a disciple of the Ku clan. She was in charge of protecting Qian system right now. Besides that, He wasn't able to gain any further information. She seemed quite naive, but she was actually very smart, and she was vigilant towards him. Yang Yi stopped trying to play tricks because she would look down on him if he still tried that. It didn't take long for Yang Yi and Ku Zhui to arrive on Qian continent. Or to be more precise, they arrived in Qian City. The entire continent had just one city, Qian City, and it was quite similar to the Yang clan. Qian City was comparatively quiet, and there weren't many people throughout the streets of it. He saw people occasionally, but they just passed by in a hurry. It didn't take long for them to arrive at an abode. Right when they were about to enter it, a man walked out from within it. The man nodded slightly when he saw Ku Zhui, but he was slightly stunned when he saw Yang Yi. He asked, "Zhui, who's this?" Ku Zhui replied, "A friend." "A friend?" The man was stunned. He sized up Yang Yi, and his gaze stopped on Yang Yi's sword in the end. "Brother, you're a sword cultivator?" Yang Yi nodded, "I am." The man nodded slightly. "I'm Ku Zhulin, Zui's older brother. Welcome to the Ku clan." Yang Yi smiled, "Thank you." Ku Zhulin grinned and said, "I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, he went around Yang Yi and vanished into the distance. "Let's go." Ku Zhui turned around and walked into the abode. Yang Yi hurriedly followed up to her and said, "Your older brother is a nice guy." Ku Zhui remained silent. Yang Yi continued, "Before I came, many told me not to. They said the Ku clan is very mysterious, and the Ying clan, Yang clan, and Wu clan dare not offend your Ku clan. Sister Zhui, tell me something. Is your Ku clan?" Suddenly, she stopped and turned around to look at him. "Am not your sister Zhui?" She turned around and walked off once she finished speaking. Yang Yi quickly followed after her and said, "Where are you taking me?" She didn't answer him and just continued walking. Yang Yi shrugged and stopped asking. Presently, all he could do was take things one step at a time. It didn't take long for them to arrive at an underground cultivation room, and Yang Yi finally had a rough idea of her plans. In the cultivation room, she gazed at him and said, "Come, let's spar." Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and said, "I want a piece of soul-nurturing wood." Ku Zhui replied, "Train with me. If I'm satisfied, I'll tell you how to get a piece of soul-nurturing wood." Yang Yi gazed at her and asked, "Really?" She nodded slightly, "But whether you actually get it depends on your own ability." Yang Yi thought for a while and nodded, "All right." Presently, he had no other choice. Using force? That would be no different than asking for death. No matter how monstrous he was, it was impossible for him to fight against the entire Ku clan. As for stealing it, that was even more impossible. Had been detected before he could even enter the Ku clan, and now that he was in their territory, he was probably being watched by its experts. Besides that, the soul-nurturing wood was so precious to the Ku clan, so there would definitely be extraordinary experts protecting it. Once he went to steal it, even the Yang clan would probably be unable to save him. He had to use proper methods. It was the only way. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "Come, I too would like to experience your sword soul technique again." Ku Zhui nodded slightly, and then she vanished on the spot. She was in front of Yang Yi when her figure appeared again, and she immediately stabbed her bamboo splint forward. Needless to say, she was extremely fast. It wasn't just her movement speed. Even her sword was extremely swift. Unfortunately, Yang Yi possessed the enlightened sword heart, and his speed was swifter than hers while his physical strength surpassed hers as well. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and his sword stabbed against the top of the bamboo splint. Clang! A clear and resounding sound of collision surged through the room. Yang Yi's sword and Ku Zui's bamboo splint shook violently. In an instant, they both moved backwards repeatedly, but it didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop himself. After that, he tapped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Meanwhile, Ku Zui's eyes narrowed slightly. She raised the bamboo splint and slammed it down. Bang! An explosion resounded. The space in the surroundings started trembling violently, and then Ku Zhui was pushed almost 1 kilometer back. Yang Yi didn't follow up with another attack. He said, "Use your sword soul technique, or you're no match for me." He wasn't lying. Regardless of whether it was speed or strength, she was inferior to him in both. As for sword intent, Both of them possessed returnal rank sword intent, so she was no match for him in close-quarters combat. However, close-quarters combat was clearly not her forte. The thing she truly excelled in was the sword soul technique, and it was what Yang Yi feared the most. Ku Zhui shook her head. Fighting you has allowed me to understand what I lack. So, I want to learn from your strong points. Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, can you teach me that sword soul technique? After witnessing how strong it was, he really wanted to learn it. Ku Zhui fell silent and was slightly hesitant. Yang Yi asked, you can't. She thought for a long time before she replied, I can. Yang Yi was delighted. Really? Ku Zhui nodded. Really? However, you have to teach me how to fight in close quarters in the sword domain. Yang Yi shook his head. Close quarters combat isn't an issue. However, I'm not able to teach you the sword domain. All I can say is that I can activate it, and then you can observe it yourself. It's up to you to comprehend it. She thought for a while and said, that's true. All right, let's continue. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged at Yang Yi. It didn't take long for them to be locked in combat. The reason Yang Yi was skilled in close-quarters combat was that had been practically relying on battle to improve his strength all along the way. As for Ku Zhui, her combat experience was clearly not as abundant as his. So, she was completely suppressed by him in close-quarters combat. In the beginning, she was barely able to fight him, but as time went by, she was gradually only able to defend herself. Just like that, they fought for an entire day and night. Finally, at noon on the second day, both of them stopped fighting. Ku Zhui sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed, and she was comprehending the experience Shed gained in battle. Yang Yi was seated cross-legged not too far away from her. He was replaying the scenes of the battle in his mind and re-examining himself. During the battle, he could have done better on many occasions. Of course, he hadn't thought of those methods at that time, and had only noticed them when he replayed the scenes of the battle in his mind. Just like that, around 2 hours passed before Ku Zhui suddenly opened her eyes, and she gazed at Yang Yi. I learned a lot. Meanwhile, Yang Yi opened his eyes and said, me too. He wasn't lying. The battles he had within Nanjing were different. She wasn't a sword cultivator, so she couldn't help much when it came to the sword Dao. But Ku Zhui was different. She was a sword cultivator. While her ability in close-quarters combat was inferior to his, she had many strong points that he could learn from, and if he learned them, they would make his technique in the sword even better. In short, both of them had gained a lot through their sparring session. Meanwhile, Ku Zhui stood up slowly and said, you want to learn my sword soul technique? Yang Yi nodded. I do, she said. Let me have a look at your soul. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he issued a command in his heart. In an instant, his soul emerged from his body. Ku Zui's expression changed when she saw his soul. Impossible. Chapter 1657. My hand is itchy. Yang Ye's soul floated in the air above his body, and Ku Zui's eyes were filled with shock. Yang Yi asked, what's impossible? She gazed at him for a long time and replied, your soul is very strong. Have you been devouring the souls of others? Devouring the souls of others? Yang Yi frowned. He was about to shake his head when he suddenly thought of the primordial pagoda. He hadn't devoured anyone's soul. However, the primordial pagoda frequently did things like that. After all, Numerous had tried to seize control of his body, and the primordial pagoda had killed all of them. After it killed them, the energy from their souls had definitely been absorbed by him. So, that was why his soul was so strong. Meanwhile, Ku Zhui said, souls are divided into ranks as well. Your soul is at the heaven rank right now. The zenith rank is above it, and the true rank is above the zenith rank. She paused for a moment and continued, my soul is at the heaven rank right now, and it's because I frequently cultivate my soul. The heaven rank. Yang Yi smiled. No matter what, it's good news. She nodded and said, actually, sword soul techniques aren't that difficult. At the very least, they aren't difficult for you because your attainments in the sword Dao are formidable, and your soul is sufficiently strong as well. Yang Yi nodded. I hope so. She walked over to Yang Yi. They'll teach you a soul technique first. A soul technique is a mental cultivation technique. Once you learn it, every sword technique you possess can be executed with the soul. Yang Yes' eyes lit up when he heard this. What did that represent? It represented that he could execute the Sword of Rebirth as a sword soul technique. Kuzhui suddenly asked, "Do you know why sword soul techniques are stronger than ordinary sword techniques?" Yang Yi gazed at her and asked, "Why?" She said, "Actually, that's not right. Sword soul techniques have their own unique traits, but sword techniques are extremely strong as well. Even sword soul techniques aren't able to resist some formidable sword techniques. In the end, it depends on the user and the level of technique. The reason your sword technique isn't as strong as my sword soul technique is because my sword soul technique is at the zenith rank. If your sword technique is at the zenith rank, then the outcome of our battle might be different." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "What's special about sword soul techniques?" Kuzhui didn't speak. She just casually waved her bamboo splint. An ethereal ray of light flashed, and it didn't take long for it to vanish from their fields of vision. Meanwhile, Kuzhui said, "See that? Space doesn't fluctuate while they pass. It's soul energy, a different method of cultivation. Its unique trait is being ethereal. It moves in parallel with space, and it doesn't reside within space. Besides that, it strikes directly at the mind and soul. As for destroying it, there are only two ways. The first is to use soul energy to destroy it, and the second is to destroy it by force." Yang Yi was puzzled. By force? Kuzhui nodded. "Actually, you were very strong while within that black hole, but your strength wasn't sufficient to stop my sword soul technique because it wasn't strong enough. Only a force that's strong enough to affect a parallel point in space can destroy it." Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't really understand what you mean by parallel position." Suddenly, Kuzhui started walking towards him. Yang Yi glanced at her and didn't move away. It didn't take long for her to arrive where he stood, and then her figure had overlapped with his soul. A short while passed before Kuzhui moved back and said, "See that? If I don't use any energy, I can be overlapped with your soul. Why? Because my body and your soul aren't in the same parallel space. That's the unique characteristic of the soul." Yang Yi immediately understood what she meant when she explained it like that. Meanwhile, Kuzhui said, "However, when a sword technique or cultivator attains a certain level of strength, even soul techniques can't resist them. So, while soul techniques have their own unique traits, normal techniques are strong as well. Thus, there is no truly strong sword technique or soul technique, and it all depends on the user's strength." Yang Yi nodded. He really agreed with what Shed just said. Regardless of what soul technique or sword technique it was, they depended on the user. Meanwhile, Kuzhui flicked a ray of light into Yang Yi's forehead. At the same time, numerous strands of information appeared in his mind. The sword technique's mental cultivation method. The mental cultivation method of a zenith rank soul technique. Yang Yi closed his eyes, and it took him around 15 minutes to fully absorb everything. After that, Yang Yi started training with Kuzhui, while she taught him the sword soul technique. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Yang Yi's eyes were closed slightly, and he seemed to be in a meditative state. Meanwhile, Kuzhui wasn't too far away from him, and she was watching him in silence. 15 minutes later, Yang Yi's soul suddenly flashed out from his body, and then he pressed his sword against the center of his forehead. A moment later, his soul transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The Sword of Rebirth. The soul version of the Sword of Rebirth. It was swift, absolutely swift. It could be said that the soul version was at least 2 times faster than the normal version of the Sword of Rebirth. As for its strength, it could be said to have undergone a qualitative transformation, because the soul version of the Sword of Rebirth was at the zenith rank. In the past, the Sword of Rebirth posed no threat to half-step True Realm experts. Yet now, the soul version of the Sword of Rebirth could kill half-step True Realm experts. As for True Realm experts, it was still slightly insufficient against them. Unless the wooden sword was willing to work together with him, then perhaps it would be able to pose a threat to a True Realm expert. His current realm of cultivation was too far apart from the True Realm, and that gap was difficult to close with just the help of treasures and other external sources of strength. It was complete suppression due to the gap in their realms of cultivation. It didn't take long for Yang Ye's soul to return to where his body was, and then it entered his body. 2 breaths of time later, Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at Ku Zhui. Thank you. The reason his soul version of the Sword of Rebirth had attained the zenith rank was that cultivation technique that Ku Zhui had given him. It could be said that the soul mental cultivation technique had improved his Sword of Rebirth to the zenith realm, so it was obvious how precious that technique was. Of course, Ku Zhui had gained quite a bit too. During this period, Yang Yi hadn't held back at all, and had shared all his experience with her. Moreover, he frequently activated the sword domain for her to observe it. In short, both of them had improved quite a bit. Ku Zhui glanced at Yang Yi and said, "We don't owe each other anything now." Yang Yi chuckled. "Don't be like that. We're friends now." She glanced indifferently at him, and then she turned around and walked away. Yang Yi hurriedly followed after her. "Sister Zhui, about the soul-nurturing wood." She stopped, fell silent for quite some time, and said, "The soul-nurturing tree is a precious treasure of my Ku clan. Not to mention an outsider, it's even difficult for a member of the Ku clan to obtain a piece of soul-nurturing wood." Yang Yi listened in silence. She continued, however, "There's a way to obtain a piece of soul-nurturing wood." Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "How?" She replied, "The soul-nurturing tree was in a heavily injured state when my clan obtained it all those years ago. Even though we've been using all sorts of methods to treat it over the years, we haven't been able to heal it. Its injuries have been worsening over the years, and it's especially so for its roots. It's starting to wither." She paused for a moment and continued, "We've been constantly searching for a method to heal it. If you're able to heal it or alleviate its injuries, then obtaining a piece of soul nurturing wood won't be a problem." "Heal it?" Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly said, "I'm skilled in that." He had primordial violet energy, so what couldn't he heal? Ku Zhui glanced at him and was slightly doubtful. "You're skilled at it?" Yang Yi quickly nodded. "I'm serious. I'm very skilled at that. Sister Zhui, to be honest, if even I can't heal it, then it's impossible to save your soul-nurturing tree." She glanced at him in silence, but her eyes were filled with doubt. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, "How about you take me over there and let me try?" "All right." She thought for a moment and nodded. "Come with me to see the Grand Elder." As she spoke, she turned around and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi immediately followed her. Around 15 minutes later, Ku Zhui had brought him to a hall. They were about to head in when a young man suddenly obstructed their path. The young man sized up Yang Yi and Ku Zhui, and then he said, "The Grand Elder is entertaining important guests. He's not to be disturbed." Ku Zhui pointed at Yang Yi. "He can treat the soul-nurturing tree." The young man immediately gazed at Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi and asked, "Him?" His tone carried a trace of doubt. Yang Yi nodded. "Let me try." The man shook his head and spoke indifferently. "The rebirth realm. I think there's no need to waste time." "No, I mean you shouldn't waste the Grand Elder's time. You." Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. He was in front of the young man when his figure appeared again, and then he swiftly drew his sword and swung it. The young man's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi would attack abruptly, and it caught him off guard. So, he could only hurriedly slam both his fists forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the young man was blasted extremely far away. Meanwhile, Ku Zhui hurriedly obstructed Yang Yi's path and spoke angrily. "What are you doing?" Yang Yi sheathed his sword and spoke indifferently. "Nothing. My hands were itchy. I felt like hitting someone." Chapter 1658. That's none of your fucking business. Ku Zui's face turned cold when she heard him, and she was about to speak. However, Yang Yi suddenly walked over to the young man. "What's wrong with the rebirth realm? Tell me, what's wrong with it?" Ku Zhui glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent, but her bamboo splint had appeared in her grasp. The young man glanced at his chest. There was an extremely long injury there. A moment of silence ensued before he looked up at Yang Yi. "Do you want to die?" Yang Yi chuckled, and then his right foot twisted slightly against the ground. In an instant, his figure vanished on the spot. At the moment he vanished, Both Ku Zhui and the man's expressions changed. They were about to attack, but it was too late. Yang Yi had appeared behind the young man, and his sword was pressed against the young man's back. The young man's figure stiffened, and he didn't dare move at all. Meanwhile, Ku Zhui gazed coldly at Yang Yi in silence, and she just held tightly onto her bamboo splint. Suddenly, Yang Yi withdrew his sword and went back to Ku Zui's side. After that, he gazed at the young man and said, "Why do you have to look down on others? As a cultivator, you should remain modest at all times, because only then will you be able to improve. If you're self-satisfied or conceited, you'll never be able to improve. Understand?" Ku Zhui glanced at Yang Yi. She didn't speak a word, but the icy coldness in her eyes was gradually vanishing. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, "Your strength isn't bad. If you fought me normally, then the outcome wouldn't be certain. However, you weren't even able to stop a single attack of mine. Besides the fact that I launched a surprise attack against you, there's another reason. It's because you looked down on me. You thought I'm just a rebirth realm cultivator, so you looked down at me from the bottom of your heart, and that's the reason you lost so horribly." The young man was looking at Yang Yi, and the hostility and anger in his eyes was gradually vanishing. A short while passed before he cupped his fist at Yang Yi. "Thank you for your guidance." Yang Yi nodded. What a promising young man. The corners of the young man's mouth twitched slightly, and his face became quite unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "Please help me notify your Grand Elder. Tell him that I may be able to treat the soul-nurturing tree." The young man hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Wait a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and entered the hall. Once the young man left, Yang Yi gazed at Ku Zhui and asked, "What do you think?" She glanced indifferently at him. "What do you think?" Yang Yi shrugged and said, "No matter how much you explain, it's easier to just display my strength to him. Once he has witnessed it, he'll naturally stop looking down on me. See, didn't he immediately go on and report our arrival to your Grand Elder?" Ku Zhui turned to look at Yang Yi. "Do you always act as you please?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Not always. Once in a while." She replied, "How have you survived until now?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Ku Zhui was about to say something when the young man suddenly walked out of the hall, and he said, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the hall. Ku Zhui withdrew her gaze and vanished into the hall as well. Yang Yi quickly followed after her. In the hall, an old man in a luxurious robe sat at the seat of the host. He was the Grand Elder of the Ku clan, Ku Rong. Besides that, there was a black-robed and violet-robed middle-aged man on the left and right sides of the hall. When Yang Yi's group of three entered, the gazes of the three people in the hall had instantly descended upon them. Ku Rong sized up Yang Yi and asked, "Young brother, where are you from?" Yang Yi told the truth. "The Yang clan." "The Yang clan." A wisp of surprise flashed through Ku Rong's eyes. He sized up Yang Yi once more and asked, "You said you were able to treat the soul-nurturing tree?" Yang Yi replied, "I dare not guarantee it, but I can try." Ku Rong nodded slightly. He was about to speak when the black-robed old man on Yang Yi's left spoke abruptly. "How laughable. A mere rebirth realm cultivator actually speaks about treating the soul-nurturing tree. How truly laughable." Yang Yi turned and glanced at the black-robed old man, and then he spoke indifferently, "That's none of your fucking business. How dare you?" The old man erupted with rage, and then a terrifying aura slammed down in Yang Yi's direction. The half-step true realm. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to draw his sword when Ku Rong suddenly waved his right hand, and an invisible wave of energy flashed through the area. In an instant, the black-robed old man's aura vanished without a trace, and it seemed like it had never been there. The half-step true realm. Yang Yi glanced at the Grand Elder. Head realized that the Grand Elder was at the half-step true realm as well. However, based on what the Grand Elder had just done, the Grand Elder was probably much stronger than the black-robed old man. Meanwhile, Ku Rong stood up slowly. "Brother Mo Lin, why stoop down to the level of a junior?" The black-robed old man, Mo Lin, grunted coldly and didn't say another word. Meanwhile, Ku Rong smiled. "All of you've said that you can treat the soul-nurturing tree. Since that's the case, Why don't we give it a try? Don't worry. So long as you can really treat it, then I'll agree to your requests. He gazed at Yang Yi at this point and asked, May I know what you want? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, I want a piece of soul-nurturing wood. Ku Rong glanced at Yang Yi and said, So long as you can nurse it back to health, my Ku clan can give you one. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Can I still get one if I fail? Ku Zui's eyelids twitched when she heard Yang Yi, and then she turned away as if she didn't know him. She felt he was too shameless. Absolutely shameless. Ku Rong had quite a strange expression on his face as well. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Yang Yi would say something like that. He glanced at Yang Yi and said, I don't think that's possible. Yang Yi intended to say something else, but Ku Zhui pulled on his sleeve and glared at him. Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, Ku Rong said, Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot. Yang Yi was about to leave when he suddenly gazed at Mo Lin. Even though he couldn't see Mo Lin's appearance, he could sense that Mo Lin was looking at him, and Mo Lin's gaze was filled with hostility. Yang Yi sized up Mo Lin and said, Forget it. They'll just apologize, and let's just forget it ever happened. All right? Apologize. Mo Lin laughed coldly. You think an apology will make a difference? Little bastard. It'll make living worse than death for you once you leave the Ku clan, and fuck you. Suddenly, Yang Yi drew his sword and pointed it at Mo Lin. Old man, why don't we head out and fight one-on-one right now? Do you think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke, Mo Lin was about to attack. However, Ku Rong suddenly appeared before them again, and he glanced at them before he said, The Ku clan isn't an arena. Mo Lin grunted coldly and vanished on the spot. Ku Rong gazed at Yang Yi and said, Young man, it's good to have guts, but being too unyielding will lead to a quicker death. So, exercising forbearance and taking a step back are still necessary. Yang Yi chuckled and said, I can't endure it with my temper. If someone bullies me, then I like to give it back to them. We're all humans, so why would I fear anyone? However, what you said does make sense, and I'll keep it in mind. Ku Rong glanced at Yang Yi and said, You're a disciple of the Yang clan, so you'll be fine if you immediately contact the experts of the Yang clan when you're leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around with the intent to leave, but he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly gazed at Ku Zhui. Come with us. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. A wisp of joy flashed through Ku Zui's eyes, and she quickly followed the Grand Elder. Yang Yi shrugged and followed them as well. It didn't take long for their group to arrive at a forest. The forest was huge, and every single tree in it was extremely tall. Moreover, they were extremely large. Once they entered the forest, Yang Yi instantly felt like he was quite tiny. Besides that, he sensed a strand of mysterious energy. He didn't know what it was in the beginning, but in the end, he noticed what it was. The mysterious energy was soul energy. As they went deeper into the forest, the soul energy grew thicker and thicker. Yang Yi glanced at Ku Zhui, and he finally knew why she was so happy. This place was extremely beneficial to the soul, because his soul was automatically absorbing the soul energy at a slow pace. Just like that, around an hour passed before Ku Rong stopped. There was a huge round platform not too far away from them, and a small 10 m tall tree was on the platform. The top of the small tree seemed like it had been cut off with a sharp blade, and it was smooth like a mirror. There were only a few leaves around the small tree, and Yang Yi noticed that its lower half was withering. The soul-nurturing tree. Yang Yi knew that the small tree before him was the soul-nurturing tree, because it was ceaselessly emanating thick soul energy. Yang Yi sized up the tree, and there was a trace of burning desire in his eyes. So long as he obtained a piece of it, he would be able to revive Little Sky. He was just about to speak when the tiny vortex within him suddenly started to revolve. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he sensed this, and then his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted in his heart, Bro, you can't act rashly. They'll be killed. Chapter 1659. You know the Unfettered One? Needless to say, Yang Yi was quite anxious. The primordial pagoda always seized good treasures it saw. If it was at any other time, then he would wish for nothing more than to see it do that. However, it couldn't take the soul-nurturing tree right now. If it did that, he would definitely be attacked and killed by the experts of the Ku clan. The tiny vortex was still spinning. Yang Yi clenched his fists while cold sweat gradually started flowing from him. At this moment, he was prepared to run at a moment's notice. Around 5 breaths of time later, the tiny vortex slowly stopped. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like it knows how to judge the severity of the situation. Suddenly, Kuzhui said, "What's wrong?" He wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and shook his head. "It's nothing. I just feel a little weak." She glanced indifferently at him. "You wouldn't feel that way if you stopped doing things like that." "What?" Yang Yi turned to look at her. He sized her up and said, "I didn't realize you were so dirty." She didn't answer him and just gazed at the soul-nurturing tree. Meanwhile, Ku Rong turned to look at Yang Yi and the others. "This is my Ku clan soul-nurturing tree. Which one of you intends to go first?" "I will." Emo Lin spoke abruptly, and then he flashed over to the platform. A moment of silence ensued, and then a strand of dark green energy surged out from within him, and everyone here immediately felt a strong aura of life. Meanwhile, Ku Rong spoke softly, "A mutated form of wood element profound energy." Yang Yi gazed at Ku Rong with a puzzled expression on his face. "A mutated form of wood element profound energy?" Ku Rong nodded slightly. "There are all sorts of profound energy in the world, like 5-element profound energy and various others. He possesses wood element profound energy, but it isn't ordinary. I presume he obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter in the past, and it made his wood element profound energy mutate." Yang Yi asked, "What can it do?" Ku Rong said, "People with such profound energy possess extremely strong self-healing capabilities. Moreover, it can extend their lifespan." But the soul-nurturing tree. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Emo Lin. "I hope a miracle happens." On the platform, the pure dark green energy was surging towards the soul-nurturing tree. It didn't take long for it to be completely absorbed by the tree, and then the tree started to tremble slightly. Ku Rong slowly clenched his fists when he witnessed this scene. More and more dark green energy surged out from within Emo Lin. At this point, the entire tree was entirely enveloped by the energy, and then the withered roots of the soul-nurturing tree seemed to be undergoing a change. Ku Rong and Ku Zhui became excited when they witnessed this. The soul-nurturing tree was of utmost importance to the Ku clan. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. At this moment, Ku Rong and Ku Zui's faces were gloomy. Because even though the tree had absorbed all that dark green energy, it hadn't really undergone any changes. Just like that, another hour passed. Emo Lin suddenly stopped at this moment because all his profound energy had been exhausted. Emo Lin stood silently on the spot for a long time, and then he went back to Ku Rong's side. After that, he gazed at Yang Yi. "Didn't you say that you can treat it? Go on." Yang Yi was about to speak when the violet-robed middle-aged man, who's been silent until now, spoke abruptly, "Let me try." Everyone immediately gazed at him when they heard him speak. Ku Rong glanced at him and said, "Brother Ning, are you confident?" The middle-aged man grinned. "I'm not confident at all, but I can try." Ku Rong nodded. "Please go ahead." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, and then he appeared on the round platform. He walked slowly towards the soul-nurturing tree, and then he gazed at it in silence for a long time before suddenly stretching his hand forward slowly. When the middle-aged man's hand was about to touch the tree, a cold glow suddenly flashed through his eyes, and then he waved his right hand. The soul-nurturing tree instantly vanished on the spot, and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a violet pillar of light that shot up into the sky. Yang Yi was stunned by this scene. He's trying to steal it. Someone is actually braver than me. Meanwhile, Ku Rong and Ku Zui's faces turned gloomy when they saw the middle-aged man grab the soul-nurturing tree. At the same time, Ku Rong vanished on the spot, and he was behind the middle-aged man when his figure appeared once more. However, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within the middle-aged man, and it blasted Ku Rong back to where he'd come from. A true realm expert. The expressions of everyone here had changed. No one had expected that the middle-aged man was actually a true realm expert. Ku Rong's face was extremely unsightly. He clearly hadn't imagined that the middle-aged man would have concealed his strength, and this had taken Ku Rong by surprise. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was about to shoot off in pursuit. After all, the soul-nurturing tree was the only way to save Little Sky, and he didn't want to just give up on it. However, Ku Zhui stopped him. Do you want to die? That's a true realm expert. Yang Yi shook his head. It doesn't matter. As he spoke, he was about to flash off in pursuit, but Ku Zhui grabbed his arm and said, "It's my Ku clan's business. We'll deal with it ourselves." Yang Yi was just about to speak when numerous explosions resounded in the distant sky, but it didn't take long for the explosions to vanish. Around a few breaths of time later, a one-armed man suddenly walked out from a point in space that wasn't too far away from them. The one-armed man seemed to be around the age of 40. His hair was brownish-yellow, and he wore a linen robe and a pair of simple straw slippers. He was holding a middle-aged man in his left hand, and that middle-aged man was the same true realm expert who had fled with the soul-nurturing tree just now. Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at the one-armed man. Strong. Extremely strong. True realm experts weren't Zenith realm experts. Those who attained the true realm were definitely not ordinary, and it was absolutely difficult to kill another true realm expert in a battle between two true realm experts. However, the one-armed man had actually used such a short amount of time to kill the middle-aged man. So, it was obvious how strong the one-armed man was. Meanwhile, Ku Zhui and Ku Rong bowed respectfully to the one-armed man, and there was undisguised reverence on their faces. The one-armed man casually tossed the middle-aged man over to Ku Rong, and then he turned around and walked away. However, had suddenly stopped after taking 2 steps and turned to gaze at Yang Yi, a sword cultivator. Yang Yi glanced at the one-armed man and nodded. Yes. The one-armed man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while and said, I sense a familiar aura from you. You're from Embark system? A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. How did you know? The one-armed man fell silent for a short while and said, You're not bad. His figure vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Suddenly, Ku Zhui asked, You're from Embark system? Yang Yi gazed at her and nodded. She glanced at him and didn't say another word. Yang Yi asked, Who was that? He's strong. Ku Zhui spoke indifferently. Ku Ming, my 7th uncle. He was once ranked 2nd on the Milky Way rankings. Moreover, he killed a true realm expert while at the half-step true realm. He's the guardian of my Ku clan now. The Milky Way rankings? Yang Yi frowned. What's that? Ku Zhui replied. You just returned to the Yang clan from Embark system? Yang Yi nodded. I don't know much about the Milky Way system. She glanced at him and explained. The Milky Way rankings is a ranking in our medium universe, and only the most outstanding geniuses of our medium universe are ranked on it. She paused for a moment and continued. I'm currently ranked at the 19th position. Yang Yi was astounded. Only the 19th? Ku Zhui glared angrily at him when she heard him, and she clenched her fists as if she was about to attack him. Meanwhile, Ku Rong suddenly said, Young brother, the 19th position is extremely amazing. There are thousands upon thousands of geniuses in the medium universe of Milky Way system, especially the 8 clans. Which one of their young masters and young misses are ordinary? Besides the 8 clans, there are many other geniuses. So, just think about it. Isn't it very difficult to be ranked at the 19th amongst so many people? Yang Yi laughed bitterly, and then he gazed at Ku Zhui, who was still angry. I didn't mean it that way. I meant that you're so strong yet you're only the 19th. So, the rankings are quite terrifying. Ku Zui's face eased up slightly, and she said, It's much more terrifying than you can imagine. Those in the top 10 are at the Zenith realm at least. Moreover, only those below the age of 40 are ranked on it. Yang Yi nodded. It isn't just any ordinary rankings. Even he didn't dare to look down on Ku Zui's sword soul technique, but she was only 19th on the rankings. Moreover, those in the top 10 were Zenith realm experts who were below the age of 40. Even the word monstrous genius wasn't sufficient to describe them. Meanwhile, Ku Zhui suddenly said, Since you're from Embark system, I'm curious if you know a person? Yang Yi asked, Who? She replied, "The unfettered one." "What?" Yang Yi almost leaped up with surprise. You know the unfettered one? He has been to Milky Way system?" She glanced at him and said, "Looks like you do know him." Yang Yi gulped. "How do you know him?" Ku Zhui shook her head slightly. "I don't. I've only heard about him. Because he was the one who chopped off my seventh uncle's arm." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Ku Zhui continued, "My seventh uncle used to be extremely arrogant. When he met that fellow called the Unfettered One, he said he would let the Unfettered One launch 3 attacks before he counterattacked." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 1660. There's always someone stronger. He said that Hell let the Unfettered One launch 3 strikes before Hell counterattack. Yang Yi had a weird expression on his face. That's absolutely arrogant. No, he was courting death. Meanwhile, Ku Zhui said, "1 strike. My 7th uncle couldn't even resist a single strike from him." Yang Yi asked, "Not even 1 strike?" Ku Zhui nodded, "Not even 1. If the experts of my Ku clan hadn't acted quickly, my 7th uncle wouldn't have just lost an arm, he would have lost his life." The Unfettered One. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. He hadn't expected that the Unfettered One had actually come to Milky Way system. But it did make sense because the Unfettered One liked to go around looking for experts to challenge. So, he probably had no other worthy opponent left in the universes around Merak system. So had come to the Milky Way system. After all, there were many more experts here. Meanwhile, Ku Zhui added, "From that day onwards, my 7th uncle understood that there's always someone stronger. That's also a principle that he frequently teaches us." Yang Yi asked, "Where did the Unfettered One go in the end?" She replied, "According to my 7th uncle, he went to look for the person ranked at the 1 star in the Milky Way rankings at that time." Yang Yi felt speechless. Actually, Yang Yi really admired the Unfettered One. After all, that fellow was extremely formidable. Wherever there were strong experts, there would be legends of him. But Yang Yi only felt admiration. The Unfettered One had his own sword Dao, and Yang Yi had his own sword Dao. Their understanding of the sword was completely different. As for which was stronger, it was obvious that the Unfettered One's attainments were definitely superior to his own. However, he didn't feel any envy, because the Unfettered One only had the sword in his life. The Unfettered One could give everything to the sword, but Yang Yi wasn't the same. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, the sword was just a tool to protect his loved ones, and his sword existed for them. Becoming stronger was the Unfettered One's motivation. Yang Yi's motivation was his loved ones. Meanwhile, Ku Rong had appeared on the round platform with the violet-robed middle-aged man's corpse. After that, he waved his right hand, and the spatial ring on the middle-aged man's hand appeared in his grasp. He made a flicking motion, and the soul-nurturing tree instantly appeared where it had been. After he placed it back where it was, Ku Rong turned to look at Yang Yi. "Do you still intend to try?" Yang Yi replied, "Of course." "Then hurry up." Suddenly, Emo Lin said, "I too want to see how an ant at the rebirth realm will heal the soul-nurturing tree. If you fail, that's none of your fucking business." Yang Yi glanced at Emo Lin. "Old man, you can't stand the sight of me, and I can't stand the sight of you too. Once I'm done here, no matter what you want, I'll accompany you until the end. But can you shut up for now? Stop being so noisy like a woman, all right? You're courting death." Emo Lin shouted with fury as a terrifying aura slammed down in Yang Yi's direction. However, Ku Rong appeared between them before it could arrive in front of Yang Yi, and then he waved his right hand lightly and obliterated the aura. Ku Rong glanced at them and said, "Please resolve the enmity between you after you leave, all right?" Emo Lin grunted coldly, "Brother Ku Rong, I'll be taking my leave." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Once Emo Lin left, Ku Rong gazed at Yang Yi and shook his head before he said, "Go give it a try." Yang Yi nodded, and then his figure flashed onto the round platform. Suddenly, the tiny vortex started to spin again. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he sensed this, and he hurriedly said in his heart, "Don't act rashly. You can't take that. We won't be able to leave if you do." Even though he was quite confident in his own strength, He wasn't that confident to think he could fight the entire Ku clan. Not to mention the Ku clan. Even Ku Rong and Ku Zhui were enough to cause him a lot of trouble, let alone the terrifying one-armed man from before. The tiny vortex gradually slowed down and stopped. Yang Yi heaved another sigh of relief. He was afraid it would act rashly. Fortunately, it knew its limits, and it knew when it should take and when it shouldn't. Once it calmed down completely, Yang Yi walked over to the soul-nurturing tree. He gazed at it for a moment, and then he slowly clenched his fist. He was looking at the thing which could save Little Sky. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he slowly stretched out his right hand. In the end, he placed it on the tree and circulated his profound energy. After that, threads of primordial violet energy surged out from his palm and entered the tree. Once the primordial violet energy entered the tree started to tremble violently, and then its branches actually coiled around Yang Yi to stop him from leaving. Ku Rong and Ku Zhui were stunned by this scene, but it didn't take long for wild joy to appear on Ku Rong's face. As for Ku Zhui, happiness and excitement flashed through her eyes. Yang Yi glanced at the three and heaved a sigh of relief, because based on its current reaction, primordial violet energy worked. It did make sense, because if even primordial violet energy couldn't save it, then there would probably be nothing left in the world that could save it. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and continued sending primordial violet energy into the tree. Just like that, the tree started to tremble even more violently as more and more primordial violet energy surged into it. Moreover, its roots were recovering at a visible rate. Ku Rong instantly seemed extremely excited when he noticed this. Meanwhile, an old man in a luxurious robe suddenly appeared by Ku Rong's side. Ku Rong was slightly stunned when he saw the old man, and then he hurriedly bowed to the old man. "Third uncle, what are you doing here?" The old man didn't answer Ku Rong, and he just gazed at Yang Yi and the soul-nurturing tree. "Who is he?" Ku Zhui said. "He's from the Yang clan." "The Yang clan." The old man nodded slightly and didn't speak another word. He just stared at the soul-nurturing tree without blinking at all. The roots of the soul-nurturing tree gradually returned to normal under the healing effects of the primordial violet energy. Yang Yi immediately let go of the tree when he noticed that it had returned to normal, and then he turned to look at Ku Rong. He was just about to speak when the old man in a luxurious robe suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man sized up Yang Yi, and then gazed at the tree behind him. The old man gazed at the tree for a long time before a wisp of excitement flashed through his eyes. "It's healed. It's really healed." Yang Yi glanced at Ku Zhui and smiled. "See, I didn't lie to you." Ku Zhui glanced at him and remained silent. Suddenly, the old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Thank you." Yang Yi smiled. "It was nothing." The old man hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can you tell me what profound energy that was?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "A unique, profound energy." The old man knew when to stop and didn't pursue a more detailed answer. He immediately gazed at Ku Rong. Ku Rong nodded slightly and said, "He needs a piece of soul-nurturing wood, and I've agreed to give it to him if he can treat the soul-nurturing tree." A piece of soul-nurturing wood. The old man in a luxurious robe nodded slightly and said, "Give one to him." Ku Rong nodded and left. Around a dozen breaths of time passed before he appeared before Yang Yi again, and he was holding a pitch-black branch. It was thick as a finger, around 3 m long, and emanated dense soul energy. Ku Zhui glanced at Yang Yi when she saw the soul-nurturing wood, and a trace of envy flashed through her eyes. Even though the Ku clan had a soul-nurturing tree, it didn't have many pieces of soul-nurturing wood, because the Ku clan could only use the branches that fell from the tree, and they didn't dare to break its branches off themselves. They were afraid that breaking its branches themselves would harm the soul-nurturing tree, and it was also the reason why it was so precious. Yang Yi naturally didn't refuse it and placed it within the primordial pagoda, and then he said, "Seniors, I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." He intended to leave once he finished speaking. After all, he wanted to immediately revive Little Sky. However, right when Yang Yi was about to leave, Ku Rong and the old man were stunned because the soul-nurturing tree actually obstructed Yang Yi's path. Yang Yi was rendered speechless by this scene. Meanwhile, Ku Rong and the old man exchanged glances, and then Ku Rong stretched out his hand and put the soul-nurturing tree back where it had been. However, it only took a moment for the soul-nurturing tree to appear in front of Yang Yi again. Ku Rong and the old man's expressions became a little unsightly. At this moment, they were naturally able to discern that it wanted to go with Yang Yi. Yang Yi had naturally realized that as well, and he wanted it to go with him, of course. However, was that possible? Obviously, it wasn't, because the Ku clan would definitely not allow it. Yang Yi gazed at the old man and Ku Rong, and then the old man and Ku Rong exchanged glances. A moment later, the old man said, "You can go." Yang Yi nodded. He tapped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. The soul-nurturing tree was about to follow Yang Yi, but the old man suddenly clenched his fist. In an instant, the space around the soul-nurturing tree froze. Suddenly, the soul-nurturing tree shook violently, and then a wave of terrifying soul energy surged out from within it. The soul energy blasted the space around it into bits, and then the soul-nurturing tree shot up into the sky and went after Yang Yi. Ku Rong and the old man's expressions instantly became unsightly when they witnessed this. Chapter 1661 Old Dog. I'll kill you with one strike. Yang Yi stopped because the soul-nurturing tree had appeared in front of him again. Obviously, it had grown fond of his primordial violet energy. Yang Yi was in quite a difficult position as he gazed at it. He really wanted to take it with him. After all, it would be extremely beneficial to his soul. However, he was very well aware that the Ku clan would absolutely not allow him to do so. Suddenly, Snowy appeared before him. She blinked at the soul-nurturing tree, and then flew over to it before waving her claws about. After that, she returned to Yang Yi's shoulder. Meanwhile, the old man in a luxurious robe, Ku Rong, and Ku Zhui had appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at them and shrugged. "Seniors, what is it trying to say?" The old man pondered deeply for a few moments and said, "It may have grown fond of your unique, profound energy." Yang Yi revealed an utterly innocent expression as he said, "What should we do?" The old man in a luxurious robe and Ku Rong were in quite a difficult position. The soul-nurturing tree possessed intelligence of its own, and it was quite special. So, the Ku clan didn't want to use force on it. However, the Ku clan would absolutely not allow it to go with Yang Yi. Suddenly, the soul-nurturing tree vanished on the spot. The old man's expression changed slightly, and he was about to stop it, but it didn't take long for him to be stunned, because it had actually returned to the round platform in the forest. The old man and Ku Rong exchanged glances, and there was a wisp of bewilderment in their eyes. Obviously, they didn't understand why it would suddenly change its mind. However, it was a good thing for the Ku clan. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Ku Zhui, "Send Brother Yang off." At this moment, all he wanted was for Yang Yi to leave as soon as possible and prevent the soul-nurturing tree from changing its decision. Ku Zhui gazed at Yang Yi. "Let's go." Yang Yi didn't delay. He nodded, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky while Ku Zhui followed closely behind him. "That kid's profound energy is quite special." Ku Rong spoke in a low voice. "I've never seen such profound energy." The old man in a luxurious robe shook his head slightly. "I've never seen it either." Ku Rong remained silent for a moment before he said, "Unfortunately, he's a young master of the Yang clan. Otherwise, we could have kept him in our clan." The old man shook his head. "That kid isn't someone that's easy to deal with. His arrival may bring chaos to our Ku clan." Ku Rong shook his head and chuckled when he recalled Yang Yi's temper. It didn't take long for them to vanish on the spot. On the round platform on the ground below, the soul-nurturing tree suddenly shook slightly, but it didn't take long for it to return to normal. Outside Quian system, Ku Zhui stopped upon sending him here, and she gazed at Yang Yi. "Let's part ways here." Yang Yi turned around to gaze at her, and he smiled. "Sister Zhui, I'll come see you again." She spoke indifferently. "It's best if you don't." Yang Yi chuckled and turned around with the intent to leave. However, he seemed to have thought of something and added, "Right. How do I get on the Milky Way rankings?" She asked, "You want to get on the rankings?" Yang Yi smiled. Not really. I'm just asking. Of course, I would like to have a look if it's possible. Ku Jui fell silent for an instant, and then she explained, the Milky Way rankings is set by the Qin clan. If they think you can be ranked on it, then you will. Of course, you can head to the Qin clan's spatial arena to challenge the geniuses on the Milky Way rankings. You'll replace the rankings of your opponent if you win. Of course, you can't immediately challenge others who are too high up the rankings. You're only able to challenge those who are 2 rankings higher than you. Yang Yi nodded. What's that spatial arena you spoke about? Ku Jui said, a special arena. You can head to the Qin clan to get a spatial teleportation talisman. In that way, you can teleport to the arena at a moment's notice. She paused for a moment and continued. Most of the geniuses in our medium universe have gotten that teleportation talisman because you'll be able to encounter all sorts of formidable opponents there, and it's a very good way to temper yourself. I see. Yang Yi nodded. Geniuses like them would definitely refuse to stay at home and just cultivate every single day. The geniuses who only cultivated bitterly had no combat experience, so no matter how great their cultivations were, it would be easy for them to be killed. That was why many people were killed by cultivators below their realms of cultivation, and it was also why many could surmount their realms of cultivation to fight opponents of a higher cultivation realm. Battle was the best method to improve a person's strength. Meanwhile, Ku Jui said, your Yang clan's fight for succession is about to begin. Are you going to compete too? Yang Yi shrugged. What else? He sized up Ku Jui at this point and added, why don't you come help me? I need the help. She glanced indifferently at him. You're dreaming. I wanted to warn you that besides those young masters of your Yang clan, you have to be even more careful about the help they're getting. Because I heard the members of the Ying clan are participating too. The Ying clan? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The Yang clan will allow that? Ku Jui replied, as far as those old fellows of your clan are concerned, so long as you have the ability, you can even drag the disciples of all the other clans to your side, because it's impossible for them to pose a threat to the Yang clan. Moreover, only a single person will be able to survive by the end of the fight for succession, and that person will have to go through many tests. So, they aren't worried that other powers will take control of the Yang clan's future successor and patriarch. Yang Yi nodded and asked, is the Ying clan very strong? Ku Jui nodded. Very. The second on the Milky Way rankings is from the Ying clan. Moreover, it has another disciple in the top 10. Yang Yi was curious. Who's the first? Which clan is that person from? Ku Jui shook her head in response. I don't know. Only those 2 fellows ranked at the first and second would, because only they have the right to meet that fellow who's ranked first. She paused for a moment and continued. I heard the first may be at the True Realm. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. The True Realm. The True Realm at below the age of 40. If the first on the rankings really was at the True Realm, that person would be absolutely terrifying. That person was simply not human. All right. Meanwhile, Ku Jui said, I'm heading back. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished into the distance. Yang Yi gazed in the direction she vanished towards, and he just stared for a short while before he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. However, he hadn't gone far when an energy palm flashed out from the space in front of him and slapped down towards him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't stop and just drew his sword. Bang! The energy palm was instantly shattered by his sword. Meanwhile, a black-robed old man appeared before him. It was Emolin. Yang Yi had a calm expression on his face, and he didn't seem surprised. Meanwhile, Emolin laughed coldly. Little bastard. Weren't you acting really arrogant in the Ku clan? Weren't you? Come. Why don't you do that again right now? Yang Yi shook his head. He didn't waste his breath. He just stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Ant! Emolin's voice carried a trace of ridicule, and he immediately transformed into a ray of black light that vanished on the spot. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and Yang Yi and Emolin were pushed back at the same time. However, Emolin stopped after being pushed 300 m back while Yang Yi had been pushed almost 1 kilometer back. Little bastard. You have some skill. Emolin started walking slowly in Yang Yi's direction. However, As far as I'm concerned, you're still an ant." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a beam of black light that surged towards Yang Yi. Sword intent surged madly out of Yang Yi, and then he tapped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Bang! They collided in midair, causing the space here to tremble violently. After that, both of them were pushed backwards repeatedly by the force of the collision. After being pushed over 300 and back, Yang Yi suddenly stopped, and then his soul flashed out of his body. At the same time, a wave of terrifying intent suddenly surged out from within him and instantly turned the starry sky around him blood red. Zenith rank slaughter intent. Old dog, they'll kill you with one strike. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's soul transformed into a ray of blood red light that vanished on the spot. The soul version of the Sword of Rebirth. This was the swiftest attack Head ever executed since he learned the Sword of Rebirth. Because Head even activated his flash boots, his speed had instantly risen explosively by countless times. His current speed was swift to the limit. At the moment Yang Ye's figure vanished, Emo Lin's expression had changed drastically. A moment later, his aura as a half-step true realm expert surged out madly from within him. However, a speck of blood-red light had arrived at the exact same instant that his aura had surged out. The aura was like a balloon that had been pricked by a needle, and it instantly exploded apart. After that, another terrifying wave of pressure slammed down upon Emo Lin. Sword intent, and slaughter intent at once. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light shot out of the back of Emo Lin's head, and then Emo Lin's body stiffened on the spot. Yang Yi sheathed his sword. He turned around to gaze at Emo Lin, and the latter was staring blankly at him. "How swift?" Suddenly, Yang Yi said, "I'm not in the mood to listen to your nonsense." He immediately waved his sword, and a ray of blood-red light pierced through the center of Emo Lin's forehead and put an end to his life. Yang Yi sized up Emo Lin's corpse and shook his head. What a pity! Those killed by the Sword of Rebirth couldn't be refined into sword servants. Otherwise, he would have obtained a puppet at the half-step true realm. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he turned around with the intent to leave. Suddenly, the space in front of him trembled, causing Yang Ye's eyes to narrow slightly while he tightened his grip on his sword. Suddenly, the space there cracked open, and then a black shadow flashed out from within the rift. Yang Ye's eyes immediately opened wide at the sight of it. What the... Chapter 1662. I've never backed down. What was it? The soul nurturing tree. The Ku clan's soul nurturing tree. Yang Yi hadn't expected the soul nurturing tree to follow him again. At the same moment that he was stunned by this, Snowy had suddenly emerged from the primordial pagoda. She immediately gazed at the soul nurturing tree and cracked a smile, and then she flashed over to it, grabbed it by a branch, and entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi was stunned speechless by this. Suddenly, Yang Ye's expression changed. He remained silent for just an instant before an idea came to him, and he hurriedly shouted with fury, "Who are you? Let go of the soul-nurturing tree." As he spoke, he drew his sword and swung it towards the distance. Oem! A sword howl resounded through the entire sky, and then a ray of sword energy shot into the depths of the starry sky. It didn't take long for a loud explosion to resound far away. After that, Yang Yi was about to chase after the thief, but 3 old men had appeared by his side. 2 of them were Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe from before. Yang Yi was about to speak when he saw them, but Ku Rong's figure flashed off in the direction of Yang Ye's sword energy. As for the old man in a luxurious robe and another old man in a linen robe, they both remained on the spot and stared at Yang Yi without blinking. Around 3 breaths of time later, Ku Rong returned, and then he gazed at the other 2 old men and shook his head. The face of the old man in a luxurious robe turned gloomy, and then both he and Ku Rong simultaneously gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi blinked. "Seniors, what's going on?" The old man in a luxurious robe fell silent for a few breaths of time and said, "You have it, right?" Yang Yi had a puzzled expression on his face. "I have it? Have what?" Ku Rong suddenly said, The soul-nurturing tree. Don't joke with me. Yang Yi jumped. Seniors, are you joking? How could it possibly be with me? Both of them didn't speak, and they just gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi said, Seniors, I did see the tree just now, but I hadn't even been able to react before a black-robed old man grabbed it. Look, I even attacked him. However, he was truly too fast. Ku Rong shook his head slightly. I went in that direction and didn't see any black-robed old man. Yang Yi shrugged. Seniors, if you think I have it, then search me. I'm even willing to let you search my spatial ring. Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe exchanged glances, and then the old man swept Yang Yi with his divine sense. Yang Yi didn't resist it and allowed the old man's divine sense to even sweep through his spatial ring. The reason Yang Yi dared to let the old man search him was because he was confident in the primordial pagoda. The primordial pagoda couldn't be compared to the past anymore. So long as it wasn't willing to be detected, then no one could detect its presence. A short while later, the old man withdrew his divine sense. At the same time, his face became extremely unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, Seniors, you believe me now, right? The old man fell silent for a few breaths of time, and then he said, Can you let me search your sea of consciousness? After all, some people are able to create a pocket of space in their seas of consciousness, and they can store things there. Don't worry, they'll only search and will absolutely not harm you. Yang Yi's face fell. Senior, isn't that request a little too much? I'm sure you're aware that allowing someone to enter my divine sense is like leaving my life in your hands. The old man nodded slightly. I naturally understand that. But young brother, the soul-nurturing tree is extremely important to my Ku clan. So? Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, What if it isn't in my sea of consciousness? If it isn't, then it isn't. What else do you want? Meanwhile, the old man in a linen robe, who hadn't spoken until now, spoke coldly. Don't tell me you want us to apologize to you? Ku Rong's expression changed when he heard this, and he knew the situation was about to take a turn for the worse. Ku Rong was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly gazed at the old man in a linen robe. What the heck are you saying? I'm only cooperating out of consideration for Zhui. If I'm to be honest, what can you do to me if I refuse to cooperate? Even though they were half-step true realm experts, he really didn't fear them. The eyes of the old man in linen robes narrowed slightly. Why don't you give it a try? Yang Yi shrugged, and then he turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, the old man in a linen robe spoke coldly. You brought this upon yourself. I try to give you some face. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and made a clawing motion at Yang Yi. This action caused a wave of powerful energy to envelop Yang Yi, and then Yang Yi's bones started to make cracking noises beneath the pressure from it. A vicious glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then a wave of terrifying slaughter intent swept out from him, and then the old man's energy was instantly obliterated. Zenith rank slaughter intent. Their expressions changed when they witnessed this. All three of them hadn't expected that Yang Yi had actually comprehended slaughter intent, and it was even at the zenith rank. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the old man when his figure appeared again. After that, he drew his sword and swung it. 10 overlapped heaven rends that were enhanced by returnal rank sword intent and zenith rank slaughter intent. At the instant Yang Yi's sword energy shot forward, the powerful energy it contained pushed both Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe a few steps back. As for the old man in linen robes, his expression changed. He didn't dare act carelessly when facing this attack, and he swiftly slammed both his fists at Yang Yi's attack. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the old man was pushed 300 m back. Meanwhile, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Boom! At the moment Yang Yi's figure vanished, another explosion resounded. At the same time, the linen-robed old man was pushed around 1 kilometer back. Yang Yi didn't follow up with another attack. He just glanced coldly at the old man. Do you understand now? I'm the one who gave you face, not you. Understand? Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Suddenly, the linen-robed old man vanished on the spot, and he was behind Yang Yi when his figure appeared again. A huge axe had appeared in his grasp, and he held it in his right grasp as he swung it down at Yang Ye's head. Crack! The space around Yang Yi instantly cracked apart as it descended. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while the desire to kill flashed through his eyes. He immediately turned around and drew his sword. Bang! An explosion resounded as sword and axe collided, and then they shook violently before both Yang Yi and the old man were slammed backwards. Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe glanced at Yang Yi and the old man in a linen robe. Ku Rong was about to stop them from fighting, but the other old man stopped him and spoke indifferently. Conceited youngsters who don't know the limits of their own strength should be taught a lesson. Ku Rong glanced at the old man, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. After they stopped themselves, the linen-robed old man started walking slowly in Yang Ye's direction. Needless to say, your strength isn't bad. However, do you think I'm weak? Allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Yang Ye's face instantly turned savage when he heard the old man, and then he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished on the spot. He was in front of the linen-robed old man when his figure appeared again, and then he swung the blood-red sword in his grasp. The old man laughed fiercely as he swung his axe forward at Yang Ye's sword. Clang! Both of them were pushed back repeatedly upon colliding with each other. However, Yang Yi didn't take long to stop himself, and then he once again transformed into a ray of blood-red light that charged at the linen-robed old man. At this moment, Yang Yi was once again fighting without any regard for his life. In the beginning, the old man had been able to fight Yang Yi equally, but he was gradually unable to withstand Yang Yi, because Yang Yi was too ruthless. Every single attack he launched was one where he intended to trade his life for the old man's life. But how could the old man be willing to do that? Since he was concerned about his own life, he started to gradually fall into a disadvantaged position. As for Yang Yi, he grew more and more ruthless and ferocious as the battle progressed. Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe had quite unsightly expressions on their faces, because they hadn't imagined that a rebirth realm cultivator like Yang Yi would actually be able to suppress a half-step true realm expert. They were about to attack when the space in the battlefield collapsed. As soon as a black hole appeared there, the expressions of both Ku Rong and the other old man changed drastically because the black hole had actually started to shrink. Attack! They didn't dare hesitate and intended to attack immediately. However, the black hole suddenly stopped shrinking, and then a figure was blasted out of it. It was the linen-robed old man. The old man hadn't even stopped himself when a ray of light suddenly surged out from within the black hole, and then Yang Yi appeared before the old man. He stomped his foot down on the old man's chest, and then held his sword in both hands as he stabbed it downwards and stopped it right before it pierced the old man's forehead. He said, "You said you want to teach me a lesson on behalf of my parents? You said that, right? Yang Yi, let him go." Meanwhile, the old man in a luxurious robe spoke abruptly. "If you kill him, my Ku clan will definitely not let you go. I don't think you want to become enemies with my Ku clan, right?" Yang Yi turned his head and shot a glance at the old man in a luxurious robe. "Threatening me with the Ku clan?" The old man replied indifferently, "I'm just telling you a fact." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Indeed, I don't want to become enemies with the Ku clan." He looked down at the linen-robed old man and said, "He'll give Zhui face. Just apologize and he'll forget this ever happened." The old man stared at Yang Yi while a wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of his mouth. "Apologize? What? Did what I said strike a soft spot? However, you do seem like a pussy, and a piece of trash who didn't have a mother to raise him." Yang Yi bent down to look at the old man. "You think I don't dare to kill you? Do you?" Disdain filled the corners of his mouth. "Not to mention the Yang clan. Even the Ying clan would give my Ku clan some face. You." Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through the linen-robed old man's throat. Hiss! His head instantly flew up into the air while accompanied by a torrent of blood. Yang Yi sheathed his sword, and then he turned to look at Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe. "In all my life, I've suffered and I've experienced fear, but I've never backed down." Chapter 1663 You Fight. I'll run. At the moment Yang Yi chopped off the linen-robed old man's head, Ku Rong and the other old man's expressions had become extremely unsightly. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi would really dare to kill the old man in a linen robe. The old man in a luxurious robe gazed at Yang Yi. Do you realize what you've done? What I've done? Yang Yi chuckled. Actually, I didn't want to do that. But it can't be helped. You people from large clans always consider yourself to be superior to others, and you think that others should give you face. When others give you face, you think it's a matter of course. But if others refuse to give you face, you feel that person isn't sensible and should be taught a lesson. Yang Yi shook his head at this point and continued, the way I, Yang Yi, do things is that if someone respects me, then I'll respect them. If others don't respect me and want to bully me, then I'm sorry. It doesn't matter if that person is from your Ku clan. I'd still kill that person even if he's the son of God. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked away. However, Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe appeared not too far away from him. The old man stared at Yang Yi and said, You intend to just walk away after killing him? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. What? You want me to kill two more? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. You're that confident? Yang Yi gazed at the old man. Why don't you give it a try? The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while. He didn't say anything and just stretched out his right hand. A wave of powerful energy instantly shook the space around Yang Yi. But it didn't take long for a wave of red light to surge out from within Yang Yi, and then the old man's energy was dispersed in an instant. The old man tapped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of white light that shot towards Yang Yi. At the same time, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. Bang! Space shook violently, and then Yang Yi was pushed 300 m back while the old man was merely pushed less than 30 m back. Yang Yi glanced at the old man from afar. Needless to say, while the old man in a luxurious robe and the linen-robed old man were both half-step true realm experts, the old man in a luxurious robe was much stronger than the linen-robed old man. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he stretched out his right hand and twisted it swiftly. In an instant, the space around Yang Yi started to move. The powerful energy within it caused Yang Yi to feel like his body was being pulled apart by numerous horses. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly, and he immediately raised his sword and slashed. Bang! The space around him collapsed and was obliterated. A moment later, a ray of light shot out of the expanse of collapsed space and instantly appeared before the old man. The old man's expression remained calm, and he tapped his finger forward. The space before him suddenly started to spin, and it swept Yang Yi into it. However, it only took a moment for a blood-red ray of light to flash out from there. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slapped his palm forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the old man was pushed around 30 m back. As for the spinning vortex of space in front of him, it had been sliced into strings by Yang Yi's sword energy, while Yang Yi's figure had appeared in front of the old man before stabbing his sword forward. It was swift to the absolute limit, and even the old man in a luxurious robe merely saw a ray of light flash before him. The old man didn't dare act carelessly, and he immediately raised a small black shield in front of himself. Bang! The shield shook violently, and then a ray of black light shot out from it. Yang Yi's expression changed from the sight of the black light, and he quickly raised his sword and slashed it forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was pushed almost 1 kilometer back. Yang Yi glanced at the black shield from afar. It was obvious that the shield was a zenith-rank treasure. You're not bad indeed. Meanwhile, the old man in a luxurious robe said, however, not to mention that you are just a young master of the Yang clan. Even if you're the Yang clan's successor, my Ku clan will still kill you without any hesitation. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and then he tapped the black shield in front of him. In an instant, it transformed into a black vortex that swept towards Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, space was instantly sliced into pieces. Yang Yi's eyes drooped as he gazed at the black vortex. It didn't take long for the shield to get closer and closer. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked up. But right when the old man in Ku Rong thought he would swing his sword, Yang Yi's figure shook and charged towards the black vortex. In an instant, Yang Ye's figure was sucked into it. Both the old men were quite stunned by this, and bewilderment filled their eyes. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed drastically. "How dare you?" He was about to act, but the black vortex suddenly vanished, and then a ray of light shot out from there. Bang! The old man was pushed around 100 m back, and Yang Yi had appeared before Ku Rong and the old man. Ku Rong's eyes instantly narrowed when he saw Yang Yi, and they were filled with disbelief, because Yang Yi was completely unharmed. Of course he was unharmed. He possessed zenith rank laws of darkness, and coupled with the unique physique he possessed right now, it could be said that he was fully immune to dark matter and dark energy. But the energy created by that black shield was formed from dark matter and dark energy. So, it was completely harmless to Yang Yi. That was exactly why he was completely unharmed, and had even placed the black shield within the primordial pagoda. The old man stared at Yang Yi. "Where's my shield?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Why are you asking me when it's your shield?" A wisp of the intent to kill flashed through the old man's eyes. "Damn it." As he spoke, he moved slightly sideways while raising his hands a little. A moment later, he slapped them down in Yang Ye's direction. 1,000 waves. The space before him instantly seemed to have transformed into an ocean, and it started overlapping in layers. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like he was in an ocean that had tidal waves raging through it, and the space there seemed like ocean water that was trying to drown him. In just an instant, Yang Yi was submerged beneath that ocean of space. A moment of silence ensued, and then a sword howl resounded from within it. After that, a ray of light shot out from there. Space was instantly sliced open wherever it went, and it didn't take long for the ray of light to arrive before the old man in a luxurious robe. Suddenly, the space before him was compressed in layers, and then it transformed into a palm that slapped forward in Yang Ye's direction. Bang! The ray of light was dispersed while Yang Yi was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi gazed coldly at the old man from afar. As for the space between them, it was rippling lightly like ripples on the surface of a lake. The old man in a luxurious robe stared at Yang Yi. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to be so strong. Even though Yang Yi had always been at a disadvantage, he hadn't been able to kill Yang Yi. Yang Ye's attacks were extremely sharp and powerful while enhanced by Returnal rank Sword Intent and Zenith rank Slaughter Intent, and Yang Yi was even able to destroy his powerful techniques with ease. He couldn't do anything to Yang Yi. That was what the old man felt right now. He remained silent for a moment, and then he spoke in a low voice. "Let's join forces." Ku Rong nodded when he heard this. Even if the old man didn't say anything, he would still join the battle, because Head realized that the old man couldn't do anything to Yang Yi. Right when they were about to attack, Yang Yi suddenly said, "What? You intend to gang up on me?" The old man in a luxurious robe said, "Don't waste your breath on him. Attack. The soul-nurturing tree might be in his sea of consciousness." As he spoke, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, Ku Rong was about to attack as well, but a ray of golden light suddenly flashed. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then the old man was blasted 300 m away. At the same time, Ku Rong's expression changed, and he hurriedly looked off into the distance. A woman with a spear in her grasp had suddenly appeared there. It was a Nanjing. The old man in a luxurious robe glanced at his palm. At this moment, his entire palm and arm had cracked open. He fell silent for a moment before he looked up at a Nanjing. "Who are you?" And Nanjing didn't speak. She just moved over to Yang Ye's side, but her aura was still locked onto the old man. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly spoke. "If you attack me again, both of you'll lose your heads today. Don't start bringing up the Ku clan. I just arrived in the Milky Way system, so I don't know anything about how strong or mysterious the Ku clan is. So, don't force my hand. Otherwise, both of you might die a horrible death." A wisp of ferocity flashed through the old man's eyes. He was about to attack when a voice suddenly resounded. "Both of you can't do anything to them." The old man was stunned when he heard the voice, and then a respectful expression appeared on his face. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear here. The man was none other than the one-armed man Yang Yi had met earlier, the guardian of the Ku clan, Ku Ming. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Ku Ming. The Ku clan has even sent out a true realm expert. Ku Ming walked over to Yang Yi and in Nanjing. He stopped not too far away from them and said, "No one dares to take from the Ku clan, and no one can just kill a member of the Ku clan." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "No one can just insult a member of my Yang clan too." Well said. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a violet-armored man with a spear in his grasp walked out from a point of space that wasn't too far behind Yang Yi. Yang Gawu, Ku Rong, and the other old man's faces fell when they saw the man. The Ku clan had its guardian, and so did the Yang clan. Yang Gawu was the Yang clan's guardian. Ku Ming glanced at Yang Gawu. "I didn't expect you to come yourself. However, can you stop me from killing them?" "I can't." Yang Gawu spoke indifferently. "However, if you break the rule that all 8 of our clans set, then my Yang clan will naturally not abide by that rule anymore. If you kill the juniors of my Yang clan, then I'll kill the juniors of your Ku clan. A life for a life. It's a worthy exchange." The 8 clans had jointly set a rule that the true realm experts of the various clans couldn't act against the juniors of the other clans. At the very least, they couldn't do it openly. Ku Ming fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Does your Yang clan want to go to war?" Yang Gawu didn't answer the question, and he gazed at Yang Yi instead. "What do you think?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "You fight. They'll run." Chapter 1664. Wait. There's something there. Yang Zhu's eyelids twitched when he heard Yang Yi. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "I didn't notice that you're quite shameless." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Yang Gawu turned to look at Ku Ming and said, "Ku Ming, can you represent the Ku clan?" Ku Ming spoke indifferently. "If they refuse, they'll fight alone. All right?" Yang Gawu spoke indifferently. "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you at any time. If your Ku clan wants to fight, my Yang clan will accompany it at any time too. Then bring it on." As soon as he finished speaking, Ku Ming vanished on the spot. He was swift. Absolutely swift. A solemn expression instantly appeared on Yang Ye's face when he saw Ku Ming attack, because he hadn't been able to see Ku Ming's movements at all. Ku Ming was strong. At this moment, both Yang Yi and in Nanjing were far from a match for him. However, it was normal. Ku Ming had been an extraordinary genius who was ranked on the 3rd position of the Milky Way rankings. At that time, had been able to kill a true realm expert while at the half-step true realm. Yet now, Ku Ming was at the true realm. So, it was obvious how strong he would be. Fighting such a person while at a lower realm of cultivation? It was difficult. Extremely difficult. Moreover, Yang Yi was only at the rebirth realm, so there was an entire 2 realms of cultivation between them. It was extremely unrealistic to try and surmount 2 realms of cultivation to fight Ku Ming. Yang Yi knew his own strength very well. So, he refused to court death. At the moment Ku Ming vanished, Yang Gawu had vanished as well. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! An explosion resounded like a thunderclap, and then the space in a huge area trembled violently before cracking apart. Yang Yi was first stunned, and then he was delighted. If the space in such a huge area collapsed, he could take control of the huge black hole it created. At that time, even if he couldn't kill Ku Ming, he could definitely injure Ku Ming, and he may even be able to heavily injure Ku Ming. As for Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe, they would definitely lose their lives. Such a huge black hole wasn't something a half-step true realm expert could resist. Right when Yang Yi was looking forward to the collapse of that huge expanse of space, Ku Ming and Yang Gawu suddenly stopped fighting. It didn't take long for 2 old men to respectively appear by Ku Ming and Yang Zhu's side. The old man by Ku Ming's side was the supreme elder of the Ku clan, and the second in command in the Ku clan, Ku Yuxing. As for the old man by Yang Zhu's side, it was the council master of the Yang clan's council of elders, Yang Lin. Ku Yuxing smiled. "Brother Yang Lin, long time no see." Yang Lin grinned. "It has been many years, but I didn't expect us to meet under such circumstances." Ku Yuxing nodded slightly. "Indeed." He paused for a moment and gazed at Yang Yi. "Brother Yang Lin, this junior of yours is very formidable." Yang Lin glanced at Yang Yi and said, "The young are hot-blooded and impetuous. Weren't we the same all those years ago?" Ku Yuxing replied, "I can understand that. However, everyone must bear the consequences for their actions, right?" Yang Lin nodded. "Brother Ku, that is true." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Tell me what you did to make the Ku clan send 3 half-step true realm experts to kill you and even send out its guardian." Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "The Ku clan has falsely accused me and wants to cause trouble." Yang Yi described everything that had happened. This time, he hadn't exaggerated. After all, there were no fools here, so they would only look down upon him if he exaggerated the facts. A short while passed before Yang Yi said, "That's what happened. They think I stole their soul-nurturing tree, so they wanted to search me, and I agreed to let them do that. But after they finished searching me, they wanted to enter my sea of consciousness and search it as well." Yang Lin asked, "Then why did you kill a member of the Ku clan?" Yang Yi spoke in a helpless tone. "I had no other choice. Because I refused to let them search my sea of consciousness, they intended to do it by force. So, that linen-robed old man attacked me, and I had no choice but to defend myself. I planned to just stop without killing anyone, but I didn't expect him to be so weak and die just like that. Of course, he can't be blamed for that. It's my fault for being a little too strong." The expressions of everyone from the Ku clan became quite unsightly when they heard Yang Yi. After all, what Yang Yi had said in the end was a heavy slap on the Ku clan's face. "Do you know how to speak?" Meanwhile, Yang Lin berated Yang Yi. "You think you're very strong? Don't even think you can do as you please because you have some strength. There are countless experts in this world, and there are innumerable who are stronger than you." "Yes, yes." Yang Yi hurriedly nodded, and then he moved aside as if had learned his lesson. Yang Lin glanced at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Ku Yuxing. "Brother Ku, I have a rough understanding of the matter. This junior of mine healed your soul-nurturing tree, and then the tree vanished. After that, you thought he had it, so you caused trouble for him. But this junior of mine has said that it isn't with him." Ku Yuxing turned to look at the old man in a luxurious robe, and the old man spoke solemnly. The soul-nurturing tree was exceptionally fond of his profound energy. It wanted to follow him from the very beginning, but we stopped it. However, we hadn't expected it to actually dig its way through the ground, break open a rift in space, and flee our clan. He paused for a moment and continued, "When we chased after it, all we saw was him. So, the soul-nurturing tree is definitely in his sea of consciousness, because we've searched his spatial ring, and it isn't in there. Thus, he has definitely hidden it in his sea of consciousness." Ku Yuxing gazed at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi spoke indifferently, "It isn't in my sea of consciousness." Ku Yuxing gazed at Yang Lin, and the latter gazed at Yang Yi. "Is it really not in your sea of consciousness?" Yang Yi glanced at Ku Yuxing and the others, and he said, "I know that you won't believe me no matter what I say. So, how about we do this? It'll allow you to search my sea of consciousness. If you find the soul-nurturing tree," Yang Lin suddenly said, "if they find it, I'll kill you myself." Yang Yi glanced at Yang Lin. Meanwhile, Yang Lin gazed at Ku Yuxing and said, "But Brother Ku, what if you don't find it in his sea of consciousness?" "If we don't find it?" Ku Yuxing nodded and said, "What do you think, Brother Yang Lin?" Yang Lin gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "What do you want?" "The Ku clan's treasury is filled with treasures." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and asked, "Senior, what do you think I need?" Yin Lin sized up Yang Yi and said, "Your body is at the Undying Realm, and the next realm is the Zenith Realm. However, it's probably difficult to attain the Zenith Realm without any extraordinarily fortuitous encounters." He paused for a moment at this point, and then he gazed at Ku Yuxing. "According to my knowledge, the Ku clan seems to have a treasure, the Hell Fruit. Brother Ku, if you don't find the soul-nurturing tree in his sea of consciousness, then can you give him a Hell Fruit?" Ku Yuxing and the others' expressions became slightly unsightly when they heard Yang Lin. The Hell Fruit. It was no ordinary treasure. Even though it wasn't at the true rank, it wasn't something that any ordinary Zenith rank treasure could compare to. It was extremely precious even in the Ku clan. Meanwhile, Yang Lin suddenly added, "Brother Ku, am sure you've noticed the potential and natural talent that this junior of mine possesses. As far as my Yang clan is concerned, even 10 hell fruits can't compare to him. However, I know what the soul-nurturing tree means for the Ku clan, so am willing to temporarily place his life in your hands. He paused for a moment before he continued. If you find the soul-nurturing fruit in his sea of consciousness, there'll be no need for you to do anything. I'll kill him myself. However, if you don't find it, then it isn't too much to compensate him with a hell fruit and give my Yang clan a proper way out of this situation, right? Suddenly, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and was about to speak, but he stopped when he was just about to say something. Even though the changes in his expression were subtle, the experts from the Ku clan had noticed it. Ku Yuxing glanced at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at the old man in a luxurious robe. The latter nodded slightly and was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly laughed coldly. The soul-nurturing tree really isn't in my possession. Why don't you believe me? Seniors from the Ku clan, I practically never lie, so just believe me this time. Ku Yuxing glanced indifferently at Yang Yi. You practically never lie because you lie all the time, right? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ku Yuxing gazed at Yang Lin. Fine, I agree. However, I want to search him myself. Yang Lin gazed at Yang Yi and asked, do you have any problems with that? Yang Yi remained silent. A cold smile immediately curled up on the corners of the luxurious robed old man's mouth when he saw Yang Yi fall silent, and Ku Yuxing's face became calm as well. At this moment, Yang Yi wasn't just staying silent, even his profound energy was secretly circulating. At the moment his profound energy started circulating, Yang Lin and Yang Ju's expressions had turned gloomy, and the cold smile on the luxurious robed old man's face grew wider and wider. Suddenly, Ku Yuxing said, how about you hand it over yourself, and he'll give the Yang clan face and spare your life. However, you have to come back to the Ku clan with me. Members of my Ku clan can't die for nothing, so you have to stay by his grave for 20 years. You search me. Yang Yi spoke abruptly. Ku Yuxing's eyes narrowed slightly. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he nodded. After that, a strand of his divine sense entered the center of Yang Yi's forehead. At this moment, the gazes of everyone here descended upon Yang Yi. Even though Yang Yi's expression was calm, he was a little nervous in his heart, because Ku Yuxing was a true realm expert. While he was confident in the primordial pagoda, he was still a little worried. After all, what if Ku Yuxing noticed something? The situation would get out of control if that happened. A short while later, Ku Yuxing's expression gradually became unsightly. Yang Lin and Yang Ju's faces gradually eased up at the sight of this. Another short while passed, and Ku Yuxing withdrew his divine sense. Yang Yi was about to speak when Ku Yuxing's gaze suddenly descended to his abdomen. Wait, there's something there. Chapter 1665 The Legend of an Ancient Cultivator. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi's abdomen when they heard Ku Yuxing, and Yang Yi's own expression had changed as well. The atmosphere here became tense. Suddenly, there was movement near Yang Yi's abdomen, and then a pair of white claws stretched out from within Yang Yi's clothes. It didn't take long for a small head to emerge as well. It was Snowy. Snowy glanced at everyone, and then her head shrunk back behind his clothes. Only her eyes that were constantly blinking could be seen from the outside. A sprite lord. A wisp of surprise flashed through Ku Yuxing's eyes when he saw the little fellow, but it didn't take long for his face to turn gloomy. Because the soul-nurturing tree wasn't in Yang Yi's possession, the faces of Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe had turned gloomy as well. Since it wasn't in Yang Yi's sea of consciousness, it meant that the Ku clan had lost the bet. The bet wasn't a big deal, but the soul-nurturing tree was gone. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and gazed at Ku Yuxing. Senior Ku, where's the hell fruit you promised? Ku Yuxing gazed at Yang Yi for a very long time, and then he nodded before flicking a black fruit over to Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi hadn't even seen it clearly when Yang Lin waved his right hand and took it. Yang Yi glanced at Yang Lin and remained silent. Yang Lin gazed at Ku Yuxing. Brother Ku, let's put an end to it here. All right? Ku Yuxing chuckled. Farewell? As soon as he finished speaking, He turned around and vanished on the spot with the others. Meanwhile, Yang Lin and Yang Ju's faces fell. A long moment of silence ensued before Yang Lin suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "Why did you offend the Ku clan?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Yang Guwu spoke abruptly. "Kid, do you realize that you almost died just now?" Yang Yi nodded slightly. "I know." Yang Guwu was about to speak when Yang Lin suddenly said, "Enough. This kid knows nothing about the Ku clan. What you say won't make a difference." Yang Guwu glanced at Yang Yi and shook his head. "The ignorant are fearless." Yang Yi remained silent. Meanwhile, Yang Lin gazed at Yang Yi. The Ku clan usually keeps a low profile, but their resources and reserves run deep. A very long time ago, there were no 8 clans in this universe. At that time, there was only a single super clan. Do you know which clan it was? Yang Yi replied, "The Ku clan?" Yang Lin nodded slightly. "The Ku clan. It broke apart due to a mishap, and that provided the other clans with a chance to rise up. After that, the Ku clan kept even more to itself. However, the other clans, including the currently powerful in Clan, dare not rashly offend them." "Do you know why?" Yang Yi asked curiously. "Why?" Yang Lin spoke solemnly. "Because an ancient cultivator once came from the Ku clan." "An ancient cultivator?" Yang Yi was puzzled. Had heard Xiong Qi speak about them, but he didn't have a very good understanding of the concept. Yang Lin explained, "A very, very long time ago, when humans had just appeared in this universe, the human race was the weakest race of living beings in Milky Way system. The human race was a race that was enslaved and slaughtered. This continued until numerous humans with extraordinary natural talent appeared in this world. They created all sorts of methods of cultivation, and the human race grew strong through cultivation. After that, the human race gradually escaped its fate of being enslaved and bullied by the other races." He looked up at the sky, fell silent for quite some time, and then continued. "That group of people didn't just create all sorts of methods of cultivation, they also created our human civilization. Justice and loyalty were both created by them. That period was the most glorious period our human race experienced, and they are the earliest cultivators of our human race." The human civilization? Yang Yi felt deep reverence towards them. If the human race hadn't been able to form such a civilization, how terrifying would it be? It could be said that their contribution to the human race was absolutely huge. Meanwhile, Yang Lin added, "Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, they vanished. Moreover, they even fought and killed each other before vanishing." "They fought and killed each other?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Yang Lin shook his head. "I don't know the details either. Because there are very few records about those ancient cultivators. There are no records of them in our history, and the only reason we know about them is because of the short records left behind in the ruins of their past abodes." He paused for a moment before he continued. "The reason they fought and killed each other seems to be because of differing views. In short, it isn't important. What's important is that an ancient cultivator once came from the Ku clan. So, do you understand now?" Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and replied, "That's definitely not the extent of it." Yang Lin nodded slightly. "The Ku clan has a divine treasure. It was left behind by that ancient cultivator. The reason the Ku clan has been able to survive from the ancient times is because of that divine treasure. Besides that, it has some unique cultivation methods. For example, soul cultivation. Even though some members of the other clans cultivate their souls too, it's far inferior to the Ku clan. In short, the Ku clan is very complicated and powerful." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Is the soul-nurturing tree really not in your possession?" Yang Yi immediately shook his head. "It isn't." What a joke. He would absolutely not admit it. After all, the potential troubles from admitting it would be utterly endless. Yang Lin gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and nodded. "Be careful, because the Ku clan will clearly not let the matter rest. Understand?" Yang Yi nodded slightly. "I will." Yang Lin flicked a black fruit over to Yang Yi. The fruit was around the size of a fist, completely pitch black, and quite scary looking. Meanwhile, Yang Lin said, "This fruit carries an aura of evil, and it impacts the soul and mind of the user. However, I've eliminated that aura, so it won't affect you." Yang Yi took the fruit and asked, "It can improve my body?" Yang Lin nodded. "Actually, it's equivalent to a half-step true rank treasure. It isn't just able to improve your body. It'll stimulate your soul and mind as well. However, it'll be very painful. So, you have to be mentally prepared." "Pain?" Yang Yi smiled. He didn't fear pain at all. He took the fruit and said, "Thank you, senior." Yang Lin glanced at Yang Yi and wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just fell silent for a moment before he said, "Come, let's return to the clan." He waved his right hand, and the three of them vanished on the spot. Around 15 minutes after they vanished, Ku Yuxing and the others appeared here. Ku Yuxing gazed at Ku Ming. "Did you hear that?" Ku Ming fell silent for a moment and replied, "He said that he doesn't have it." Ku Yuxing's eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, the old man in a luxurious robe said, "I think he has it." Ku Yuxing replied, "I think he has it too." Ku Ming gazed at Ku Yuxing. "Why?" Ku Yuxing replied, "If it was an ordinary person or even a true realm expert, it would be impossible to conceal the aura of the soul energy emanated by the soul-nurturing tree. However, after the aura of soul energy vanished once they chased it to him." He paused for a moment and continued, "Did all of you notice? Our divine sense isn't able to detect his aura at all. If I'm not wrong, he has a special technique that can conceal the aura of things." A cold glow flashed through Ku Ming's eyes. "Why didn't you let us kill him?" Ku Yuxing shook his head. "While my Ku clan isn't afraid of the Yang clan, it isn't necessary to go head-on against them. Don't go looking for trouble from him in secret as well. Your most important task is to protect that secret realm and stop outsiders from finding out about it." As for Yang Yi, a cold glow flashed through his eyes as he continued, "No one can take what belongs to my Ku clan." Fecta City. Once he returned to Fecta City, Yang Yi returned to his room and entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi found Snowy on the 1st level of the primordial pagoda. She was holding a wooden sword in her claws, and the soul-nurturing tree was in front of her. Snowy was conversing with the soul-nurturing tree. Yang Yi glanced at her. Obviously, it was Snowy who had told the soul-nurturing tree what to do, and Yang Yi wondered why Snowy had done so. Suddenly, the tree shook, and then it went over to Little Sky. After that, strand after strand of soul energy emerged from it and entered Little Sky's body. As for Snowy, she was staring at Little Sky while anticipation filled her eyes. Yang Yi instantly understood why Snowy had made the soul-nurturing tree run off with them. It was for Little Sky. As the soul-nurturing tree ceaselessly sent soul energy into Little Sky, her soul gradually solidified. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this. Sure enough, the soul-nurturing tree could save Little Sky. Around an hour later, Little Sky's eyes opened slowly. Yang Yi quickly went over to her side. "Are you all right?" Little Sky cracked a smile and said, "I probably won't die." Yang Yi grinned. You won't die while I'm here." Suddenly, Snowy flew over to Yang Yi, and then she hung on his chest and started crying. As she cried, she rubbed her head against Yang Yi's chest, and it didn't take long for all of them to be enveloped within white mist. Chapter 1666 Little Sky Awakens. Snowy grew sadder as she cried, and spirit energy surged out from her eyes like torrents. In just a short while, an area of almost 1 kilometer was covered in white mist. Yang Yi patted her head gently and spoke softly, "Little fellow, what's wrong?" Snowy looked up at Yang Yi, and then buried her head in his chest and continued crying. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi was finally able to console Snowy to the point that she calmed down. After he talked with her, he finally understood why she was crying. She was happy. She was too happy when she saw Little Sky wake up. So, she couldn't control her emotions and started crying. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he found out. Even though Little Sky had woken up, she was still extremely weak, because the injuries Shed suffered were truly too severe. So, she had to recuperate. However, she had the soul-nurturing tree, so her recovery was extremely swift. Based on her estimations, it would take just a few months for her to fully recover. Yang Yi suddenly asked, Little Sky, will the soul-nurturing tree be effective in helping Xiaoqi? Little Sky flashed up the soul-nurturing tree and sat on it. She thought for a moment and replied, it should work, but her soul is quite unique, so its effects won't be very good. Yang Yi's face fell when he heard this. Meanwhile, Little Sky added, but it's fine. Based on my estimates, it'll take 2 or 3 months at most for her to wake up. 2 or 3 months. Yang Yi visibly relaxed when he heard this. Xiaoqi had been sleeping for so long, so it was time for her to wake up. Head promised the old man in a Taoist's robe that he would send her back home, and Head never forgotten that promise. After Head resolved his business in the Yang clan, he planned to send her home. After playing with Snowy and Little Sky for a while, Yang Yi returned to the cultivation room on the 3rd level. At this moment, only in Nanjing and Xiao Yushi were here. Xiao Yushi was meditating and cultivating. She was charging into the rebirth realm because Yang Yi had given her a rebirth fruit. Xiao Yushi's natural talent was extremely good, so the rebirth realm wasn't difficult for her at all. As for Nanjing, who was seated cross-legged on the other side, she had an old book in her hand, and it was the compilation of the experiences of Wu Mu, the Wu clan's ancestor. And Nanjing closed the book when she saw Yang Yi walk in, and then she gazed at him. Yang Yi walked over to her, and then gazed at the book. Can I take a look? She nodded slightly and passed it to him. Yang Yi took it, glanced at it, and then a solemn expression appeared on his face. The book didn't just record numerous methods of cultivation, there were comprehensions from cultivating. Besides that, every single comprehension had numerous annotations. The comprehensions weren't the only ones that had annotations. Even every single realm of cultivation was explained in detail and had a detailed list of points to pay attention to. It was like a textbook for cultivation. Yang Yi looked through it for a long time before he said, it's very useful. And Nanjing nodded slightly. I learn new things from it every day. Yang Yi smiled, and then he passed the book back to her. Let's train once I've improved my Bodis cultivation. She nodded slightly, all right. She gained a lot from sparring with Yang Yi. Because up until now, Yang Yi was the only one in the younger generation who could fight her in close quarters. Yang Yi smiled, then it's decided. As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged on the ground and withdrew the hell fruit. Yang Yi's face gradually became solemn as he gazed at the hell fruit in front of him, because he sensed a slightly horrifying strand of energy within it. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before swallowing it. As soon as it entered his body, it transformed into a wave of dark red energy that started spreading throughout him. In next to no time, the dark red energy had arrived at every corner of his body. At this moment, his internal organs, meridians, bones, and blood were completely enveloped within the dark red energy. It hurt. The pain was overwhelming. When the dark red energy started spreading throughout his body, he felt like flames were blazing through his body. No, it was even more terrifying than just flames. At that moment, even he had almost let out a shrill cry. Fortunately, Head endured it, and Nanjing was right beside him, so he had to act like a man. Yang Yi's face gradually started to warp. In the end, his entire face was completely warped. At the same time, his clothes suddenly transformed into ashes. After that, slight flames appeared from all over his skin. Crackle, crackle. Once the flames appeared on his skin, crackling like fireworks resounded throughout him. And Nanjing walked over to Yang Yi, and there was a wisp of worry in her eyes as she gazed at him, because Yang Yi seemed to be on the verge of exploding apart. At this moment, Yang Yi was clearly suffering. This suffering wasn't just from his body, it came from his mind and soul too. The hell fruit didn't just work on the body, it worked on his soul and mind. The difference between the physical pain he suffered and the pain that he suffered from his mind and soul was like the gap between the heavens and the earth. Especially the pain coming from his soul. It was absolutely overwhelming. Fortunately, he was able to endure it. Just like that, time trickled by, and Yang Yi was gradually able to get used to the pain. His face slowly returned to calm, but the flames on his body hadn't vanished. His body was slowly undergoing a transformation as the flames burned him. 2 days passed like this before the flames on Yang Yi's body gradually vanished, and his face was completely calm. One more day later, the flames on him had vanished completely, and then he slowly opened his eyes. After that, he stood up slowly and looked down at his body. At this moment, his body had turned slightly copper. He clenched his right fist slowly. At the moment it was fully clenched, the veins throughout his arm bulged up, and they were like numerous tiny and ferocious serpents. The Zenith realm. After absorbing the energy within the Hell Fruit, Yang Ye's body had finally attained the Zenith realm. Even though his body was still unable to resist the attacks of true realm experts couldn't annihilate him in an instant. In the past, his body had been utterly unable to go head-on against the attacks of true realm experts. While he still couldn't accomplish that, half-step true realm and Zenith realm experts would find it difficult to harm him. After all, besides a body at the Zenith realm, he had the demon god's energy. Even though the demon god's energy was just like the sword god's seal, and it wasn't very helpful to him anymore, it could still help. The demon god's energy was still helpful, but the sword god's seal wasn't very useful, because it wasn't able to forcefully bring his sword intent to a higher level. At the very most, it could strengthen his sword intent slightly, and such an increase in strength was insignificant to him. Besides the demon god's energy, the most important reason was the primordial violet energy he possessed. Unless his opponent could kill him with a single attack or heavily injure him with one attack, he could recover in a very short amount of time. The Zenith realm and body cultivation. Yang Yi took a deep breath and gazed at Nanjing. Meanwhile, Nanjing turned slightly to the side and said, "Get dressed." Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then slight embarrassment covered his face. Because of the tiny flames throughout his skin, his clothes had been burnt to ashes. In other words, he was completely nude. Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment, and then he quickly withdrew a green robe and wore it. Meanwhile, Nanjing gazed at him. "Your body is at the Zenith realm?" Yang Yi nodded. "It's at my current limit." In other words, besides true realm experts, it's difficult for ordinary cultivators to harm me. Of course, monstrous geniuses like you are excluded. Some geniuses couldn't be judged by convention. For example, even though Nanjing was merely at the rebirth realm, he had no doubt that she could break through his physical defenses. Not to mention her, even Ku Zui's sword soul technique could accomplish that. In short, even if his strength had improved, he couldn't underestimate others. Nanjing nodded slightly. "There are many experts here. Regardless of whether it's you or me, we're still too weak when compared to the top experts of this place. We must strengthen ourselves incessantly. That's the only way for us to have a greater chance at survival." Yang Yi smiled and spoke seriously. "It must have been hard on you to stay by my side throughout these years." She glanced at him and said, "There's no need to say that between us." Yang Yi was about to speak when he suddenly frowned. "Someone's here." He immediately vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. In the outside world, Yang Yi walked out of his cultivation room, and Yang Xian was there. She glanced at him and said, "You've grown stronger?" Yang Yi replied indifferently, "Do you need something?" Yang Xian pondered deeply for a moment and replied, "There's a piece of information that you might be interested in." Yang Yi asked, "What?" Yang Xian replied, "It's about Lu Ligay. I received news that the Lu clan's successor, Lu Yuanzhan, crippled his Dantian and hung him outside the Lu clan's main city. His life may be in danger." Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Why did the Lu clan's successor do that to him? Yang Xian glanced at him and answered, "He has a good relationship with Yang Xing, and you took Yang Xing's puppets. Since Lu Ligay came to the Yang clan to help you that day, Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Yang Xian felt speechless. A breath of time later, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of Yang Xian again, and he asked, "Where's the Lu clan?" Yang Xian spoke in a low voice, "What are you planning to do?" Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. "I asked you where the Lu clan is." Chapter 1667, Have you prepared coffins for your whole family? Yang Xian stared at Yang Yi. "It's a trap for you. Yang Xing is extremely vengeful. You took his blood puppets and killed his subordinates, so hell never let the matter rest. You are the real reason they acted against Lu Ligay. So, If you go to the Lu clan, you'll be jumping into a trap. Understand? Yang Yi walked over to her and looked her in the eye. Then what do you think I should do? Yang Xian spoke in a low voice. Ignore it. So long as you don't leave Fecta City, all schemes will be powerless against you. Ignore it. Yang Yi suddenly chuckled. Even though he was merely at the rebirth realm, he still rushed over when I was in trouble. Yet now, he's suffering because of me, and you're asking me to ignore it? Yang Xian remained silent for a few moments and said, prioritize your main goals. Understand? No. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. You said there's no familial love in the Yang clan, and I can understand that. However, don't use that on me. If someone doesn't betray me, then I will never betray them. Lu Ligay never betrayed me, so how can I betray him? Moreover, he's in this situation because of me. If I ignore him for the sake of the Yang clan succession battle, then I would really be worse than a dog. Yang Xian was about to say something, but Yang Yi suddenly said, I'll ask you one last time. Tell me where the Lu clan is. I'm serious. Don't spout another word of nonsense. All right? Yang Xian gazed at him for a long time, and then she flicked a white ray of light into the center of his forehead. That's a map of the medium universe in Milky Way system, and the locations of the 8 clans are marked on it. Besides the 8 clans, many dangerous places are marked too. She suddenly stopped when she spoke up to this point because Yang Yi had vanished on the spot. After he left, Gu Xiu and Qian Hu immediately appeared by Yang Xian's side. Gu Xiu spoke in a low voice. That fellow isn't very easy to control. Qian Hu said, why control him? Isn't he doing exactly what our master wants? The more chaos he causes, and the more ruthless he is, the better it is for our master, isn't it? Gu Xiu shook his head slightly while a wisp of worry flashed through his eyes. I'm afraid hell grow beyond our control. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Qian Hu's mouth. So what if he does? Can he compete with our master? Gu Xiu seemed to relax slightly when he heard this, true? Meanwhile, Yang Xian remained silent as if she hadn't heard them. After he got the map from Yang Xian, Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer and left Heaven Void Continent as quickly as he could. Once Yang Yi left the city, a man smiled from within the city. He was the Yang clan's 4th young master. Yang as he gazed at the sky. Yang Ru waved his folding fan lightly and said, 7th brother, this is all I can do for you. Whether you can kill him or not will be up to you and the Lu clan's successor. Yang Ru turned around and vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. After he entered outer space, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he tapped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that vanished towards the left. The Lu clan. The Lu clan was situated in Skyfire system. It was quite far from the Yang clan, and even a Zenith Realm expert would take 2 days and 2 nights to fly there from the Yang clan. Yang Yi didn't conserve his profound energy as he traveled, and he pushed his speed to its limits. A ray of light seemed like a shooting star as it shot through the boundless starry sky, and an extremely long spatial rift was left behind in its wake. Skyfire system. Skyfire continent. Skyfire continent was the main world of the Lu clan, and it was the Lu clan's headquarters. Skyfire City. Skyfire City was the busiest city under the Lu clan, and it was the largest city on Skyfire continent. At this moment, its entrance was much busier than normal because a young man was hanging from its entrance. It was Lu Ligay. The members of the Lu clan naturally knew who Lu Ligay was. Or it should be said that Lu Ligay was slightly famous in the Lu clan. After all, he had cultivated to the rebirth realm without relying on the Lu clan, and his saber intent was at the returnal rank. Actually, many people from the Lu clan felt slight admiration towards him, and it was even to the extent that the higher-ups of the Lu clan had the intent to accept him back into the clan. However, no one had expected that Lu Ligay had offended the successor of the Lu clan, Lu Yuanzhan. Even though Lu Ligay was a genius, he was much more inferior to Lu Yuanzhan. Because Lu Yuanzhan was at the Zenith realm, and he was even ranked at the 17th position on the Milky Way rankings. The 17th. It was an extremely terrifying number. There were millions and billions of geniuses throughout the medium universe of Milky Way system, so being able to be ranked at the 17th position amongst them was sufficient to display how terrifying his potential and strength were. The successor of the Liu clan was the next patriarch of the Liu clan, so the Liu clan would definitely do all it could to foster its future patriarch. A man appeared at the entrance to the city. It was Yang Xing. Yang Xing looked up at Liu Ligay. Do you think Yang Yi will come to save you? Liu Ligay slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Yang Xing. Bastard. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why talk nonsense? A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Xing's mouth. You have quite the temper. However, it's useless. As for your desire to die, don't worry, you will definitely die. However, you have to watch Yang Yi die first. You can only die once he's dead. Of course, if he doesn't come, then he'll send you to hell first. Brother Xing, will Yang Yi really come? Suddenly, a voice came from afar, and it didn't take long for a man in an embroidered robe to appear at the entrance to the city. It was the successor of the Liu clan, Liu Yuanzhan. Yang Xing gazed at him. Brother Yuanzhan, just ignore what's happening today. I can deal with it on my own. Liu Yuanzhan was visibly displeased. Brother Xing, hearing that makes me unhappy. Even though we're not linked by blood, we're close like brothers. Your business is my business. Yang Xing hesitated for a moment and said, I'm very moved by the fact you were willing to give me Liu Ligay. I'm serious. Brother Yuanzhan, don't interfere in this matter so as to avoid causing trouble for the old geezers of your clan. Liu Yuanzhan grunted coldly. Just ignore those old fellows. Brother Xing, there's no need to say anything. If you hadn't lent me a hand that day, I would have died at the hands of that demon beast. So, don't worry. I'll definitely use all my strength to help you seize the position of successor in the Yang clan. Yang Xing hesitated for a moment and nodded. Thank you. Even though he said that, he was laughing coldly in his heart. How could he not be aware that Liu Yuanzhan had other reasons to help him like that? He needed Liu Yuanzhan's assistance, and Liu Yuanzhan similarly needed his assistance, because the position of successor in the Liu clan wasn't a permanent position. So long as the other young masters of the Liu clan rose to prominence, then it was very likely that they would beat him down. So, Liu Yuanzhan was seated at the top of the ladder in the Liu clan, and he needed powerful assistance from outside the Liu clan. They were using each other. Not to mention these young masters, even the 8 clans did the same between each other. Liu Yuanzhan nodded slightly when he heard Yang Xing, and then he gazed at Liu Ligay. Liu Ligay, needless to say, you're really extraordinary. However, you're stupid as well. You actually dared to return to the Liu clan. Do you really think the clan wants you back? He laughed coldly and continued, You're dreaming. Did you know that the clan wanted to kill you from a very long time ago? Do you know why? Because every step forward you take is a slap on the clan's face. So, do you understand now? A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Liu Ligay's mouth. Indeed. My growth is an embarrassment for the clan. Haha. Liu Yuanzhan smiled coldly, and then he turned to look at Yang Xing. Brother Xing, do you think Yang Yi will come? Yang Xing spoke indifferently. Based on my investigations of him, he should come. Liu Yuanzhan nodded slightly. I heard he has a woman by his side, and she's extremely strong. Yang Xing smiled. Don't worry. There'll be someone to deal with her. Liu Yuanzhan glanced at Yang Xing and smiled. Looks like you've made sufficient preparations. Of course. Yang Xing smiled. I refuse to repeat Yang Yan's mistakes. Liu Yuanzhan smiled. Good. Don't worry. I'll help you. Yang Xing nodded slightly. Thank you. Liu Yuanzhan smiled, and then he turned to look at Liu Ligay. Then let's wait. Time trickled by. In the blind of an eye, a day had passed, but Yang Yi still hadn't arrived. Noon. Liu Yuanzhan gazed at Yang Xing and smiled. Brother Xing, looks like your cousin brother isn't coming. Yang Xing spoke indifferently. Looks like while he seems to be rash, he thinks things through. As he spoke, he looked up at Liu Ligay. Liu Ligay, you're a cripple now. Living is suffering for you. Since it's like that, they'll do a good deed and send you off. Wait. Suddenly, Liu Yuanzhan gazed at Liu Ligay and smiled. Liu Ligay, do you regret helping Yang Yi? Liu Ligay gazed at Liu Yuanzhan. I make friends with my heart, so it has nothing to do with regret. If he comes, he'll be happy. If he doesn't, he'll be happy as well. Because I know that hell definitely avenge me one day. Besides that, if I fucking survive, am going to twist of your head and make it my chamber pot." Lu Yuanzhen's eyes narrowed slightly. "You may not have a chance to do that." As he spoke, he was about to attack. However, a ray of light suddenly flashed through the air. It didn't take long for it to descend to the ground, and the light dispersed to reveal the figure of a man. It was Yang Yi, of course. Yang Yi walked slowly in Yang Xing's direction as he said, "Yang Xing, have you prepared coffins for your whole family?" You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.